Because I wanted this so bad, and it makes me mad that you're not the one tonight. Like bubbles in the skies above, somewhere in the clouds is my shining light. Wanna feel the freedom of choosing, 'cause I'm in this shit for life. Minding you. I let you fly. Please let me fly. I've come a long, long way without you by my side. I've done this all my life without you. Because I wanted this so bad, and it makes me mad that you're not the one tonight. Like bubbles in the skies above, somewhere in the clouds is my shining light. Try to feel the seasons are changing, and I might just let you down. Leaving you. We'll let you fly. We'll leave you now. I've come a long, long way without you by my side. I've done this all my life without you. I've come a long, long way without you by my side. I've done this all my life. Wait for your sign. All the darkness inside won't let you fly, but I might get you off my mind, 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 get you off my mind.
If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? A summer day, your sweet embrace is all that I want. The way it feels is something real and heading for us. I mean it from the heart. I wanna be your light when it gets dark. Right from the moonlight until the sunrise. Can't get you out my mind, can't get you out my mind. I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me?
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, 'cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
나의 속도가 돈이라면 벤소미 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain on me 다가서면 뱅뱅 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 댄서니 모두 몸에 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 난 이 노래는 것들일 거야 발밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못 껴 넘어질 배포도 없는 애들은 no 따라오지 못하는 건 얄바가 아니지 그래서 the boys not my type 아니 거리동이 틈에 판이 바뀌지 이기는 건 당연하니 cause my type 시시하게 겉으로만 판단하겠지 웃는 얼굴 어서 좋게 잘 봐 날 멍청한 애들이 여기 자꾸 넘치니 바가게 써니 목소리 내못 가 짜증나면 deal it don't let me cool at least night to night girl들만 불러 money on the fool I'm a boss sleepy or shiro 뭐든지 다 내게 close 말했잖아 내가 뱉는 대로 내가 다시 look nice told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself
told ya 느리게만 보여 눈이 핑 돌아가는 놈들은 한 곳으로 모여 Shall we ride 머리 위로 투 그래서 이거 누가 대신에 money dance on a private jet 여긴 닿을 수 없는 거 올려놔 boss 하늘 위로 떨어지는 너를 느끼 like demons 자칭 날 구기는 것들은 전부 천했지 왜처럼 증오들은 나의 밑거름 꽤나 좁아져도 눈의 시선은 어느새 풀려 숨죽여 Hey you better you turn when I pull up Can't slow me down 나 끝이 없는 ride 멈출 수가 없잖아 I'm that oh so hero 망설임 없이 주사 위로 여전히 예상
Just know that I got a hand that I can lend you. And it don't matter when, no, I'll protect you. Call on me, I'm here whenever. Those who rated in one will five is best. Just know that I got a hand that I can lend you. And it don't matter when, no, I'll protect you. Call on me, I'm here whenever. Those who rated in one will five is better. Oh, you think you suck? I think that's unlikely. You can keep on looking, but can't find nobody like me. Eldorado pushing, why I'm pressing in a white tee. You know I love you, I need someone who can guide me. I can't do no little bag. Cash out. I need 3 mil. Tracks coming in both directions and like, go be real. I've been eating good, to be lucky to get 3 mil. First place, run it out. Care about what you feel. I have you, give you everything, anything. I have you, you're my everything and everything. Just know that I got a hand that I can lend you. And it don't matter when, no, I'll protect you. Call on me, I'm here whenever. Those who rated in one will five is best. Just know that I got a hand that I can lend you. And it don't matter when, no, I'll protect you. Call on me, I'm here whenever. Those who rated in one will five is better.
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz.
You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Madre mía, qué bonita la iglesia esta, que está medio a ser.
Qué ornamentos, qué claraboyas. Irradia más luz que una flash de Sky.
Qué pocas ganas tengo de andar. Con lo bien que estaría yo viendo las finales de la VCT EMEA en Barcelona.
¿Pero os queréis callar? Contemplad.
¡Qué gustico! Estoy aquí en el paseo marítimo.
Vaya mar, vaya ola más grande. Parece la ulti de Harbor.
Qué rico me está sabiendo este heladito que me estoy comiendo poquito a poquito. Vaya pirulo, niño.
Ya estoy bien la coña. Vamos a ver lo que vamos a hacer. Porque las Ramblas están muy vistas. Y un museo como que no, ¿no?
Irnos de fiesta a cabeza, que ya tenemos una edad, y el Tibidabo pasando.
Pero chapulines, si ya está claro lo que vamos a hacer.
Basta ya de tonterías. ¿Vamos a ver la final de EMEA? Venga, vamos por el Olímpico.
Pues venga, comprad las entradas porque ya están a la venta.
Y bueno, la fiesta la dejamos para el domingo después de la final, ¿no?
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
Last night was a late one because our play-ins teams were pushed to their limits, as were our VCT regulars. 2 matches going the distance. Giant Axe did manage to fend off SGE in the end, but Job Life managed to send their opponents Na'Vi down to the lower bracket where they'll be facing sudden death. I am Frankie Ward, and a lot of things have changed since I was last here, but last night did really go the distance, Billy and Max.
Yeah, it was a long one. It was a long one. I was here, me and Mike managed to, sting it out the whole way, but we did manage to see Job Life get that W in the end, had a quick chat with them, and they were very, very happy to, get that first win here in VCT.
I mean, they were lucky to be able to send it to overtime. I think back to that round where Unfake had ran out of bullets, and that was so tragic for them. But I'm sorry, that was my key takeaway from that match. And it's just nice to see one of the Tier 2 teams get a win here in VCT EMEA as well.
Yeah, and also for that series not to end on that particular round, because it would have meant that Na'Vi would have taken that from the hands of Unfake and team. As you can see, there's the bracket. Later on today, we're going to have Fnatic versus Enterprise Esports. That one is definitely going to be a banger, and we'll be telling you about why that is later. But right now, let's look towards Pacific and Fireflux, aka the artist formerly known as Reborn, Billy. This is going to be such an exciting team because Pacific, they're still hunting for their first win. They've been reinventing the wheel until they find something that spins, while their opponents have literally been reborn. And they are going to be fiery today, Billy.
100%. I think the main thing for this team is the fact that we're still seeing a pipeline of Turkish talent within the Challengers Leagues, especially when we think back to
Turkish?
Ascension. Yeah,
I thought they were from Pacific.
I'm talking about Fireflux here.
Oh, right.
I'm not even talking about Pacific as an org. I'm talking about Fireflux.
Anyway.
But the fact that they were able to, kind of make a name for themselves in the Turkish league, especially when we consider back to Ascension, as I'm saying, we had 2 Turkish teams come up into Tier 1 from that point onwards. So there was kind of a space open for a team to kind of take the mantle in the Turkish league, and I definitely think that Fireflux have certainly made a name for themselves, considering that they've been orgless. Obviously, the start of the year they were on an org, and then they went into the Turkish league. They were able to win out Stage 2 to go into that inter-regional competition of Challengers EMEA, and now they find themselves on Fireflux.
And there's some really exciting players in this lineup as well, Mac.
Yeah, the one that I'm hearing the most about, of course, is the place where lightning, usually never strikes twice. Big old Kachao there, so keep your eyes on him. Of course, everyone else, I think they're Batunex as well. I'm keen to see a few things from him because I've heard a couple of things in the green room. I've seen a couple of things, a couple of clips that have got me excited about him as well.
I think you're excited, Billy. I'm just seeing you giggling next to Mac on the sofa. Should we talk about the first exciting thing first? Because Kachao is going to be making his first appearance on a VCT stage at the tender age of 16 today, and he's been on fire back home in Turkey.
Yeah, Kachao has been probably one of the standout players in the Turkish league, and then even in the inter-regional competitions, as I'm mentioning, he has been so good. And I think that what Fireflux have done really well as a roster is blend that new young blood as well as a mix of experience with the players like you're mentioning there, Mac. But look at this numbers that he's been putting up. The main thing that I want to draw your attention to here, though, is the most played agents. The fact that he's been playing the Yoru recently, he's been playing the Neon recently. The fact that he's been on the Yoru tells me that he's kind of ahead of the curve of this Yoru, being buffed back up to a better TP number. So yeah, I think for me, this is the player to watch on this Fireflux side.
I mean, being 16, he's not technically allowed to be in a Tier 1 team right now, Mac. But there are definitely going to be some other teams already in VCT scouting this player out because everyone is talking about how he's the next big thing.
Well, yeah, if his mechanics match his age, I'm sure that he's just going to have some insane reaction time. I really hope that the nerves don't get to him here on the stage and that he's going to be able to, show us exactly what he's capable of, because 16-year-olds have a lot of time ahead of them, not only to fix their mistakes, but to show what they're capable of. And if he is as good as what you've been hyping him up to be, I'm ready to be
I
impressed.
do think he's 17, though. I don't think he's 16. I think he's 17. just a flag.
But
still young. Still young.
Literally then, we are going to be seeing Kachao playing in Tier 1 next year. Kozzy, who you're going to be seeing playing later on today at Enterprise Esports.
That's fine.
He might have a couple years to wait. I've been hearing in my ear from Finn, our producer. He's like, yes, he is 17. I'm so sorry. He's definitely under 18, guys.
On that note, though, he has only been playing the game in an official capacity when we look back at his career since September 2025. So, he's not even been playing the game professionally for a full year yet, which is insane that he's already putting up this kind of performance.
And he's here.
And he's here now, yeah.
That's a success in itself.
And he's accompanied by a team that does have experience. I mean, we've mentioned Batuj. It is Batuj, I'm calling him for short. No one else is calling him that. Batunax, being an IGL. We saw him last year with Apex. He's leading the team, something we saw hinted at the end of his tenure on this stage, really. So he's got, Kachao has got a great guide in players like him and Imrizi.
And that reflects in the placements that they've been able to have throughout this year. As I've mentioned, a lot of those placements through being an orgless team, let's not forget. These guys have just been doing it for the love of the game at this kind of point in time. And the fact that they've been able to have such a dominant start coming into that league, they've not had any roster changes. They started in Turkey kickoff at the very start of the year and have gone on to have so much success to find themselves. They come in to EMEA as the second seed from that play-ins as well. So yeah, I think for them, I'm very much like on the board for them. I'm excited for them.
It feels like there's a pipeline of talent that comes from Turkey, Matt, and just ends up naturally on this stage.
They seem to have, like, they are kind of out of the way, so they play on either high ping or their own servers and just have, you know, everything going for them over there. And they just seem to be able to, you know, get enough players to not only get a league. Like, as someone from Australia, I really wish that we had this kind of spirit to, you know, continue to circulate the amount of talent that just seems to be constantly coming out of Turkey. They're just playing in their own little region and have at least the opportunity to play, you know, in the other parts of EMEA as well, you know, on a slightly higher ping. But if you can just play on low ping with good talent, because you have good talent to play against, that is just like the best thing that you can do.
So let's talk about Batunax and the arc that we've seen him go on, Billy, because last year he was part of a VCT roster, Apex, that didn't get a single win. They were last year's Pacific. They were 11-0 by the end of the season. I was talking to Reezy earlier, and literally the whole team are joking with Batunax about him potentially getting his first win today. But him becoming an IGL and stepping into that role full-time, that's actually only been this year.
Yeah, so I think we have a clip that we'll toss to in a bit, but the fact that last year he was joking around on Apex, I think it was one of the last series that they had, didn't he? He IGL'd for a map, he IGL'd for Lotus on Apex, because, you know, they were winless at this point. Why not just let him kind of step into the mantle for a map? And so now to see him actually take up that role and do it here was so, so exciting. In fact, we might as well just actually have a look at the clip of what he was like on Apex.
Listen to IGL, Monster, please. Shh. Listen to IGL, guys. Listen to IGL, please. Don't speak. Listen to IGL.
I'm not sure the technique of shh will be that effective if people aren't listening to the IGL. They literally will not be able to hear him. But I have a feeling that his teammates very much respect his rule, because this is a team that do feel a bit like brothers when you see them interacting with each other. But let's see who's gone first in the veto by seeing the results of the skirmish. We have got Biscuit, who is a substitute player, going up against Seven. You'll know him as the duelist for Pacific. So I'm intrigued to see how this one's gonna go. Seven, you should be nervous. You're up against the substitute. Mac, I feel like Pacific, they want to win this and just have the control going into the veto.
How do we say the substitute's name? Is it Biscuit?
Biscuit, like he's French.
Biscuit, of course.
Je voudrais un biscuit.
A little bit of bisque in there or something. Like, my French isn't great, guys. I'm uncultured. I'm a swine, and we get to see who wins the veto advantage. Boom. Fireflux.
Oh, he brought it back.
Okay.
There you go. He was like 4-1 down, no? And he managed to bring it back.
Biscuit did not crumble.
Not bad, not bad.
Frankly. Let's check out our predictions from earlier this week. And Tom and Mitch, they're traitors. They've gone for tier 2. They've gone for Fireflux. Cooper is literally looking at our predictions. Cooper, settle down,
He can't be friends with Mitch anymore. He just can't be friends with Mitch.
It's okay. I'll be friends with you, Cooper. I believe. I believe.
Look, they're not happy. They're not happy, are they?
I have to say that it should be the best chance that Pacific have of getting a win today. The odds are in their favour, and yet, when you think back to yesterday, when you think to how those tier 2 teams performed against the VCT stalwarts, it's not going to be easy today, Max, for either of our VCT teams.
I don't think so. I was having a look at the map pool for both of them, though, and obviously Fireflux's map pool's kind of inflated because they stomped through their respective regions and challenges. And coming in here, Pacific, obviously their stats aren't going to look great, but they did take Lotus off of a couple of big teams. So I'm hoping that we get to see that. We should.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's what is making the map veto so exciting for me. And yeah, I've talked a big game about Fireflux, but my heart's with Pacific.
Well, Billy's heart is with Pacific, but what about the teams? Their hearts are in their mouths on stage.
Flux.
You can see young player Kachao clutching his Tacti Bear. Actually, it's not even a Tacti Bear, it's a red panda. It's not even Valorant themed as he joins his team for his first huddle on the stage here in Berlin. And you can see the veto is going to be a particular interesting one. Pacific are taking a big gamble on Summit today, Mac.
Yeah, they certainly are. Quickly though, Red Panda's native to China, and I believe that's probably what he's going to try to channel, making it all the way. It'd be crazy if we could.
Shanghai.
Miracle
I love it. But we've got to think about Barcelona first. Is this going to be a veto that gets either of these teams there?
I am actually shook. Fireflux, who have a pretty solid Lotus, have decided to just flex the map pool slightly, decide to ban Lotus out of there, so Pacific don't have arguably their strongest map. And we're going Summit, Split, and Ascent. And Split in particular for Fireflux has been very, very strong. I think they've got 88% win rate on that.
Yeah, and it's one of their most played maps as well, if I'm not mistaken. I think they've played it like 16 times or something over the past year, which is kind of insane. But I think for me, one of the big things here is the fact that Pacific have decided to pick into Summit. Now, we did see that in the last map veto that they had in the regular season, but I think the big thing is Fireflux have had so much time off between Challengers Stage 3 and preparing that map. Of course, they've not had an opportunity to play Summit or Sunset since they've only just come back into the map pool. But for me, it's a big risk to play a gamble like that, considering the time off that Fireflux have had to prepare for these maps coming into the pool and to prepare to be here in Tier 1.
So what was Stinky thinking? Do you think it's about the rebuilds that we keep seeing Pacific trying out? They're now focused on trying to build around the Chamber. Summit, we know, is a great map for that.
I know as well, of course, this is going to be the first time these Challenger teams have played this map pool, have played Summit, so maybe Pacific think that they have an edge having a couple of reps on it in officials, but also probably cracking it for a little longer as well.
And Pacific, they're also very comfortable in their Razor chairs. They're no stranger to them. Fireflux settling into them for the first time. Now, we know that Pacific can win maps. I think they'll be... I suppose maybe slightly gutted that they don't get to play Lotus today, as it is one of their stronger maps, particularly against the Turkish teams in Philly. But in terms of the split, we know that that's actually a really strong map
they usually
for them.
pick it.
So that potentially is going to be a bang. I do think Pacific style, this is going to go all the way. Looking at the agent composition, we are seeing the Chambers we're expecting for Ninja.
Pacific have moved away from the Phoenix though. So Seven was previously playing the Phoenix and is now playing the Neon, which to me is interesting because that's such a fighting agent, right? You want to continuously fight forward with it and take on those aim duels. So I think it's intriguing that they've decided to move away from that Phoenix Soldiers and jump onto the Neon instead, Matt.
Yeah, I think fortunately as well on the other side with Kachao on the Neon, that's where we get to see some excitement, right? That's his most played agent throughout challenges, most played agent, and also synergistically goes with his name if you really want to go that far into it. And the only difference, of course, is, Omen there for Fireflux as opposed to the Harbor for Pacific. So we're going to see double walls on that side of things.
But are we going to see the first win for Pacific in VCT EMEA 2026? We'll have to find out with Mitch and Tom.
Well, Pacific have quite a task on their hand. Record that I don't think anybody wants to
World
own.
record holder. They are already joint. They're already joint world record holders. And today, they can take DFM's record with the worst loss streak in history. And they will have done it all in 1 year. So if anything, they'll have done it quicker. They'll have done it better. But they could save themselves and maybe even pass the record back over to Batu, who's on, I think, an 11 loss streak himself. 11. So it's the 13 current loss streak versus the 11 current loss streak. One of them's going to increase that loss streak. And yeah, if it's Pacific, they are, wow, the greatest of all time at losing games in VCT.
And the thing is, when we think about teams who've run those loss streaks, the ghost story that exists of Shanghai Dragons in a different sport, more games, but the scenario here, losing more games than anyone in Valorant at the Tier 1 level and losing to a Tier 2 team. The cherry on top for Pacific today has to be victory.
They aren't trying to drag themselves to Shanghai. Shanghai Dragons.
Down to their level. Yeah. Well, for Pacific, it's been a very sad story. An attack side here that seems to have some promise as they move towards the A site and find it wide open. The Harbor used to cut off a lot of the angles that the Viper wall won't once it goes down. And the plan secured. Even some info on the flank coming in. Things are looking good for Pacific, but they don't have anything other than the site for the moment. That's why they're going into cave. Good foothold now. Not great for where the spike's planted, but something.
Oh, already. Nice shot from Reezy. Full retake ensuing. Waddle looking to try and hold the line. Will be the first point of contact, and he's taken out by Kachao, who's looking for a little bit more. In fact, it's a double down from Kachao, and leaving just 7 remaining. He needs 3, which isn't quite as much as 7, but he's not going to be able to do it.
Lightning fast in Pacific.
Kachao.
1-0 down. To kick things off, confidence from Fireflux. They approach mid as a group, look for a fight, and I think that's going to be a defining factor of this matchup. Fireflux are a team that can come in with confidence. We talked about the Turkish aimers many times in the past, and up against a team like Pacific, well, look, this has to be where a region that's known for being confident gains that little bit more confidence, knowing that in this matchup, they're against a team that doesn't know how to win.
He turned into a chicken.
I can't even imitate the pitch that was at. That was impressive.
My voice, wow. Unless someone does maybe like a triple collat or something like that.
Oh, man, people pay good money to hear that at the opera. That was...
Oh, okay. Youngsters with sheriffs. It's starting to become a running theme. We saw this from Jamalino yesterday, and Kachao is now looking for more of the same, a chance to deny the plant. But he's not going to overface, not going to over-aggress. Of course, this is the first time we're seeing Fireflux on this map, so...
One enemy remaining.
Looking to see what sort of hold they've got over the map, and for now it's looking pretty good for Cooper. Any damage would be nice, and you know he's going to at least take an additional player down, but of course they can juggle whatever weaponry they need around to make sure they have all those rifles.
Yeah, 3 players surviving for Fireflux. Confidence again building up for Kachao. He's a 4-1 start. And yeah, look, when you're coming in with the Sheriff up against non-armored opponents, it's easy enough to pick up a few. But even the smallest amount of confidence building is enough to make me worried. Pacific, for this week in general, it's all about the Tier 1 teams defending the right that they've been gifted for so long. They didn't have to fight amongst the armies of the world, only within their 4 walls. And now that we've opened the gates, teams like Fireflux are here to prove that they should have had a seat at that table. Maybe they should have had their seat at the table. Pacific losing 7 off rip. And we talk about Kachao's strong start. 7 is someone that had a lights-out start when joining this league. The first few games, and indeed, not just limited to that, were incredibly impressive. But this is a slow start now. Shut down off rip, and that's going to slow the pace of the attackers by a lot. Looking for a bit of control towards mid. Break this trip. They have to rely on this fight on the A site, and Valorante's been tagged down to 5.
Yeah, he was seemingly left as the guy to garner space, and eventually they're just going to pressure him. The rest of the team are rotating towards his direction, but with the amount of space that's being cleared into middle already by Kachao, this leaves Fireflux with quite a lot of knowledge of the situation, or at least it should.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, well, with the trap sitting outside A, there's no chance for Pacific to go back. They had to play into that space Valorant was supposed to take. But him being taken out so quickly, it's put a spanner in the works. And it's spiraling for Pacific. Ninja struggles to get more than 1. And with 4 players alive, it's a money-maker round for Fireflux and a 3-0 start. This is getting worrying.
Yeah, I was going to say at least it wasn't flawless, but that's about the only silver lining that you've got. It really is a painful one. And we saw this in the match yesterday with GX. It took them a very long time to start. I think that...
Wake up, guys! What are you doing? What are you doing?
But yeah, you could see that Fireflux have come in confident. Like we've talked about this a lot, where you see those teams within the Turkish league, and then they sometimes go into tournaments like Clash, and you go, oh, maybe this is the 2nd or 3rd best Turkish team from the Tier 2 Turkish league. How well are they going to do? And then they do really well, and you go, I almost feel like there's times where we should just be a Turkish league, maybe with like 1 or 2 from the rest of Europe, and then it's just like 8 to 10 Turkish teams. Because there's so much talent within the region. Batu is obviously someone who fell back down after being in the Tier 1. now has made that rise back up, looking for his first win in VCT EMEA. But he's definitely got the players to do it. Kachao, just 17 years of age, another youngster that's looking like a bright spark early, but you got to keep it up for the full series.
Well, now they come in. Pistols, mostly upgraded. Only Ninja in the Classic, but with the Headhunter, that'll help. Valorante's down. A-Main has not been kind to him at any stage of this game. And the tags onto 7, onto Ninja make this difficult round perhaps impossible. They need picks. They need something, and they need it soon. The spams getting closer and closer by the second in Pacific. Well, they look to move through to exactly where the trap is, into the connector. They've been caught. There'll be no sneaky play. The door closed now. Their ability to put pressure onto the defense is limited. And Fireflux, again, pack mentality. They've grouped up for this retake. Paranoia stuns through, rushing into the spike planter. And the damage done. 7 on a sliver of health. Shouldn't be long for this world and won't be. The spams even take down Waddle. It's a round of stalling. They only stalled the inevitable, and with Pacific not finding a single kill, the credits are getting out of control on that defensive side.
Yeah, that one was an in-zone flawless, in case you're wondering. The one before wasn't.
They also Sheriff before, so that's a price tag.
Yeah.
Some shields there. That's cool.
This is, just for reference, Deading was doing that the whole round. Like, normally I see someone do that once or twice. Like, he might have been one of the first players to get close to running out of bullets with the Outlaw. But hey, he's having a good time. 3-0. Batu, 5-0. There's only been 5 kills total, which, hey, you know, it's not the worst we've seen throughout 5 rounds.
It's true.
Pacific now come in with rifles in hand, with an operator onto Ninja, with a Reckoning available for Cupid. A lot of pieces to the puzzle now ready. But we need to start seeing a team that, hey, sure, they've had their struggles, but they are a team that has had that practice versus the Tier 1, who has been learning, has been improving, even versus decent opposition. Expectations on their map choice are still that they should win.
You think to the horrors of Apex, the Batu experience, 0-11. Every round that piles up against you. You go from being a DFM, a fate that you never thought could possibly be yours when you joined this league, and Pacific now rest. 0-13, tied up.
Yeah, they've already like matched the record, so that's something they'll go home with. But if they want to gamble, they can go home with the record for them. It sounds like a really bad game show. Great position from Deading, of course. You expect to see some utility going through to clear him. Instead, it's the slide across from 7. They will take that ground, but they're kind of committed into this site now. 25 seconds left on the clock. Overdrive has been put into play, but instead it's Deading on the cross once again. The spam's doing damage, but relatively even so far. The problem is the time. Spike now dropped. 7 he was caught between 2 parts. One was getting the spike, the other was dealing with the guy who dropped it in the first place. Well, for Ninja, it doesn't matter how sneaky you'll be, there is no way you're winning this round.
A kill for consolation, but that is all it is, and no consolation prize could be great enough. 5-0 down. Those horror stories that they heard before joining the league will be becoming more and more real by the minute. The timeout for Pacific, an attempt to prune the problems of this map. This is their choice.
Yeah.
And this is as competitive as it's looked.
Where are you, Ninja? Where are you?
Fair question. We saw Ninja take that last fight miles away with no time left on the clock. It's an upsetting start, but it's not too late to fix this. It's not too late to get back on the board, to put a round up. And for Pacific, although it might not be too late, time is running out, especially against a team like Fireflux. Of all the teams to give a bit of momentum, to give a strong start to, you don't want to be coming in against a hungry Tier 2 Turkish team with nothing to lose.
I was going to say, if you want a show of confidence, the map that we have seen, Pacific, I don't want to say do their best work. They're still 2-7 in the year for the map. It's not a great map. But Split was the one where they were going close across a lot of teams. Their opponents just picked it. Fireflux went, yeah,
We're 9-2 in the last few months. We are going to beat you on that map. The only team they've lost to is the youngsters at Na'Vi Junior. So they've just gone, yeah, we're going to pick it to a map we know you play, because we're not shying away from any of this stuff. And that's the thing, like, they've had some time to sit there and build out some of the rest of their map pool. Of course, I believe the last time they would have played, it won't have been Sunset and Summit in the pool for Fireflux. So they will have been working on these maps, and thus far, well, I want to say they're doing well, but I also don't think they've really been tested yet.
Yeah, in this map, not so much. There's been errors there for Pacific. Again, we talked about 7. Shut down those first 3. Looked like a bit of panic in that last. Hopefully, the timeout has given them moments to settle their nerves and be ready for round number 6. Time to show up for Pacific. Credits on the line, up in the hands of Ninja. But a costly previous in terms of ultimates leaves them with nothing, at least out of the gate. They could have a pit, they could have a Nightfall. Just one more orb, and they could have a man advantage. There's the pick for Ninja, and it's Kachao down as well.
Yeah, he's been good so far. 8-3. Some space being pressured for towards that B link, but the trap should be known, although saying that, Reezy's playing just on the edge of it. The thing that makes me nervous is we've seen a lot of these rounds played incredibly slowly for Pacific, and each of them has ended in a similar way. It's the defense slowly figuring out where their opponents are, and it seems like they've done it again. 3 players on the correct side of the map. Now the wall comes through. They know that there's utility on the other side. Batu actually has utility available, but he's eliminated quickly. 7 has done well again. Reezy, though, dancing with death, and that time is ticking. The spike has been dropped. They need to go back and retrieve it, which they should be able to do. But there's even an opportunity here for Deading to maybe deny. VALORANT keeps them in it. Down to the 2-second marker, they get the plant, and maybe they'll get their first round off this.
They have to. Hezecoil slipping in through the connector. He's gotten a bit closer than they might expect, but nobody's vulnerable to him, and the paranoia gives the game away. Ninja on the trigger for the first round. Pacific have finally made it onto the board. The timeout seems to have made some adjustments, but the reality is, Tom, 2 seconds left to get that planted. It was anything but comfortable.
No, anything but comfortable from a 3v5. Like, they're leaving it so late to hit into the sites that the spike being dropped, which, by the way, it has been every time they've entered into the site, it just makes me so nervous that the time can slip away. Like, if Deading picks his target right there, they win that off time, which is just too close for comfort. It's a round, but is it now something that they can pressure forward? The switch up from Fireflux is to take that A main control away from them. Set up with the operator, but it seems like it is going to be a pace change now from Pacific.
Yeah.
Or at least they're thinking about it.
This will work well. You're up against effectively a double op setup. Deading playing the ult, the op on Hezecoil in mid, and you're avoiding all of it. The smokes here from Harbor are going to get you out onto the site. A plan's acquired. The question is, where do you take that extra space? B main is already under your control. Drop, you're going to want to clear out. But do they push into the spawn? Do they push into the connector? And it will be towards the spawn that they compete for that space. The Viper's Pit now, making it difficult to get out. That's the plan, but Kachao slipped the net, made it through. They spammed VALORANT. That was a straight spam through the pit. They've lost the pit. They've lost Ninja. The site's crumbling. 7 stands strong though. A double and a quick escape back in behind the boxes as the time ticks. 7 eventually falls, and the leader of Cupid, he's alone against 2. The bodyguard of Deading, more than enough to put 6 on the board for Fireflux. They looked so calm, even up against full site retake. Viper's Pit down, Kachao isolated. Well, it didn't seem to matter.
That seemed like the plan all along. Like they knew they had the Nightfall. They expected there to be some form of aggressive pit, so they immediately just throw out the Nightfall into it so that the Viper on the other side is going to be low. Then they spam, get a couple of kills from it, and then, yeah, just full faith in Deading. There wasn't even a split second where Batu even considered let it go. No. He knew that his teammate had his back.
But to be fair, all he could see was Deading's ass. He couldn't see the player on the other side, but that's it. Deading was stood there. I'll take the bullet for you, my boy. Pacific, they win one after the timeout, and now they lose in a heartbreaking way. You have to wonder, how are they dealing with this? Let's find out.
I don't know.
Hold my left.
I need to reclaim middle, okay?
Okay, I'm going through towers then.
Yeah. I have your left.
Yeah, but I need some utility.
Stay smoked us. Stay smoked. Guys, please, we cannot go there. We have to cancel the call, okay?
Yeah,
Come, go mid. Let's poke mid. Let's
Come, run to here. Run here, guys. Just run, please. Orb up.
I will smoke this wait.
When smoke is going down, wall up when it's going down, okay?
Care above the smoke.
And let me pick.
Come, let's pressure A-Link first.
Go A-Link.
Get in the smoke and drop it.
I have it. They didn't cross yet.
Maybe you can play. I'm leaving.
Everything down.
I'm gonna parallel again from here.
Go, I stand up a bit.
Ready?
I'm back with you. Fade no utility.
AP on the...
Pull wall up, guys. Pull wall up.
I cannot
Hold in this.
Shift, guys. Don't...
Wall up now.
You're good, you're good.
You're fine.
Give me the question mark. Give me the
AP
question
This is blind.
One. Come.
Yeah.
I'm holding.
1, 2.
Spike down.
One more. One on the right.
3-4. You're good.
There is 2 on us.
Let's go.
There's 2 on me. Just save. Try to save. Johan. Yeah.
B push.
Trip is still here.
They stalled out towards the
30
connector, and
seconds left.
Fireflux wasted no time in taking that space back. The same can be said over towards this B site. A deep push down contained by Reezy, and they're not even going to show their hand unless they have to. The fact that they're filling in that space is either going to be shown because they punish a rotation in that late round, or because the clock's
10
already won
seconds
it.
left.
Yeah. I like this idea from Fireflux, the re-aggression work towards the A site. They see players there, both in main, hearing, and towards the con, and immediately Reezy gets that B space up for Pacific. They're losing all of the control on this map, and this being their pick, that's really not the look we wanted to see. Also considering EMEA in general, where we've seen these issues on Summit, has been on the defensive side, and that's still to come.
Yeah, I'd say for them, the one match we saw them play it, they had a really poor attack side and then managed to turn it on the defense. Like they did have a 9-3 defensive half, then losing
Guys,
OT.
I am saving every single round. I'm saving my chamber operator, guys. Come on. I have chamber operator. I'm saving.
He did also have a rifle, but you aren't wrong. I'm enjoying the Batu comms. He seems like he's enjoying himself on the stage.
Well, he is 7-1 up at this point.
He was enjoying
you know?
himself in round 1 when he was screaming.
He was. He very much. Well, if you call that screaming, I didn't know a rooster screams. But round number 9 with a huge advantage. There'll be no surprise that Fireflux are feeling happy, confident. They've left the A side open this round, feeling that slow pace from Pacific.
Oh, yeah. That's been it. It's been so slow that they can afford gambles. They can leave gaps. They can play the retake if they want. I think their retakes have been decent, playing off of each other, moving as a unit. And also the trap has been in the right place at the right time every single time. This time, though, 7 again is going to be able to get the opener.
There's 2 players on site. They've both dodged the reckoning. On both sides of the map, Fireflux were playing for this. They know exactly what Pacific want to do. The last piece of the puzzle, the one missing was Ninja. And he gets a kill to show his hand, but it's an immediate fold, 8-1.
Batu's flexing on him.
All the Fireflux are on the server at least. Oh, this is heartbreaking. To be facing into what is the worst loss streak of all time. And
is it heartbreaking?
Yeah.
They've lost.
What do you mean, is it heartbreaking?
They've already lost.
They're going to have the biggest loss streak of all time again.
They already do.
At the tier 1 level, without it even all being tier 1 teams.
So
they will have the largest tier 1 loss streak, some of which is against tier 2. That's the most embarrassing thing I can imagine.
I don't think it's
the Shanghai Dragons are sat there going, shit, at least we lost to tier 1 teams. Oh, man.
All I'm going to say is I think it can't be that heartbreaking if it's expected.
That's an opening pick.
There you go.
Maybe we won't have any hearts broken today. Not because it's expected, but because the unexpected.
Batu loses, he's still...
Yeah, but he's 0-12, you know? It'll be a while before he gets a chance to go 0-14, so that's an upside.
Well, he's got another game to play soon.
That's what I'm saying. He can't lose 2 in a row.
He could join them on the record. But no, it's a pick. But even still, we've seen man advantages already. Ninja has managed to get them one before. It's been the gamble rotations, the figuring out. Again, you've got that deep control just around the edge of the trap outside of B. Walking towards Denning. Denning doesn't give a damn. Through the utility he goes, finds that opening pick, and now he's back on site. Looking to try and build the crossfire with Batu. Another gap found, another pick found as well. And that man advantage is now gone. It's only 7 remaining. They know exactly where he is.
He's got a chance for a fight versus Deading, but Deading from start to finish on the A site has sat them down. He is 12-2 right now. Well, the only people he's competing with are the people on his team for the top of the board.
This is why, honestly, Pacific could have had a 12-0 3 times in a row on the defensive side of this map. And with what's happening here, I just don't know how they'll bounce back. There are things to write home about with this roster. Anyone else who's experienced these kind of loss streaks, there's infighting, there's that negative atmosphere. These are guys that I don't know how, but have stayed positive. We see him behind the scenes, we see him after games. That stands to them in moments like this. I genuinely don't believe Pacific are the kind of team that will sit there 9-1 down and go, well, game's over, I guess it's screwed. But that hasn't converted to wins at any point in the past. So at a certain stage, it doesn't really matter if you've cracked the mental game, if you're losing the game.
Yeah. Oh, 9-1. So Fireflux just looking for more of the same. Deading. I'm ready for him to do something here. Oh, Cupid is going to get an opening for the second round in a row. The IGL stepping up, but look at the damage it's already done. Ninja, 5 health. Cupid also low. The button going to be broken to deny them those rotations towards the spawn, or at least they'd have to take the long way. But at least this time, with the Vipers pit down on B, there is a significant gap that can be exploited if Pacific choose to take it. They look like they're building up in the opposite direction, though.
Yeah, playing behind the pit, though, seems to have been called. The ping's going down. I'm assuming for caution and not for direction. If they decide to fight into the spawn, they would have a bit of ground, but this is a consideration from Fireflux. And here's the problem now for Reezy. This does become quite a difficult round. If he's found, there's still a Prowler, still a Reveal there to work with. Prowler won't find him. The Reveal won't either. Okay, so he'll get his pit, but what can he do from here? And being guarded on the other side as well by a very late round VALORANT, whose pressure might be forced in a moment. They're swinging through the seas, but, well, it has worked out, and they know exactly where Reezy is. A much better round here from Pacific. It looks much more controlled and an in-zone flawless. A little late in the half for building up economy, but not too late for building up rounds, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think anything they can get at this stage is going to be important, and being able to, as said, they picked the gap this time. I think every other time there's been a trap or there's been something in the way. But this time they've been able to avoid everything, find the spot that allowed them the post plant. And I think on entries and stuff, like Seven has been doing well. In the last couple of rounds, Cupid have been doing well. It's just been the reaction from Fireflux that has been impressive. And while Ninja, a man who maybe not having that best of games thus far, has been obliterated early on.
It's a big opening pick for a Fireflux that has a chance to have double digits exiting this half, and that chance converted into reality with a couple more picks. Pacific, I'll go back towards this A site. It's not going to be a kind battle for them. You're walking into Deading, a Prowler still to use, a Reveal as well.
Teleport's red.
Even the wall to help them get out should they need it. A Cove just came back online. Pacific have the util, but if they decide to dry face, the punish would be there. Instead, Deading will be caught and sent back. Tries the timing on the spam. So does Batu. And he'll find VALORANT, who genuinely should never go A main ever again. My guy just gets murdered there every time. Through the smoke. Not much he can do. And not much they can do now in this 2 versus 5. No
Reckoning.
info. They're locked in. Oh, yeah, they've got Reckoning. That could actually catch.
There we go.
Catch a lot. 1, 2. It's got 2, and he pulls it off a little bit shorter, so they've got an angle to fight from. The wrap around from Hezekiah, not watched, and it will be closed out with 10 for Fireflux. A damning half for Pacific on their map pick.
Yeah, it's not been the greatest of halves. I don't think there's any doubt about it, unless, of course, you're a Fireflux fan. So let's go over to have a little chat, or maybe even see a feature with Batu now.
How did I get here? My team is so good and I'm IGLing. IGLing is my best role, I will say. I like to speak in game, I'm so vocal. On rankeds, I hit like too many times top 1 and it was because of IGLing, to be honest. I was calling every single time. And I started IGLing on my team and we are here. My teammates are shooting so hard, yeah. I'm just calling and they're shooting them, that's it. I'm gonna prove that I am not a bad player. As IGL, I'm thinking that I am good, like I said. And we are actually so strong as a team about mentality, about shooting, you know, like we are confident. I'm believing that we can make something here. Probably they will not expect that much from us. I just flight today to Berlin. I was watching around and I got a bit emotional when I see the places. I'm happy and I wanna do that. I wanna win all games. In the beginning, we were losing versus tier 3 teams even, versus mixed teams, and we just keep working hard. We did everything, like we did mistakes and we fix it together, we speak it together. We made a family, we didn't make a team. We are all happy about that. Of course, we are full surprised that we made it, but if we can make that, we can make something more, you know? Tier 2 teams are more scary than Tier 1 teams, I guess, on play-ins, of course. They don't expect what are we gonna do. Yeah, of course, I believe we can get the trophy because we get already Tier 2 Stage 2 trophy, so why not? If I make it, it's gonna be big knee for my career, of course. Like, right now, I feel like I'm on the highest of my career because on Apex, like I said, I selected, and right now I start from the beginning. And I'm right now middle of the ladder. If I made planes and somehow if I made champions, I will be on last chapter of the ladder, I will say. And yeah, that's how I feel about champions, if I hit it.
Well, it's certainly been a graceful return to this stage for Batu. And another stage that he's got his eyes on is the one over in Barcelona. If you want to see him or maybe Pacific there, who knows? Scan that QR code and get yourself some tickets before they're gone. Our Stage 2 finals weekend will be in Barcelona. Be there or don't, but
I think there's more chance
should.
of one of the Pacific teams being there than this team, but you know.
That's incredibly rude, Tom, and they are going to watch this VOD back, so
I'm okay with
you'll
that.
have 5 to 7 DMs. Thinky is not going to be thinking nice thoughts of you.
I'll take 7 DMs.
7 DMs?
Yeah.
Nice. Nice. Well, 10 rounds in the board for Fireflux. A start to the pistol here that's solid. Kachao was dominating the pistol in the first. He's already been put to bed. And for Pacific, it just feels pointless saying, yeah, they need a pistol round. They need a divine intervention to have a chance based on what we've seen so far.
They need to convert some advantages as well. They have had the opener in a lot of rounds and it hasn't meant much. Cooper under pressure, but looking to try and delay them a bit. And the defenders looking to try and re-aggress themselves through A. Now it's going to let them know that this is a B-side play, or at least very likely that it will
30
be.
seconds left.
But the second this trap is shot, that's probably going to be the point where Fireflux make their move.
Straight in they go. Ninja's the one to greet them. At the door is your first custodian, the guardian of the B site, finds one, gets out clean. 12 seconds as the plant's coming down. The Cove gives them a safe haven to get the spike on the floor, but Pacific are happy. Man advantage, grouping up, avoiding being picked off as individuals. Big refight by Fireflux. They've gone in to the drop. They found 3, and they've made it out unscathed. Now 7 has a battle on his hands, and Batu next, and Ezekiel have left it down to 1. Valorant swings wide and finds nothing. Flattened in heavy traffic as Pacific rest on 2. 2 more rounds for Fireflux will dish out an embarrassment for the ages.
Yeah, so I think they do need to try and work better at converting some of their advantages. I'm so surprised that they get away with as much as they do. Batu was meant to be sold to the Wolves, and in the end, he jumps and gets a kill, and then goes out and gets another. Yeah, look, he's even bucking them with it. He knows how ridiculous that was. But obviously for Pacific, they're now in a position where You have to buy. You have to buy. You've got to gamble on this now. And oh, their Summit. I'll put it this way. One of these teams has not played this map before.
Yeah.
And the other team is Pacific.
Yeah, the other team has 2 rounds. But, you know, Fireflux, they chose which side to start on. So, you know, their attack could be super weak, even with that pistol. It's all about this round here. It's all about the investment. It's all about Valorante. My guy's gotten unlucky. Those who know him know that he can put bullets into the heads. It's surgical precision, and he needs that. Here today, a surgeon's hand pruned the panic. No shakes from Valorante! It's a triple! His mag runs dry. It's the only reason they can put him in the ground, but he might have done enough already. Pressure on for Reezy, and he'll be taken down by Waddle. Just as it may have been. The answer might lie in round number 2. Pacific can start the comeback here, if ever.
Yeah, great round from Valorante. I think they needed something like that. Like, individually, he's been struggling. He's been shut down in some ridiculous ways, but obviously that first half was just rough in general. Like, never really getting any value on the lurk, but being able to find 3 kills in this round from a very, very awkward position.
Nice, baby. Nice, baby. Nice, baby.
I'll at least give them their 3rd round, and it likely a 4th as well. There's not really anything invested into this one for the opposing side. You've got a singular Sheriff for Reezy. They're wanting to make sure that they can get a buy in the next. And so for Pacific, on their now favored half, if the game versus Na'Vi is anything to go on, this should be a good opportunity for them to earn some orbs, gain a little bit of confidence, although already one player has fallen, and given Batu a rifle.
Yeah, the first part's okay. 3v4 retake, that's all right. Giving Batu a rifle, that could be costly. That could be erroneous. And we shall see. With Kachao down, it's looking a lot more comfortable. Hazakoil has no help. He has no help in a classic, yet still he gets one. And Batu set up in the 1v1 against Waddle! He puts him down to 11 HP!
He headshot him. It must have clipped the wall.
It was a wall into what I think was a kneecap. And that was enough time for Waddle to shoot back. My God, that round should have been easy.
That was one Sheriff. Oh, that's so unlucky.
3 hits maybe even? No, it was 2, right? A headshot through the wall, 1 to the leg. Desperately close, and giving that rifle away almost cost them the round, but it doesn't. The golden path maintains here for Pacific.
I think the golden path is covered in blood at this point. They're battered and bruised. They're walking on crutches.
They've taken their hits, but it's not about how...
Oh, yeah. Go on.
No. If they are to follow the golden path, they might need Leto the second skin to be able to bounce those bullets back, because it has not been pretty when it comes to firefights. Fireflux are miles ahead. With 2 more rounds, they will seal the fate of Pacific in the first map. A reverse sweep needed, or historic consequences kick in.
There.
Jump through. Early trade. Dead Ink has been phenomenal on this chamber. 16 and 5, and it really feels like it's him and Batu racing to see who can sit at the top of the board. Of course, the credits, needless to be said, after the last round, are not in a good spot for Pacific. They lose this one. It's going to put them in an incredibly awkward space. Now 7 standing. Gives an opportunity for him to try and break the line. Give his teammates an opportunity to maybe find some space, and that is what he shall do. Good sees as well from Waddle. Even still, though, the trades come back thick and fast, leaving things even for now. Batu again, but now he's all that remains. Time has been ticking. He is desperately low on HP, but it doesn't matter. The clutch of the last round may not have happened, but the Red Bull clutch is delivered this time from Batu.
Oh, man, they're already dead. They're already dead. We're exhuming the corpse. This is ridiculous. Oh, timeout. Yeah, thank you. A timeout at 12-4. That's going to put him right. How can they keep losing these? The defense there, instant shot from Batu.
So sick.
Clean.
Like, the thing I love, and I know we're talking all misery a lot in this cast because of what's on the line, but a redemption arc is one of the coolest things in Valorant. Like, seeing someone who went into a squad in Apex, had a horrible time, had a few individual performances that were fine,
yeah, some
but
good
like
maps.
the team as a whole, maybe not the individuals within it, but the team as a whole sucked. I don't think anybody's arguing that. I don't think he'll argue that. Then goes back into the tier 2, goes into a squad that has its own trials and tribulations, playing with an org, playing without an org, and then playing with an org again in Fireflux, who have picked them up as of recent, and making a run that took them to win Challengers 2, finish second in Challengers 3, and now have a shot. And this is the first time, obviously, this has ever happened. Have a shot at Champions. And Batu has come back and has been nuts. He is 20-6. And you think, like, maybe all those old thoughts will creep back in. You're no longer playing at home. Obviously, a lot of what we see is played online when it comes to challenges. You have that maybe little bit of free relaxation in between a map. You're just at your house or you're at boot camp or something. Now he's back on a stage that has only really caused him torment, and he's having the best time.
Since round 1, he's looked wide awake. I don't know if it was the call of the rooster or the preparation before, but razor sharp on that stage here today for Batu Naxin. For Fireflux in general. This is the map pick of their opponents, a map that they have not had the chance to play in officials, and yet, sorry, just to be clear, when I say they, I mean Fireflux, the team that chose it, has. And we know their defensive side can be good, but it needs to be beyond great to have any hope of recovering after that last round. A clutch in their darkest hour, and Pacific face off against odds like that. 8 in a row needed now. And it's an awful start. Kachao shift walks into the angle. Pika's advantage at that pace, not a big deal, but the shot lands clean before anything comes in the other direction. A double for 7 on the Bucky! Now that's one way to bring him back into the round.
You know, I was definitely not expecting him to get 2. I've heard everybody telling me recently that the Bucky is dead, no one should ever use it. Worst gun in the game. I've heard that a lot,
30 seconds
but
left.
clearly 7 didn't get the memo. But can they now convert it? And the advantage is slimmer than what they've normally had. A site has been abandoned. Now Hezekiah is actually going to be the one to plant. I thought maybe Deading would plant to get the Tour de Force online.
This Nightfall's going to see nothing. And they're worried as well about anyone being around here. Like that space being taken earlier is a real possibility. Nightfall sees Nada. Reezy in trouble. You would think, look how calm he is. He's just allowing the reveal to show exactly where he is. Stands there, beckoning them in for the battle. And a battle that turns to an execution. Cupert holding the line, the defuse underway, and they've done enough. They will keep their head above water for now. But 7 more needed.
I kind of wanted to see that Tour de Force online in this round, I'll be honest with you. I think the plant swap could have made a big difference getting that into Dedic's hand, but it is 7 that manages to, well, literally maybe even from the hand of the gods that he's got 2 with a Bucky in that moment. And then holding the line is Cupid. Little round of applause from Kachao. Clearly not got into his head yet. But this round, well, it kind of sucks, but last time with just a Sheriff, they almost managed to win. Yeah. They're one off having Overdrive, and they have the Tour de Force onto Deadink, who has been one of their best players.
Yeah, it's not a pretty start when you think about this being one of the easiest rounds for Pacific, and it's still having so many issues. Spam is good.
Yeah, they have the sight. I feel like this is the one thing you didn't want to do, is allow a Tour de Force in the post plant.
Because like you had the Nightfall before to help out getting back in, but now we don't have that to work with. Viper's Pit, but you got to get on point to actually put that into effect. Like they don't have a lot to help them get in terms of big ultis, and yeah, going against the Tour de Force, one small mistake is going to be very, very costly.
Okay, this at least is going to force Deadink to move. They know that they're being surrounded. Okay. Little bump into each other. They've got lost a bit. Oh, a missed shot. Okay. This should now be the round being cleaned up.
It was a huge...
Reckoning's gone through. Cupid's going to clear another. It's just pistols, so it shouldn't be too much more difficult, but that time is ticking and has been ticking for a while. Have they run out of time on the clock? I don't even know if they've got it anyway. They don't have it anyway. They didn't have the defuse. It's a Red Bull clutch on the spike. Oh dear. What a way for that map to end. Yeah, I don't think anybody believed in the Pacific comeback, but that has got to be a painful one. Both of us need a breather. Let's go down to the sideline with Reezy.
Reezy was like, you're interviewing me again because we did a pre-match interview. Reezy, the reason I'm interviewing you is because Battlenax is not allowed to have an interview until he wins his first win on this stage. What was it like, though, listening to him calling for the gods in that game?
Battlenax IGLing, you mean? Yeah. He's very happy to play here and to have stick or something like that. He's just telling everything in the game, telling every info, telling every call, like enemy, what enemy doing. He says everything. He knows everything. He's very hype in this match.
Yeah, I can feel like the party is going to continue for you guys in the break. As for you guys, there's going to be a party in Barcelona soon, and we need to get ready for it.
Wake up, guys! What are you doing?
Good job.
Where are you, Ninja? Where are you?
Charlie, lan, why are you shaving, lan?
Nice! Battlenax!
Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
Wingman World while
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well, one break. Let's go!
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Madre mía, qué bonita la iglesia esta, que está medio a hacer.
Qué ornamentos, qué claraboyas. Irradia más luz que una flash de Sky.
Qué pocas ganas tengo de andar. Con lo bien que estaría yo viendo las finales de la VCT EMEA en Barcelona.
¿Pero os queréis callar? Contemplad.
¡Qué husticón! Estoy aquí en el paseo marítimo. Vaya mar, vaya ola más grande. Parece la ulti de Harbor.
Qué rico me está sabiendo este heladito que me estoy comiendo poquito a poquito.
Vaya pirulo, niño.
Ya estoy bien la coña. Vamos a ver lo que vamos a hacer. Porque las Ramblas están muy vistas. Y un museo como que no, ¿no?
Irnos de fiesta a cabeza, que ya tenemos una edad, y el Tibidabo pasando.
Pero chapulines, si ya está claro lo que vamos a hacer.
Basta ya de tonterías. Vamos a ver la final de EMEA. Venga, vamos para el Olímpico.
Pues venga, comprad las entradas porque ya están a la venta.
Y bueno, la fiesta la dejamos para el domingo después de la final, ¿no?
Pacific made changes yet again on Summit, but unfortunately it still didn't manage to go their way as Fireflux Esports made quite the impression on our opening map. And it was a cheeky impression, we have to say. Mac, you're shaking your head.
I'm just sad. I'm sad for multiple reasons. We'll get into it in a little bit. But I'm also very happy that Fireflux came out and showed us exactly what, you know, Billy, you were saying you were expecting, and then a little bit more, maybe a bit of magic, a bit of mind control going through in there as well.
Definitely. I think that they came out with kind of both arms swinging, which is kind of what we expect from the Turkish region at this point, a full Turkish roster. We expect a lot of that. Some nice things that we were seeing on the attack towards the end there was the contacting in their approach, and I think that for me that is always kind of been the strength of Turkish teams. But I want to just quickly touch on this composition that Pacific have. Starting on the attack with this kind of composition, there was always going to be difficult for them to be able to warm up into the map, I think, especially when you're considering having the double walls, as you mentioned, Mac, with the Viper, with the Harbor. But then also, how is Seven supposed to clear out any sort of space when the only sort of initiating utility that he has is Waddle? You're relying on Ninja to be able to get picks on the Lurk, by being on the Chamber as well. For me, starting on the attack with this composition, it was always going to be an uphill battle.
Yeah, doomed from the beginning, doomed from many, many points. On a positive note, though, you know, if we want to talk about Fireflux for a second, Batu, we're going to probably say his name a few times in this segment, not only for the fact that his stats are insane. If you have an IGL going 20 and 8, not only calling, but then just doing the entry work, finishing as well in the post plants, and just having a incredible affair like that. And then also tilting the opponents by screaming into the into the player cams, screaming into the void, screaming directly at them. There's so many things he did right here, and it included just having fun the whole time.
Well, I mean, it's not like he's calling the game around himself. He doesn't need to, but he's obviously relishing the role, Billy.
Welcome back to VCT EMEA Batu. I mean, yeah, it's just so incredible. I think at one point I want to be able to have a look at his statistics when he was on Apex versus his statistics here, because the fact that he's putting up this kind of performance and having an individual great performance as well, not just with his team, is so good. I think something that Mac and I spoke about in the green room was it's not just the call-in, but it's the way in which the mid-rounds they're choosing to take on these duels. They're constantly moving in a pack. Their team fight is so cohesive, and just something that even tier 1 teams struggle with a lot of the time.
Yeah, and at this level, right, you know, you've got Pacific who are struggling to find all the, you know, the finessing throughout all the rounds. But if you've just got a team, we heard it in the halftime interview with Batu. He said he called his way to first in ranked multiple times, which sounds stupid to like bring up. But if you have players around you that have good fundamentals and you just keep it simple, you don't go overcomplicated with the strategies, you should be able to punish teams that sometimes don't know what they're doing, even if it's just compositions, even if it's just a new map. And then also we can even talk about the veto. It might have been doomed from the beginning.
Well, the thing is, for Fireflux, everything was going right. They had the momentum in that first half. And what can a player like Seven, who's trying to create space, do when he's constantly faced by the guns of Fireflux with not much around him to support him?
I think it was also just some oopsie moments happening from Pacific's ends, and things that you just look at and you're like, how are they getting away with this? The amount of kills through smokes that Fireflux were getting, you consider back to the first 3 rounds, the Sheriff kills that they were getting, Dead Ink on the Chamber, the sniper impact that he was having. Pacific just couldn't dismantle that whatsoever, which found it really, really difficult. As I mentioned, I go back to their attack side, they just really couldn't find a way in edgeways, and I think that Dead Ink was definitely, I said keep an eye out for Kachao, but for me, Dead Ink was definitely, alongside Batu, one of the highlight performers throughout that map.
Yeah, sometimes your opponent's just having a really good day.
Well, let's see if Pacific can have a really good day on Split, because we know that this is a map they love. This is a map that they've been described as being the strongest team on this stage when they play it. But their biggest issue is obviously everything else. So this is going to be a huge test for them, because Fireflux, they've got so much to prep for. They've got so much to go on. And yet, I don't think they're even going to think about that. I think they're just going to play their game.
Yeah, I think the concerning thing for me is this is without a doubt Fireflux's strongest map in the pool. I had mentioned it. They are 18 wins and 4 losses this year on this map, which is absolutely insane. But as we do have a look at the agent select, we're going to see Seven continuing on that Neon. It's just a question of whether or not Ninja's going to lock in this Phoenix. And from eye test, it looks as though Fireflux are running a similar composition that they ran previously.
Yeah, which has found them a lot of success. That double duelist with the Waylay and the Neon. You know, Dead Ink, we saw what he did on the Chamber. Now he has another escape route, is able to jump through as well with the abilities that he's got. And Kachao as well, didn't have arguably a great performance there on the first map, but he didn't really need to. He did his job, went in first, draw attention away, let everyone else do the shoot, and if he can just do that again here on Split, that's a recipe for success.
I was about to say, we haven't really got the opportunity to see anything from Kachao because his IGL stole all the kills, although there was one adorable moment when I think Kachao wrapped up a round and he just put his little thumb up.
Look, to be fair, if you're an entry player, if you're a duelist like that, and you're getting traded, you're still doing your job, and you should still be happy. You still won the game 13-6 or whatever it ended up being, and you probably won this before that game even began, because all you had to do was ban Lotus, and that's why we're here.
How are we feeling then about the Pacific composition, namely the players who are on these roles rather than the composition itself?
Yeah, so I think for Ninja, I'm happy to see him move away from that stage. I'm hoping that he can find a bit of confidence being on this Phoenix as well. I do really like the Phoenix on this side of Pacific, but as well, Seven, moving away from that Waylay, we saw him on that previously. I do think that there was some performances where it was questioned, so nice to see him continuing on that Neon.
And more importantly, they've got a flash this time, so hopefully that'll help him out.
Well, who is going to be the flashiest of the flashers? And are Firefox Esports going to take it 2-0? What do you think, Tom and Mitch?
I think there's a good chance we have a different opinion on that one, Tom. Not really. That first map, I think, might have answered the question for us.
Oh, I'm all in on the 2-0. Like, the silver lining is this is a map that if you go back to stage 1, I think Pacific were picking it on. They were playing it every week. They were either letting it through or they were picking it. And I think the majority of the time they were picking it. Now, were they winning it? Not really. They're 2-7 this year on this map. And I think that's why Fireflux coming in as that squad who has a hell of a lot of reps, even just in the last 3 months on this map, and are 9-2. They've looked very, very good, even versus the likes of Job Life, who we've seen earlier play fantastically well. So I definitely have to favor Fireflux going into this one. And yeah, after the last performance, my mind has not changed.
No, Fireflux look better in, it's like that copy pasta. It's genuinely every department. Losing at the end the way that they did as well. Pacific have got a bit of morale to pick back up. Yes, I've touted them as a positive team, but that does not matter when you lose to Pistols on a site that you gave them and you don't defuse this spike. Big start for Fireflux as Deading drops out. There's only one left, and Kachao is quick to swing in for his second. A bloodbath on the B site, and Fireflux 3 for 3 now on Pistols.
Yeah, they're keeping their 100% record in Pistols in VCT going. I will say versus another opponent, that might not keep going.
Could be challenged.
Somewhat. Yeah, I would expect it to be challenged, but no, they've looked very comfortable on the stage. I think it also comes down to a point now where you have got a team that are coming in, looking at that long road they've gone through in challenges, like having to, as said, like had it been turmoil of being on an org, losing the org, going back in and having a new one here with Fireflux. Having to prove themselves time and time again to get here. And now they are here. They look very ready to be here. And it's now up to Pacific to almost prove the opposite. You lose 13 games in a row in the Tier 1. Is there anything that you can prove that you deserve to be here anymore?
Well, yeah. Again, we've spoken about this week. The very concept of bringing the Tier 2 teams into the system, of opening the gates and allowing challengers, external challengers to step in, it almost serves as a proof. If all of the Tier 2 teams lose, then we know, well, the system has been working. The Tier 1 teams are the best of the best. But now, when we go to the bottom rungs of the ladder, when we go to Pacific, who are winless, can they defend their seat at the table?
I think it's
even
also
later today, you've got Fnatic with a big challenge up against Enterprise.
Well, pressure onto Reezy. Okay, Seven's done well. Again, in a lot of these rounds, we have seen openers, but that was the only rifle
30 seconds left
in the hands of the defense. So now they're going to have to try and retake this with a Marshall. They're being flanked on as well. The check was there, but I think that it's very uncomfortable. In fact, this is looking like an immediate response. Potential, at least, unless serious mistakes are made. Looking to try and heal up Hezekiah a little bit, but even still with the rifle still in hand, the last couple of players low, this is Pacific's round to lose. If anything, from this point onward, still it gets uncomfortable. The tap on, but he's run out of bullets. And VALORANT will get the job done in the end. An important second round victory, I feel, and an important round from VALORANT as an individual.
Yeah, and he started to show those moments on Summit towards the end. gave them a few moments to rally around, planted the banner in the ground, but it was burned to ash moments later. A start early here is exactly what Pacific need. It won't be the pistol, but much like that second half of Summit, they get the follow-up in round 2. They get VALORANT on early. Big pick by 7 to open as well. It might have been a whiff, but a round like that, you're not expected to take it. A win is a win. And for the defense, it's a crippling blow. Their economy now is very low. Kachao down to 550 credits. Got himself shields and a guardian, but Batu, with next to nothing's already claimed for 1 and is a little whiffy. Honestly, luckily for Pacific, they'll find a clean house after that first fight.
The only man standing is Kachao. The one man that invested into this round and will look to try and win it. That's another player dropped.
All right. Down A.
This is mental. He still took down Cooper. That was not the, of all the things I thought he was going to do, that was not the one.
Even as I saw him start to do it, I was like, he's not going to oh, he is. He's a madman. And fair enough, gets his 1 for it, created an opportunity there, and I really highlighted why I hate playing against Neon. How do you ever expect me to hit that shot? Luckily, there's more capable players here.
With the kills, he actually does now have enough to get exactly like Shields and a Vandal.
Worked out perfectly.
That is what you call perfect math and not insanity.
Yes, he counted on getting those 2.
Exactly. He knew what he was doing.
A calculated risk for Fireflux. Oh, they've taken a few weapons away, but the credits are still pretty healthy on Pacific. Look, this is as good a start to a bounce back as I think you could ever imagine. 2-1 up after losing the pistol. Operator bought up by Deadink. That's definitely a danger to be fearful of, but considering it's on the B line, there's not too much of a worry. Pacific playing a default for now, looking for that late mid control. I do like this idea from them to avoid those extremity early fights. You know there's op money on the line. You know Dedink's been doing a lot of work with it as well. And they're really passive in B main because they know that Deadink can push up. He can always TP back, and he's the kind of player that would take that risk. Uncharacteristic patience. Deadink has been sat still for almost a minute now, staring at this angle. And his opportunity is soon to come. The Prowler's caught him, but it's been broken from far away. Still, I think that position has made them spooked.
Well, yeah, they've used the Nightfall and not gone off the back of it whatsoever. 2 ultimates close to being available, but close doesn't really get you anything. Can Deadink get out of there? He should be dead to rights, and he will be. Kachao has managed to find one from above, though. Keeping that man advantage at level. And instead now it looks like they're going to play into the retake.
Spike planted.
Joke's over.
Yeah, well, Ruse sold early, works for Pacific. Old pop by Ninja, gives them a man advantage. And the info, I think that was all 3 players spotted. 7 wastes no time getting in their face, and it's Cooper cleaning up from afar. Pacific 3-1 up, and a great idea at this round. Initial default, then they play a fake towards the B site. The Prowler showed them there was someone on the B line, but they just freeze. And of course that guy keeps the B line info, sees nobody peeking. They start to think it's a fake. It looks like the worst fake of all time. But in fact, it was a ruse. A readable ruse, in a way, by design. And that'll get them around. Look, getting on the site hasn't even been a problem for Pacific. It has been in those retakes, so that's definitely one checkbox ticked.
Back to a low buy for Fireflux.
Shadows traveling.
At least for now, the read they have is the wrong one, although saying that, 4 players now look to rotate in towards the heavens. Molotov is going to block them off. The knowledge after sound was made. Stuns up, just trying to put the pressure onto Waddle, and he has been caught. Overdrive even popped in this scenario. It might be a little bit audacious, and it's turned into a game of whack-a-mole with everybody getting whacked. Deadink the only one left. He has got the spike, and that's all she wrote. A second kill made it a little bit interesting, but never really any danger.
Considering the first map, honestly, I saw him get that second. I was like, this could be a lost round.
I think
like
if he 1v5s with a classic in the vent,
but he had a rifle.
I think we just end the game there.
Yeah, it reminded me of the drop from Batunax. He gets a rifle in the round, quickly spirals. Luckily, Waddle was there to clean up before things got out of control. A timeout now called by Fireflux. A 4-1 start. Yeah, you look at Summit, it was all about confidence, and that might be waning a tiny bit, although with these guys, I doubt it.
No, I would be very, very surprised, but I think maybe getting a little bit ahead of themselves in some of the retakes. I think Kachao is definitely a bit ahead of everybody else while he was facing off against Run It Back in the last, but of course another one of those youngsters coming into this one at 17 years of age, another bright spark coming through from Turkey. And I think that there's a lot of potential here with him. I think the fun thing about this roster is they've got a lot of depth in talent. I think you go back to how they played in Challengers 3, and Dead Ink didn't really like the world on fire, but then has come into that first map and already shown that there's still a lot of levels to his game. And I think Kachao's there as well. Like sometimes maybe a little bit overzealous, over-aggressive, but it's 17-year-old, you kind of expect that to be happening.
And I do think after the first map, you know, coming in here, it didn't really feel like it was worth mentioning, but the one fear I would have for Fireflux is them overheating. Like, they came in against a team that hasn't won. They looked incredibly confident from round one, and despite a couple individual hiccups, like where Pacific stepped up individually, not so much Fireflux falling off, there was no challenge in the first map. You come in here, you feel like you're the better team, you take your foot off the gas a little bit. You don't look at the road as much, and that's when accidents happen. Pacific 4-1 up, Fireflux with a timeout. They're locked in. Nice wall by 7. He's giving him a gap for that flash, but no kill converted. And Hezecoil ends up taking him down. Then they drop Ninja in mid. And this is looking like the immortal Fireflux of before. An infallible force. Although they've lost Batu, great C's alongside the Snakebite to pick up one. Still a man behind.
Yeah, the convergence path was used to get them that opener, to make it more awkward 4-7. Cupid's reposition might look to do the same. All players are about to convene on the same angle. The dive out will get them the info, but can they work off those trades? Good paranoia from Cupid. In fact, he's going to be able to clear up the remaining couple. Valorant finds Reezy on the other side. Well, that paranoia basically turned the entire round.
Yeah, this is the first time where I'll say Pacific are playing the game. Like, they're hitting obstacles and adapting to them. I didn't think it would be here on Split. Yes, somewhere they've got a lot of experience, but they should have outmatched Fireflux in that department in the last map. And yet you look back at that, you think about the rounds where Cupid had the Reckoning to play with. As soon as he got it online, Fireflux, they played off-site on Summit. No matter which side that all went towards, they would have dodged it. They had the game plan, they had the reads on a map that should have been a surprise for them, or at least have some uncomfortable growing pains. It was anything but. But now Pacific 5-1 up and against Pistols. They lost Cupid right off rip, but they've seen the mid push. They only saw one player, I guess, so no reason to instantly pick up the pace. And by the time they go, not only does the blind catch 7, but Fireflux are already here. TP into the backside. That's a brave play by Reezy, but he will be put in the ground for his brazen attempt. And it should be a cleanup for the Rifles now. Still some danger. Kachao, 2 kills already, and Batu's here to play. This is getting scary for Pacific. A round that should have been granted, but they have to earn it now.
I was going to say Seekers could be used, and that actually kind of saves Hezecoil. I think the Seeker being shot shrouded his position. He's still just waiting patiently for Ninja to make the peak. Only with a pistol in hand, but everything has been only with a pistol in this round thus far. Ninja might just try and reset this. Try and play with the element of surprise, but the time is now ticking further and further in favor of Hezecoil. He has not moved. He's just waiting, and the jump across is a bold way to play that. A risky one that clearly Ninja thought he had the element of surprise. He did not, as it ended up as a Motor Thrifty.
Yeah, that's a tough one for Ninja to lose. You wanted that bit of confidence built up on the Phoenix. We've seen 7 land those shots. We've seen Valorant, even Cupid having that big round. Waddle there as well, but the Phoenix is being quiet. This would have helped, but put to bed by a Sheriff. The jump peek in, not kind to him, and well, the taunting immediate on the other side. They're wondering, what were you thinking?
Same.
Was thinking, I don't think he's there anymore. I think that's about the only thing he was thinking. Setting. He could be in a bit of trouble here, but well, doesn't look like it. The switch
doesn't go very far.
Takes Ninja, goes back half a meter on the TP, and he's been set up unpressured. Now has Hezecoil covering from the corner. And this gets dangerous for a Pacific that wanted to pressure this side. They did not understand the strength they were running into. And they'll get the read at the end there. Every remaining player for Fireflux was on this A site for that final battle. And for Pacific, that's got to be alarm bells. You're being read.
Yeah, I think they were able to shut down Hezekor quite a lot in some of these earlier rounds. This was a very different one. Him being able to reposition a couple of times, having support from his teammates in the end, and some very, very fast rotations coming through from the Fireflux side. That's the difference, though. We've seen after the pause, okay, the pistol round definitely helped, but what were those adaptations? And now we could look at the Pacific side. What are they going to do to adapt to this? But we could just do that by listening in to the comms.
Come. Not flashing, just go.
Okay, listen. Can you pump B heaven and we're gonna go A?
Okay, I'm gonna use Fatal.
Actually, guys, we're gonna go back B heaven. Ult B heaven.
I flashed A.
Ult B heaven.
I got flash Q.
Wait. Okay, VNB then if you go flash.
One rafter.
Okay, I'm holding on A.
There's two.
Go, go.
One here, one here.
I'm gonna flash.
I dash.
3, 2, 1.
Bring them down.
I'm only city, go side. I'm gonna flash. 3, 2, 1. You can wrap.
One after nine. You're good, you're good.
Band the gap.
I'm reloading.
Go side.
1, 2.
Go together. Swing rafter, swing rafter.
Maybe main. Main.
Behind
Behind us.
Can't see.
Spike down B. Last player standing.
Anti.
All of them beaming.
4 ults up.
In zone, flawless.
Yeah, that's a big round for Fireflux. He talked about Pacific. How are they going to maneuver their way back into this one? Well, they didn't even get started in that round. That felt like a play setup that, again, if Fireflux could see the map, if they had full vision on the mini-map, if I was stood down with the program feed on my phone in front of Deading's face, he still wouldn't have peaked that at the timing that he did. It wouldn't have been as perfect. The kill call up in heaven as well. The second Pacific moved towards the site, the second they turned away, Fireflux are filling in that space.
I also just think, though, that, and this has been a problem throughout the game, I think we saw them running out of time a lot on their attack side of the last map.
Yes.
Pacific are just very hesitant.
Very
you,
slow.
You hit someone with a Nightfall. You could see, we watched Waddle for like a lot of that. He's just waiting to use the Prowler. By the time everybody else is ready to go, once they've talked through where they think people are, the Prowler just goes straight into the wall because the trail's not there anymore.
There's a possibility. I thought of that at first and thought maybe he left it because the guy hit was further back on rafters, and if somebody crept up into heaven or went left side and missed the ult, your Prowler would go right past him. So they wait for the ult to fade, pop it through and clear the close angles. It's the only thing that I could...
went straight into the wall.
That's didn't go left, did it?
He didn't go left, and he could have then also cleared the right.
Because it did look to me like he missed the timing on connecting in the trail, but then I thought, well, maybe there was a reason, but you are right. He did just put it straight. So maybe he would, at that angle, no, I don't think it would catch the guy on the left. So that's a bit tough.
Also,
it's a bit tough.
You'd normally
too slow.
Swing it around a bit just in case someone's on the right.
Do a little wiggle with that thing.
Guys,
I know what you mean.
cleared left.
Okay. He would have shot it probably. Don't worry about it. Yeah, no, it's not a pretty look. And I think the slow pace worked on B with that fake, but it's...
Blinded.
It blinded. It certainly didn't work in this round. And I think looking at Summit, that was a lot of the problems. Like Fireflux were pushing A, going, oh, there's no one here. Let's go 4B. And Pacific would be sat at side B like, they're going to be so surprised when we do this. But they weren't, because they had all the info.
Oh, Kachao. He likes to play a dangerous game. But already shying away from the initial fight. A-site control being given up. Kachao has pushed back down to peek between the gap of two different smokes. And he has all of that space for free. Now, it is being watched by Seven, who's given it a little jiggle and now has that information for himself. But it kind of leaves them boxed in to just sat outside this B site. It looks like the plan is to try and dive into B and maybe get the Viper's pit down. But now, because they've lost that control, they're going back to clear it. And with 40 seconds left, okay, that's still a reasonable amount of time, but they're being very, very slow.
Feigning this mid control has gotten them an easier fight on B, at least for now. Kachao's looking the other way. He's concerned in the smoke, worried about vents. The wraparound from Deading now committed to the A site. This is good. The slow pace has worked again. They won't find a free site this time. They won't find one man defending. A quick TP over from the shadows. Emerges Reezy. 4 players here by the time the push comes in again. Fireflux, it looked like they were being caught off guard, but Pacific take so long that everybody's home. 6 seconds, a plant needed. Waddle has to stick, and he's not got anybody to help him through it. No time left. And the round falls to Fireflux again. It looked like the pace had some promise to it here, but Pacific, they've ended up fumbling again. Fireflux now 5-5.
Yeah, the streak back it's a painful one. It looked like Pacific had the read in some of these earlier rounds, but you see the fallback from Batu, the convergence path sent in, and this time, that was one of the criticisms I had early in this half from Fireflux, that there wasn't a lot of synergy of when they hit the timing. That was good, though, from Kachao. The second the convergence path that he's in with the ult, he waits a little bit longer to utilize it at the right time. And while buy after buy after buy for Pacific, they've still got the credits to invest, they've still got that Viper's Pit. But this early pace is already dragging a lot of defenders, and Hezekiah starts off again with an opener. It seems like he's red though, and the trade's back, not bad, that's mental. But the jump out from Deading. He does manage to escape back, but it feels like it's more on Reezy in this round now.
Deading seems very comfortable taking risks. Curious to see how he approaches this one through the pit. With the operator, a blind fire, not going to get anything. A spam, VALORANT is low, and he'll be dropped. Now down goes the pit. They're fleeing for cover towards the elbow, being picked off as they go. Deading with 2 and 3, and it's Fireflux for the lead. No matter what they do, it feels like once Fireflux find their rhythm, there is no stopping them.
Like, I was looking at that with Deading low. By the way, took 0 damage from that point onwards, but I was like, there's no way with him, with an operator, with them having a Viper's Pit, 2 healthy players within it. I was like, there's no way they get out of it. But even the second the pit drops, it just looks like sheer panic from the remaining couple of players. And wow, that 5-1 lead has very quickly dissipated into exactly the same thing we were witnessing on map 1.
Thinky man's VALORANT certainly not working out for now. 7-5, a possible scoreline for a Fireflux that was trailing. It looked like a promising first half from Pacific, and yet all that promise has faded now. All that remains was the fears of what could be. That loss streak looming for Fireflux. Stepping back onto this stage for Batu Nax, he has a score to settle himself. It looks like he's taking it seriously. Deading, our risk-averse individual. He's up in A main. He's got no TP back, unless I'm mistaken. My guy is stuck here. Could obviously go for the dash, but has to get it out and then get out. Deep Flash was going to confirm there's some players here. Deading ready and waiting, and he has to dive out. 30 HP will make it around the corner with an off. It's enough to set him up, maybe to find a pick in a moment's time, but now they're already enemy at the gates. Hold on, Kachao's found one. And now the reinforcements from heaven bursting out as Batu finds another, but Deading has fallen.
Spike down A.
Sporting those scars from earlier, he couldn't take more than a hit, but Reezy and Hezekiah end up in a 2v2. It's not a bad situation when the retakes have looked great so far.
The fight out from 7. Ninja needs to double his kills. He's been having a rough time, and the jump across is perfect. He was never going to be able to hit that player bouncing around on the site. From 5-1 down, it's going to be Fireflux taking the half with a lead.
That's got to be a great feeling for Fireflux, the players returning to the stage and those new to it. A lead on map number 2 and a chance to 2-0 one of VCT EMEA's own. One boy who's been doing a lot of this work is Kachao, drawing eyes with his lightning fast aiming reactions. We recorded an interview with him before the match. Let's take a listen to it during the halftime.
Kachao, what's it like to make your debut on the VCT stage today?
VCT'deki ilk gün nasıl? Ne hissediyorsun?
Yıllardır hani takımca hayallerini kurduğumuz şey, takımca dediğim benim de hayalimdi. Bayağıdır oynadığım için bu oyunu. Çok heyecanlı bir şey. Yani bilmiyorum, ilk defa olduğu için nasıl ne anlatacağım bilmiyorum. Anlatamıyorum duygularımı.
As a team and also individually, this was something that we were dreaming of. And today I'm really excited, and since it's the first day, I don't know how to explain my feelings.
So how does the team work around you? Because we know that you put up these incredible performances in the Turkish leagues. So how does your teammates enable you to do that?
Türkiye Ligi'nde çok üst düzey performanslar gösterdin. Takımın senin bu ekstra performansları göstermesi için sana karşı neler yaptılar, neler özel yapıyorsunuz?
Genelde benim istemediğim mapleri banlıyoruz. Genelde takımda bütün her şey bana göre oluyor. Yani beni bırakıyorlar, ben ne istersem onu yapıyorum gibi diyebiliriz yani.
Usually what happens, I've been communicating the maps that I don't want to play and they're banning those maps. And other than that, I have a freedom on the map what I do and they're always supporting me on my play.
Which maps don't you want to play today?
Hangi map'ten oynanmasını istemiyorsun bugün?
Map pool'da istemediğim bir map yok şu an. Ama önceki map pool'da Pearl'den nefret ettiğim için banlıyorduk.
Right now,
takımca da genelde nefret ettiğimiz için kesinlikle banlıyorduk yani.
Currently, there is no in the current map pool. There is no map that I don't want to play. But it was in the past. It was Pearl because I hate Pearl, and as a team we hate Pearl as well. So we always ban Pearl.
Well, there are some analysts who would agree with you on that one. So Kachao, you are in good company. Teşekkürler. Thank you so much. Good luck today.
Well, he seems like a happy kid. Even happier, no doubt, after this match is finished, if it keeps going this way. And if it does, Fireflux could be in with a chance of going all the way to Barcelona. That's right, as I've told you before, our Stage 2 finals are in Barcelona. Scan that QR code if you want to get your tickets and get them before they're gone. Available now, but for a limited time only. Hopefully we'll see you over in Barcelona. The crowd there always goes ham, just like the crowd here. For Fireflux, 7-5. What?
It goes hamon.
It goes hamon. Oh my goodness. Uli brought me some hamon. I just remembered I got it in my fridge. It's a good day for me. Hopefully Pacific have got to pick me up as well, because this isn't looking good. Yes, it's a 7-5 half, but Tom, all of the wind is filling Fireflux's sails.
Yeah, for sure. It was a 5-1. I know I've said it a few times, just in case you just joined in. It was 5-1 for Pacific. And then they lost 6 in a row. Nice start from Waddle, though. The Pistols have not gone their way so far. But Waddle has been having a good game. His 13th kill. But they are going to have to give up the plant. Now, time has been a talking point all the way through this game, be it too slow to get in or too slow to retake.
Well, yeah, especially the end of Summit. The clock was not kind to Pacific. VALORANT taking his time on the flank, be meeting up with the ramp players and realizing no one's here, as Fireflux have taken a proactive approach, fighting up into heaven. And they had Kachao push through screens as well, full control of the spawn. They flipped the spawn completely, and now it's an awful situation for VALORANT. He went to meet up with the crew, but the crew was already gone by the time he got there. 8-5. And the one silver lining here, Tom, is Pacific have won 2 out of 3 of round 2. So that's good. Lost all the pistols.
Yeah, the 100% still going for Fireflux. But they make it look so comfortable. Like, this was a 4v5 that, honestly, you could have told me this was a 5v2 in favor of Fireflux. Like, they just look so comfortable the second that spike is down. And, well, Pacific looks so uncomfortable on the retake. It's almost a high five.
That was gorgeous. Again, just realizing they had to fight for some space. And I think Fireflux have been really good as a group at identifying what control they have, what control they don't have, and of that, what they need to take. I really enjoy watching them play this game. I'm sure Pacific don't, but other than that, it has been a joy to see them on this stage, and I think they've got some distance to go if they keep this up. The problem, genuinely, if we are to highlight any problem for Fireflux, is they have lost 2 out of 3 of what should be easy anti-ecos in these second rounds. It doesn't look like Kachao's going to let that happen again. He's got 4 already, and a chance for an ace. Now, Fizzy stole an ace yesterday. I'm hoping that the gang is going to give Kachao the chance to take it across the line.
I like this. They've given him the plant as well. A chance for an ace.
Yeah, look.
We've seen this already. This is a good teammate right here. Oh, he's going to get it in the end. Kachao, 17 years of age, and he's got his first ace over here on the VCT EMEA stage. A fantastic achievement for someone so young. And while you were mentioning the fact that they've struggled to convert some of these second rounds, one of the main reasons is because they only go in with 1 rifle in a lot of these runs. But nonetheless, that 1 rifle this time was more than enough.
Oh, yeah. Well, in the hands of Kachao, there might have been some well-placed pistol shots that put him to bed earlier on. But this time, that's not the case. Cloud9 might not be their roller, but it must be where they're at. Fireflux feeling confident. Let's listen to the end of this round.
Backside galiba.
Heaven'a. Çıksana ne? Ha çok iyi.
Heaven'a bakıyorum. Heaven da bende.
Sakin. Heaven'da, Heaven'da.
Görmüyor beni.
Heaven. Ekstra yapar.
Arka kapanacağım.
Kapanabilirsiniz.
Kachao, that was quick. Double digits seemingly on the board already, and Pacific do not want to contest that. They're running to the other side of the map. At this point, they might be running out of the studio pretty soon. This is going to be much like every other Pacific game day, a day that these players want to forget unless things change very soon. On track to set a record that nobody, I mean, they already did in tying for it, but setting a record in this way, being smashed. And yes, this is not an opponent that's they're expected to beat even individually, but geez, they're expected to compete.
Do you know what the good thing is?
What's that?
So, if they lose 14 in a row, they set the record for the most losses ever.
Okay.
They go into the lower bracket.
Okay.
Win every game to champs is the greatest story of all time.
It is. I've described them as, being the team that has the biggest potential to make a Mighty Ducks run, mainly because of their starting position. And that's
Started
good.
from the bottom, we still here.
Jesus. Oh. Well, it's said that a rising tide lifts all ships, and Tier 2 has been a rising tide, improving year on year. But the one ship it won't lift is the one chained to the bottom of the harbor. And from what we've seen over the last few months, that is Pacific. They've been immobile. They can get a map under their belt, but they take water and it doesn't go anywhere but down with them. 5 rounds on the board, facing off against 10 from Fireflux, a confident, aggressive Fireflux that now stands on the attack side that frankly, pacing-wise, is indistinguishable from their defense. The aggression is the same, the success is possibly even better.
Also, in the last map, at least, I feel like they got a bit lucky by the fact that Kachao did actually slow down a little bit. I think he was like 8 and 3.
Yeah,
and then ended. He was okay. He's not slowed down on this map. In fact, if anything, they all kind of started a little bit slow, and then since then, he has been ridiculously good. And well, 10-5. He's got his ult. The purchase, actually still not the best coming in from Pacific. They don't have any ults even remotely close. And for the majority, they have like shields, meaning Dead Ink is going to be ever the more effective, as if that was needed.
I just noticed that it was. I think he was 2 and 5 when I said Ninja on the Phoenix really needs a bit of confidence. In the clutch, he lost jumping out. He still got 2 kills.
Yeah.
So I think it's 2 and 15 at this point. Not great. Not great. This is good space taken by Dead Ink towards the B site somehow. He's in.
He went
He's
forward.
not dead. He's still not. How is he not dead? What is this? He's reloading. He's got another shot off. He's got the kill. What?
Swap players. We want to look at someone else. I can't believe he's dead. We're moving on. The guy on B's dead.
Man.
The guy on B's dead.
You guys didn't see that either. Maybe some of you were looking at the mini-map, but we need that in a replay. How is Dead Ink alive? Pacific, just honestly.
Maybe it's Dead Ink for sure.
Phone it in. Throw in the towel.
Not quite Dead Ink.
Not quite Dead Ink. Very alive Ink. What is difficult to kill that which is already dead? You can't kill the chances of Pacific. Ninja's gonna kill! And he's dead. He's dead.
To Dead Ink is on the latest flank around ever after his fake it to be. This is one of the... I'm not sure whether to say weirdest or worst. This is not a good round of Valorant. Not even an enjoyable round of Valorant.
He's killed 3 people when he should have been dead already. Valorant is basically dead because
honestly, Batu, can you feed? Batu, if you feed, he has the chart. No, okay.
No, he killed him because he's tagged 140.
There you go. Batu's not feeding. He went in with his last bullet of the shorty.
I'm not sure we can show this on air. This is they're being brutalized.
Are we after? Is it after the watershed?
Get the replay.
No,
get the
it's
replay.
not.
Get the replay of Dead Ink. I just want to see Dead Ink. I don't care about Ninja. Ah! Why would you show me that? Look at this. Look at
So
this.
he
Look at
dives
this.
forward, really far away. He's just spinning around. Move out of his way. And then...
No, but no, not from Cooper's perspective, please! 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 Unplug something. Tom, pull that cable out. Pull that cable out!
That's not even the whole thing. It doesn't even show the moment he dies.
No, there's like 3 more missed shots and a joke.
Don't worry, I'm sure.
I feel like I'm gonna pass out.
Right.
You're right, Tom. You're woosah. Woosah. What did Martin Lawrence tell us? Okay, we got this. 11-5. 2 rounds for Fireflux to put us all out of our misery. Jeez, Ninja, all right, calm down. That's his 4th kill. He's just random spam Batu through the smoke. If I thought that would affect the round, that would be bad. But for Fireflux, I just need to see Dead Ink alive, and I know they've got no chance on Pacific. He stood here with a shorty. He's walking into the smoke. He's missed them both. He's missed them both. And yet still, he's walked in, put 7 to 41. Ninja's on 5 and taken down. B main, at least under Pacific's control, but the plant coming in.
He planted just wide open.
It's the confidence of Fireflux. I believe in them in this 2v4. That's how good they've been so far.
Oh, they know there's no one in B main. It's not planted for them, so they are going to have to go back. But now they know, at least for now, the B main is clear. Kachow, hoping for a little bit of cheeky spam. Instead, it's going to be Reezy. He's got to be careful from the spawn. Oh, okay, wonderful shot. Comes down to just Kachow. I say just Kachow because that's been enough in most circumstances, but Waddle will be able to hold the line, and they will get that defuse over. Pacific up to 6. I'm going to have a sit down.
They swapped defuse for the orb, and I know there's plenty of time, but I just want to say, if I was them, as soon as I start defusing, man, I'm not letting go. After the way Summit ended, I'd be too scared. I genuinely believed Dead Ink was going to get all the kills there. Genuinely believed that Kachow was going to close it out. It has just felt like for Fireflux, they are the better team. They are the tier 1 team in this matchup, certainly. Feels like that in so many of these fights. They were 5-1 down and now sit 11-6 off what was honestly a tight conclusion to a 4v2. Fireflux, well, I don't think it will have affected their mental whatsoever. They move into this round. 2 away from Dead Ink, adding another ultimate to the board. The Seeker's online as is. And a slow round here isn't really going to be that punishing with what they have to work with, even on the utility belts alone, but add in those Seekers. And yeah, you can wait a while to see if you find some picks. He got 1, and that's good enough. With Seekers, that's the job done, but look how confident they are that Hezekiah solo swings. I expect him to swing into this ult, to be honest, just to show him what's what. But he won't, thankfully. He's a smarter player. Doesn't need to use the ego or feed it.
Space has already been taken. The double smokes will give them plenty of space. While this 3v5 almost feels like a Hail Mary. Prayers is all that Pacific have left.
They got no credits, man. Like, this should be a save, but are you going to give him 12?
Yeah, I think it...
Maybe you do give him 12, though. You fight 3v5 here, you probably lose. Hell, you just lost to a contact play from one guy in A main. Both players. The first one could at least say, I was holding the angle, but I was just zoned out a sec. Little surprised. Wasn't it? What was it? Automatic who used to say you have to, or was it Stewie? It was about jiggling your mouse in the middle of the round just to keep your eyes awake. You know, you get that excuse. Second guy, not so much. And Hezekiah finding them both. Hezekiah as well, right? We talk about Kachow, Dead Ink opening rounds, Batu being the closer in so many. And now the Smokes players getting involved for those opening fights. It's not a normal strategy, but it worked perfectly.
Yeah, I think they're pretty much confident in anything they can do.
That's a sick keyboard. What the hell? That's the secret. That's what I don't have.
Yes, that's what it is.
It's the only thing that I'm missing. Okay, all right, I'm gonna get on that. 12-6. Tom, sell me some hope for the comeback here for Pacific. Defensive side split. No. You remember that used to be super dominant? You know, Ninja got a few kills last couple rounds, a few, 2. But you know, you're not buying it. Sell me this pen. Dead Ink should be dead, but no.
The silver lining is that it'll be over soon.
Spike planted.
Post plant, Nightfall in play.
Okay.
Wary about the closer angle, and they definitely should be. Nightfall about to be used. He swung into it. Kachao doesn't care, and neither does Dedek. Dedek goes in for more. Ninja's been able to pick up a quick couple. Nowhere near his ult, but his teammate is. And now just 2 players trapped at the back of the site. A tough hold to have, maybe not. Both players stunned up, but there's no swing off it. One of them even have utility in hand, but Batu is quicker. A 2v4 to end it. It would be almost an encapsulation of how this game has gone. Batu is just sat in the molly. He just waited to buy that time down, and it's already done. They are the new holders of the longest loss streak, and more importantly, Batu has ended his. He comes in with a new team, no longer with Apex, and Fireflux are off the mark.
The 0-11 streak for Batu comes to an end. A big moment for him, back on the VCT EMEA stage indeed. But on the other side, a momentous occasion in all the worst ways for Pacific. They stepped in here hearing the horror stories of DFM. Well, no doubt they believed that couldn't be their fate. Well, they best start believing in ghost stories, because they're in one. This is what every team shall fear becoming from this day forward. And the final hour of franchise has given them one accolade they'll wish they never had.
Yeah, of course, for Pacific, and it does now set up the opportunity for that lower bracket run that absolutely nobody believes in. And more importantly for Fireflux, this is the beginning of their road towards Barcelona, and an opportunity for another Tier 2 team, in quotation marks, to prove that the gap really does not exist.
Now, this is a team from the Tier 2, Tom. This is not a Tier 2 team. We've talked for a long time about how even some of the best could be challenged by the best from below. But when it comes to this squad, they look like they could go the distance. Certainly someone that every EMEA team will have their eye on, and a player who has been within the EMEA circuit, who's broken his curse. Let's send it down to the post-match interview with Batunax. Welcome home.
Batunax, what's it like to finally get your win here in Berlin?
Like, it feels insane. Like I play for this much. Like I play for this moment. Like I don't know, too much. I play like 1 year, and now I'm here and I win my first match with my new team. I'm so happy.
Well, you played without pressure today, or at least that's what it looked like, was it?
No, there was a bit pressure, yeah, because of like we were all excited. Everyone was playing their first game on Berlin, so yeah.
But your teammates, just talking to Reezy earlier, it felt like they were maybe teasing you behind the scenes as to whether you were going to get your first win today.
I mean, yeah, they are full trolling me about that. You know, like they are full speaking about my career, like, ha ha ha, you guys you play like 12 match and you don't win. And now I'm happy about that, you know, like it's like a meme around us, you know. That's what I can say.
Is that why you were dropping so many kills on Summit? Because you
probably
had a point to prove?
Like I missed playing here, so.
Yeah,
I mean, feels amazing.
It really looked amazing watching you guys. Talk to me then about when we went to split, because it feels like if Hezekiah didn't get that isolated 1 versus Ninja and you didn't win that round, maybe the scoreline would have been different. So how did you find your form?
I mean, yeah, maybe, but we control our game. We did the best. We knew we were gonna win versus them. Like before the game, I speak with boys. I said, guys, just play with confidence. Just feel the game, just play the game. If they scream you, just don't get tilted about that, you know, like. And we are all Turkish, so our aim is stronger. We just peek and kill everyone.
The aim is ridiculous. We didn't get to see Kachao on the first map, it feels like, because you were stealing all the kills, but we got to see a bit of what he could do on split. What's it like seeing him make his debut at just 17 years old?
Like, he's insane for me. Like, he's actually a young kid. He's 17 years old. And I believe on Heretics match, he will do best. Like, he can take like 25 plus, I believe. Like, he can do that. On Summit, he couldn't do anything because I stole all his skills. So
you did get to do some ridiculous things and got some cheeky kills on Summit. I don't think Heretics are going to let you get away with that. How do you anticipate the prep now for that game?
I mean, we will see. I can say that. Yeah, that's it. I mean, we will see.
That. You can say that.
I mean,
as a winner.
Yeah.
Doing a winner's interview. Your first one, Batunax. Congratulations. We'll see you later this week for that Heretics game. As for you guys, we'll be right back with Fnatic versus Enterprise. But first of all, we want to remind you of what these teams are fighting for.
And the winners.
4 years of history.
VCT EMEA Team Liquid. That trophy has never been done before.
No team has ever lifted our trophy outside of Berlin. But that's about to change. VCT EMEA goes on its first ever roadshow. And it's coming to Barcelona. Our biggest crowd, our biggest stage, and a trophy lift under Spanish skies. We will be there. Will you?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
The VCT EMEA Finals breaks tradition and leaves Berlin for the very first time this summer. It is Barcelona's turn. So live one of the best experiences that our region has to offer alongside the best teams in EMEA. Because the best players ultimately deserve the best, most vibrant crowd. In the end, this is what they have been fighting for all year around.
Buy your tickets now. See you in Barcelona.
Tough guy 혀꼬여서 도망가 이제는 시시해 gunfight I brought a blade They forgot to shave 날 주워와 맛보게 fade 끝이 보여 네 bandits 끝없는 내 rampage 이게 나니까 judge you can't change 내게 나서 plan B 요즘 plan A 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne Broken and bruised What's left to lose Here on the edge I'll forever If I never win I'll never fly Win I'll sacrifice Fight until the final hour Pain is my superpower
Oh, hey, we're at the studio today, and last year when I was here, Fnatic was the best team in the whole bloody region. But this year, that's not the case. So we're on the case to see if we can find Fnatic. Hey, mate, have you seen Fnatic?
Let me try the LEC.
Try the LEC, okay. I couldn't find him in the VCT studio, but maybe in the LEC studio. Has anyone seen Fnatic? No. Go for it. You're joking. Definitely not here. No, not here either. Oh, well, it looks like they're supposed to be here. Why didn't they show up last week? Or the one before that? Oh. They're not even out the back. Unless.
Welcome back to the shadiest desk of all time. Matt, did you find Pacific or Fnatic in the bin?
I'm not going to tell you. We'll have to discuss that one after this series.
I also need to discuss with production why you gave him a walking stick. Sherlock Holmes is not known for hobbling around on a walking stick. He's known for his Mind Palace and maybe the pipe, but I'll allow it.
Injured
and we've
foot.
got. Yeah, let's take a look at the bracket, because if you missed the first match, it was a quick 2-0 in favor of Fireflux Esports. They blazed a trail past Pacific on their way through the upper bracket, but they're going to be facing off against Team Heretics next, and that's going to be a very exciting matchup, or it's going to be a wake-up call for the Turkish team. And now we move on to another wake-up call for Fnatic. They've had a few of those. They've lost their last 3 series on this stage. Now they're going up against old friends in a way, because that's what it feels like Enterprise are.
This is the worst possible challengers team that I think that you could come up against. The fact that they got these guys in the draw show is not great, because you have a Fnatic that now they've kind of hit that rock bottom. I guess the only way is up for them. But you have an Enterprise that have been dominating the Challengers League.
Yeah.
Since Challengers North and Challengers East actually merged, this organization as a whole has been dominating the Challengers region. And of course, they had a complete roster rebuild coming into 2026 with a lot of familiar names, as you were mentioning, a lot of old faces, a lot of new faces. Yeah, it's really nice to see.
Yeah, and look, when a team's playing this well in the Tier 2 area, and you've got a team who is, you know, arguably hitting the floor. We know what their ceiling can be. We know that they can bounce back. They've got that Fnatic magic. But maybe that's what I was looking for in the skit before, because at the moment, no, that just doesn't seem to be there. 3 weeks of bad luck. When's that going to end?
Well, what's interesting is I spoke to Magnum earlier. Magnum, he used to play in Fnatic. He used to be coached by Eng on KC. Now, obviously, Eng coaching the side of Fnatic. And he said they've had a difficult time recently. I said, what are you talking about? He said, oh, the last few days in practice, it's not been going well for us. And I wonder if he's just teasing us there, Billy.
I think so. I think that, you know, Magnum is a cheeky chappy, and he's definitely not going to, you know, let us all know if they're getting on well or getting on not. But I think that you just look at the history that they've been able to have this year, right? The most decorated team in Challengers. But Magnum being a key component of this, I think back to Apex 2023, when I look at this Enterprise roster, I look back at Magnum being part of that roster, then you look at the coaching staff, Shadow and Itapata as well, being the coaching staff here on Enterprise, that heartbreaking loss that they had against Gentlemates in 2023. Obviously, Magnum has had his time in Tier 1, even last year on BBL, as we're seeing right here, right now. He was such a great performer and someone that I think is kind of underrated at the moment when we look at him as an individual player. But yeah, just such a well-decorated player when you consider the amount of teams that he's been on, from Tier 1, going back to Tier 2, to being Tier 1 again.
I guess if they do, you know, pull this win today today against Fnatic, then he'll get a shot at revenge against the Org at least, because Gentlemates is who they're going to be playing next in the upper bracket if they win.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting seeing him teaming up with Patatek as well. Patatek has not been playing in Tier 1 or even really Tier 2 for most of this year. He actually has said in a video that you'll see later, he took a pay cut to join Enterprise Esports, but he obviously believes in the project, and that's how they've lured him out of this break to have another shot at the top, because we did see him play in Champs with Team Liquid last year, Billy.
Yeah, I mean, he's a player that, you know, we've seen him dot around a lot of world-class teams. When we think back to his time on Team Heretics in 2024, Team Liquid, of course, last year, and now taking this extended break. We've not seen him playing in Challengers. He, of course, comes into this Enterprise roster to replace Prox, who's gone on to join that Gentlemates side. So he's only really been with this roster for the past kind of past couple of months, I should say, where they played in that Challengers EMEA Stage 3, which they went on to win. So a key component of this roster.
So the integration's gone well, is what you're trying to say.
Well, let's take a look at the EP placement so you can see what it was like with Prox and then what it's like with Patatek, and there isn't really a change. I mean, and also, this is a team that went up against a lot of the big teams that we're seeing in VCT as recently as EMEA Clash as well. So they have experience, obviously, as individuals against the likes of a lot of these players, but they've actually got form against them as a team as well.
Yeah, it's just, you know, a lot of confidence coming into this one. You've seen that they've played a good amount of lands. They've also got the experience from players that have been in VCT before. So it's just everything coming together. It's looking like it should go well for them today, given the narratives from both teams going into this.
I think it's really important that you mentioned EMEA Clash there, Frankie, because of course that was at the start of the year, and you could see there that it finished first to second. That's because they finished first place on the alpha side of the bracket because of the way that that format tournament was. I think Vitalia was the other team that won the other side of the bracket, but I think for me that's important because they played against Giant X in that, so they got their reps there. They did play against Foot, however the Foot roster has since changed since that Foot roster, but they've definitely been able to get the experience in and kind of integrate already, especially when we're talking about the roster in general. So many former Tier 1 players are on this team, with the additions as well of players that have been so seasoned in the Challengers League. When I think of Alluri, when I think of Lime, they've been such mainstays in the DAC League as well. It really is just like a well-rounded team.
And we're going to see Lime on the duelist today. We're going to see him probably trying to take space on the Neon, and then by his side, we're going to see Kozzy. Probably expecting to see him a lot on the Phoenix today. This kid is 16 years old, which is why I'm allowed to call him a kid, everyone, because he's not old enough to play officially in VCT EMEA until this point where the players teams come in. And you can see from his stats there, Mac, there are big expectations on his shoulders because he's earned them.
Well, look, all of the youngsters that have come onto the stage yesterday and today so far have impressed, and I'm waiting to be impressed yet again. Kozzy, not a name that I'm super familiar with, but again, happy for him to
you will be after
have his
today.
production.
You will be after today. Number 1 duelist in EMEA Challengers Stage 3. I definitely have high expectations for him, but as we've seen with a lot of the young players coming in, they've not really had that experience to play on stage. I think you mentioned this the other day, Mac, of like they need to be able to build up those reps of being on LAN.
Yeah, like LAN reps are so important. It's a whole different ball game to playing online. And obviously, if you're 16, you probably haven't been allowed to play for too long. So professionally, you're still getting those reps in, and also when you're going to have a team that will get loud, will get, if they find success, if they find some rounds, will start to put on a performance. Maybe that'll make you mentally break in some capacity. And as a 16-year-old, I remember my mental was horrible when I used to play sports, so you can only think how bad it could be up there.
It's funny you say like mentally break though, because in my mind, Enterprise don't really have anything to lose. They only have everything to gain. They know that they're coming into this as the number 1 seed when we think back to Challengers as well. Whereas Fnatic, like, they have everything to lose, in my opinion, because their backs are against the wall at the moment.
Which may be why they sent Alfia for the skirmish. He went up against Shadow from the coaching staff of Enterprise, because I guess Fnatic, they want this veto in their hands, Mac.
Yeah, well, this is a great way to put it. Alpha, obviously a very veteran aimer at this point, big name for Fnatic, and that's not a good start, is it?
Just wait, though.
Just wait.
I could hear this skirmish being played, and it was noisy, and I can tell you it's a close one.
I think it's quite important, more so for Fnatic to win, because their map pool at the moment is looking a little bit shaky. I feel like maybe that is the reason that their run this stage hasn't gone well. A lot of the maps that historically they've been really, really strong on aren't currently in the map pool. So that's probably why you're seeing them stagger and sort of get red and things just don't quite go right. So fortunately for them, they do get their choice of map first here in the best of 3. But I don't know if that's going to be enough, because if we're talking map pools, EP, they have so much. They have so many maps that they are so strong on coming through challenge.
And they've had so much time, and Boaster himself has said he doesn't know which map to pick right now. And that's a scary place to be in. When your in-game leader, your franchise player, is saying that, that must be terrifying, not only for him, but the rest of the players on his team. Now, we've seen Fnatic setting up here, and they are incredibly noisy. So it's hard to hear myself sometimes, actually, when they're out here. So they're obviously keeping the morale up, and they're ready for this one. So let's see what they're going to be playing on in a moment. Predictions-wise, though, interesting, Billy. So you're saying Enterprise. You're a Magnum fan, though.
Okay, so I will say I predicted all of the Tier 2 teams, aside from the series that we just had, just because I wanted to see Pacific finally get the first win. Obviously, It's not gone to plan. I just love, like, I know that you mentioned you love an underdog story the other day.
Yeah.
Clearly, you've flipped on that one. I don't know why you've...
You don't know what I saw in the dumpster.
Oh, yeah, okay.
That's all I'm saying. That
Do you want to elaborate on that,
No,
or
no,
are you
no,
just...
no. You'll see.
You're just going to leave it at that?
I'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
Leave it at face value.
You're
I'm happy with
remarkably
face value.
calm for what you saw in the dumpster. So it clearly
It was a
wasn't
recycling
fire.
bin.
It was, oh, well, there we go. So
Yeah.
it wasn't, hopefully it wasn't a stinky bin. Everyone's been rinsing out their yogurt pots here at the Berlin studio.
I'm a Tier 2 defender, which is why I've gone for Enterprise.
What?
Although I think I described this team as like a Tier 1.5 team, because they've always they've been at the top of Tier 2 for so long at this point that I don't even think I class them as a Tier 2 team, if that makes sense.
And there's familiar names, it just kind of makes sense. But yeah, in terms of what they're bringing in a scary style of gameplay. Fnatic, however, they've been here for a long time. A lot of the veterans on the team, they know how to adapt. They just need to remember how to adapt, which I think has been the issue.
Well, this is the thing. Is it too late now for this Fnatic? They have been trying to reinvent things, strip things back, work on their attack. That's working out. The defense still lacking. Can they bring it when they need it most in this match against Enterprise?
Versus Enterprise Esports.
The studio may have had a makeover since we last saw Magnum and Patitech play on it, but their pedigree is going to speak volumes when they get into the server. As for Fnatic, this is going to be an interesting veto for them. We've already mentioned they're not sure really which maps they're most comfortable on at the moment, and we're not going to see them on the summit today. I think that's probably actually a good thing for Fnatic right now, Matt.
Yeah, well, look, they've been changing their map pool. They've been changing their bans. They've sort of been trying to figure out exactly where to go, and it looks like Split is where they want to end up. Maybe that's on the back of prep, figuring out what Enterprise are wanting to go into, some of their weaker maps from the pool. But yeah, Lotus to start. I remember Fnatic that was very strong on Lotus. Are we going to see that today?
Yeah, for sure. I think Fnatic are a team that have historically always had that permaban, right? They've always had a map that they like to get rid of. I think starting with the Lotus, as you're mentioning, historically they have been great on this map, but this year, not so much. They've not really been able to find the kind of results that they want. So I wonder if that's a question of Enterprise picking into Fnatic's weaknesses or picking into their own strengths in that aspect. Because in saying that, it has been a great map for Enterprise this year when we look at the results. I just wonder now, if you're Fnatic, you know, how do you get back to being that top form, that world-class team that you were? Because we've been talking about how they need to adapt, how they need to innovate and all of these things. But in my opinion, I feel as though they've blended in too much with the meta this year. I'd love to see a reinvention of them coming into this play-ins and what exactly that looks like.
The thing I worry about with this Fnatic is the fact that reinventing themselves hasn't worked so far, as you're saying, Billy. And if they're not even hitting their shots in game, they need to look at the pieces and the components they have and work out how that feeds into the fundamentals, because if they can't get those right, they can't win. And looking at the Fnatic players right now, I do worry about what they've got to work with. Does this team have a future as a 5? Because the synergy for me, it's not there, Mac.
Yeah, at the moment, like, with where the meta is, you know, we were talking about it earlier, obviously it's mechanics heavy. They have some very good mechanical players. Maybe just run it back, you know. Back in the old meta, you'd have a Chamber in there. Chamber seems to be a pretty strong pick if you're feeling yourselves. And we're going to get that. That's going to be a change-up. Fnatic, I love that from Alpha, so going to be there on the Senti, arguably duelist Senti, whatever you really want to call it. Let's be real. And Enterprise on the other side of things, they're going to go with the Vires, they're going to have the Neon and the Rays as well. So we get not only Kozi on a very good comfort pick, but Lime on the Neon. So expect some crazy explosive plays. Fnatic, they're going to be very, very passive on the attack because they're going to expect Enterprise to be running out. Yeah,
intriguing that Fnatic have changed things around, right? We're seeing Crashies as well move over to that Viper, not something that we've seen him on at least for a very, very long time. And then Cloud moving over to that Fade. We had mentioned before that when Cloud had joined this roster, what were the roles going to look like with him and Crashies having so much overlap when it comes to Scan Initiator. So I wonder if this is just for this map or if this is an identity, a comfort shift that they're looking to have moving forward.
Again, though, we'll see if this is going to be an issue that we saw in that first series of the day. You mentioned, you know, Pacific didn't have that flash over on Summit. I feel like flashes can be very important on a map like Lotus, and if you have the Fade, obviously, you know, you can put the Haunt in some very, very hard positions to dislodge. But without a true flash, you've obviously got the blind from Omen, but is that going to suffice?
Well, we'll have to see who wins the Battle of Lotus and the composition difference in the cast, because we're ready to head over to Cairo and Hazard.
Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, really excited to dive into this one. Of course, it's two teams on completely different trajectories from completely different tiers in the ecosystem. But when it comes to the best that the second has to offer, it would be Enterprise.
Yeah, there's absolutely no bias here on the cast here, Hazard. But I am excited for Enterprise's debut up against Fnatic because of how well they've played in Tier 2.
No, absolutely. I mean, just to paint the picture, the last time that Fnatic lost 3 games in a row in the VCT was back in 2022 at Masters Reykjavik, the final games of Magnum's time with the Black and Orange. And at their lowest point in the partnered era, he stands on the other side of the server ready to surpass them. It's from the defense that Enterprise will begin this one, and it's the early A brawl.
And it is. Enterprise ready to meet it, but Fnatic shown elsewhere. Happy to wait for any re-aggression. Enterprise happy to entertain this as the ball drops, ready to go. Lime, takes away the attention, and Kozi strikes first.
Still
His
going.
first blood in VCT, and Alluri as well. Enterprise not stopping, but is this a false fallacy? Kozi with 3, but Boaster left all alone.
The captain so often credited for a clutch, but as we know, this is a Fnatic out of sorts. Only a classic, and 39 HP to play with. Kozi on a Sheriff, Magnum a Ghost, and while there is some disconnect between the defenders, still a Vice setup that he has to get past if he wants to plant on C.
Spoke about it in the video put out on socials about how results recently have left him doubting himself and his own ability and what he can do for the team. And what a way to correct the wrongs of the past few weeks.
30 seconds left.
I think one of the biggest things for me that stood out about that video is saying he didn't have any impact, and a clutch here would obviously be huge for them. But Enterprise have already started to show that they're not afraid of this Fnatic team, putting on the pressure early. And Boaster drifting all the way in behind. Doesn't have too much time left here to get the A plant off. He's just outside of audible range, though, from Kozi. As he breaks his way back into B, he can get the spike down.
Well, both players here in the spike. And Magnum playing at the back of Kozi, who's had 3 already. And 1 body shot from that Sheriff would make it 4.
Nade is back up here, so it's precious utility into the retake.
Should he need it? Should be an easy trade game. Boaster needs to try and get 1 very clean. Kozi should be that fight. But expect some backside. Oh, a little bit dangerous. Boaster's on 2 HP and Kozi will get 4. If you thought Jamalinho was good, if you thought Kachal was good, Kozi is another level, and he shows it in the first round.
Yeah, and I mean, we're constantly going to be talking about this guy today, and well, for many years we expect onwards from this point. He only turned 16 in February, did Kozi, so he wasn't eligible to play challengers at the start of the year. That just tells you how much Valorant, he's potentially got ahead of him. Yeah. But to just come back to this pistol quickly and talk about that composition change up a little bit more that we've seen. Enterprise knowing exactly what Fnatic are going to be trying to do with that chamber on these early A peaks. And as you can see at the barrier again already, TP set up and player presence behind it.
Slime the one to meet it. He is more of the scoped weapon player. And happy to concede things here early doors.
Just playing with the Outlaw behind this. Fnatic could, I was going to say, look to overwhelm Enterprise here defending the A site. It's only Lime playing on spot right now. Magnum just off the shoulder with his flash, but stalled out by the util as it stands. And you're looking at building up ults here. Kozi's realistically the closest, but Magnum getting another. And Patatek making his return to the stage with a couple of kills as well. It's an in-zone flawless to just keep putting one foot in front of the other.
And it's important for Fnatic fans not to overreact just yet. It's 2 rounds, and understand that they got 13-0'd last week, but overall, I mean, it is Fnatic at the end of the day. You have bad maps, and they have shown that they can contend with the likes of KC on series.
Yeah, I think that was basically one of the reasons why I picked into them today on the talent prediction side of things, at least. But because...
Oh, I've got to try and defend myself!
No, I'm just being clear-cut. It's like the difference between Fnatic and Pacific is you don't believe Pacific are going to win until they do. You don't believe Fnatic are going to lose until it actually happens. And that's a great start for Lime. Outlaw finds a kill outside of C.
It's good.
Still can't believe you've mocked me like that. That's crazy, man. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it is. Let's see Kozi, though, rifle in hand and playing from stairs. This Fnatic scale towards the A site. Good mid-rounding from Alluri, and Kozi just misses his chance. So, same time, Enterprise have been scaling all the way through C, and Kayak needs to be careful.
Hasn't quite heard the steps here either, has Kayak, so may find that Fnatic are led back into trouble, but Crashies does well to deal with the backline, and now Kayak's received his invitation to take this fight from B main. A collapse coming in from the attack, and it's very well handled in the end. Sorts of things which Fnatic need to be aware of here, as a team running high on confidence has been punished this time around.
I think Fnatic just need to bring it back to basics. They go and challenge the push behind them after Crashies had already got the initial kill, bringing it just to 2 players strong. Now a retake for Kozi and Alluri, Initiator and Julius, but both players completely apart from each other.
Yeah, and without too many tools here, of course, Alluri does have the flash. Kozi, couple blast packs, maybe a chance to clear out some space with the boom bot, but nothing round defining here, you wouldn't feel. Kayak has the insurance policy of his own nade, of course, as a little bit of damage already dealt onto these players. Cloud hit on the back line and taken out of play. Makes it a 2 versus 3. Still not irretrievable here from Enterprise, but time is their biggest enemy, and Fnatic favoured from that position in the end. First round for them on Lotus.
Couple players close to death there, but lucky to get through into the next one. This is where Enterprise start to bring the full buy. I saw Lane there dancing with the idea of an operator, but decides against it, going for the rifle.
Already see a couple smiles on the face of the Fnatic players.
I'm standing up! They don't know! They don't know! Project Mary is sending them home.
Boast was talking as well about keeping the vibes up, and it looks like he's been able to do that here, but into the first full gun round between the teams, this would be the difference maker. Early util on the Enterprise side, and actually Crashies does find one through the wall, and Kayak with the nade. It's a double entry for the attack, but one which they don't immediately move off.
How many times has Fnatic faced in a resistance? Magnum, though, stepping in front of his utility.
You can see with the TP across, he is vulnerable from multiple angles.
Phantom tax.
And yeah, it's Alfia down to just 10 HP. See again what Fnatic's approach is, trying to work the map. And to talk about this comp change as well, a little bit more, that role swap between Cloud and Crashies. I mean, it's crazy to even say, but Fnatic effectively ran the exact same comp the first 50 officials that they had on this map. So, sign of the times, maybe the deviation looking to try and get a result. But already here, it is Crashies that has been identified on A, but slipping under the radar as Enterprise are looking to flank back into the C site, which is now open.
Crashies going to be extremely late
30
on
seconds
being
left.
a joker card should he pivot into that. So Enterprise with a chance, but it is just a chance.
And it's Magnum trying to play first after breaking the trap. He's diligent on the clear, but caught by Alfier in transition. Second layer to this is Patatek. You start to wonder whether Enterprise are looking for something more scorched earth here than a round result, because it's only Alluri left now. Alfier again handling that flank with ease, and he'll make it 3 before the round concludes. Even on 10 HP, still good for it. The top performer, the best of a bad bunch perhaps for them so far this stage, but exactly the guy that you want on form.
2-piece, rifle rounds, majority in Fnatic's favour.
C's landed there.
Yeah,
Here.
nicely done.
One enemy.
And that's the thing for Fnatic so far.
Nice, boys. They don't know. They don't know. Project Hail Mary is sending them home.
What is he singing? I don't know. Is it Project Hail Mary is sending them home?
I don't know. But the point I was going to make is that Fnatic need to keep it simple, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Bro, that is not Ryland Grace.
Please stop. Amazing.
Well, let's see. It could be heading into rocky waters very soon as Enterprise getting aggressive on C. Flash into the next map, into the next universe perhaps, as Boaster gets another 2K. And yeah, look, Fnatic playing together as a unit, I think this is something that we really wanted to see coming out of the last series. Then again, there weren't really any issues with their attack at the start of Summit. And the longer this one goes on, the more they're under the microscope in my eyes.
Ooh, Patatek managing to catch Alpha off guard, but realistically, you've got Sheriff beaten and Outlaw. So Magnum, he's not got much chance here. And in towards post. Well done by Fnatic so far.
Shadows traveling.
Absolutely. And I mean, look, if they want to make it all the way back as they take the lead now for the first time on Lotus, Enterprise's map pick, but of course, a favourite of theirs in the past, it is going to be a bit of a Hail Mary, Cairo, because they're without champs points, something that they've enjoyed throughout the years, often stage 1 winners in EMEA. It's 7 wins in a row if you want to get to the grand final for the automatic qualification spot. So
They don't know. They don't know. Project Hail Mary is sending them home.
okay, I think the message has been received.
How many in a row?
I don't know, man. Look, if it keeps them going, then he can do it as much as he wants.
That's true.
Ops are out in this round though. It's a big exchange on 8.
Lime not getting his chance. Flexible player in his time. Alfier does not miss there. Brilliant shot, and Lime gone as well. Alfier, a player known for his rifling, brings out the operator.
I think many will remember his chamber performance in Toronto for some of the flicks that he showed with a scope weapon there.
True. The KG clip with the
I
Marshall.
mean, and I think that's another thing to mention as well. The reason why this change-up feels so big to me, at least, is he was always one of the best anchor players in the world. Not just the rifling, but yeah, the Killjoy in particular on this map, something beloved of his. And on this C site where Fnatic are getting interested. Enterprise have collected some information on Crashy, sorry. As he does crack open the site with the wall break.
Yeah, managed to crack open a couple of skulls. Alluri, the other player here. Causey on the other side doing well. Managing to get back into this game, and Alpha not given the chance. Showstopper good, and that spike's still on the ground. Causey still takes a life before he goes to the rocket.
So it makes this a 1 versus 1. Alluri with Seekers and a flash to come back in if he wants to try and overwhelm Kayak, and that's exactly what he goes for. Kayak looking for an early fight.
Yeah, but only takes away the Seeker, so information gone. Alluri needs to make sure he doesn't get caught off guard, and well, unfortunately he will. Kayak showing the form that we expect of him and gets that operator back to Alfier.
Yeah, just another one of those players on the Fnatic side, which we know can be so impactful on their day, but we've just not seen it so far this stage.
Yep.
It was Alpha's round to start things off. Lovely double opener from the operator. And into these clutch situations is where Kayak was often delivering for them in the past, so great to see him contribute a little more.
I think the thing for Enterprise is, for me, they need to get Causey into more of these duels. They need to get him into positions where he can threaten. Because we've seen it there. Anchoring did so well. Nice shots.
He's done it again.
I mean, it's only Sheriffs at the end of the day.
Wait, was that through a smoke, the second one as well?
I'm not sure.
You'd have to go back and take a look at it, but Fnatic, maximum punishment on this round. Using the op and outlaw to great effect. These C finishes have been fairly straightforward for them in the last few rounds or so. Always an outlet.
Drop the spike.
As it's Magnum that they've consistently been hitting into.
I dropped the spike.
Now, time to prioritise ultimates. Cloud Game is
Spike
online
planted.
now as well, so Fnatic in a very scary position. Causey making his long way round. 2 versus 5, so it should be just ulti farming for Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, you say ulti farming, there's only one more that they can farm, so I think that's a big talking point, especially for the next timeout, which you don't feel is too far away here on the Enterprise side. Kayak hunting him down, it's the nade that'll put the final nail in the coffin there, and Crashies to wrap it all up neatly. Fnatic put everything in place, and past those first couple of rounds, they have not missed the mark.
They haven't, they have not, and I think we're in timeout territory for Enterprise. Time for an intervention from Coach Itopata, who some might remember from his time on Apex 23, confirmation it was through the smoke, and obviously from his time on Leviathan.
Yeah, interesting
When I
little
play with
interaction.
1600 operator, it's shit so smooth.
Just ironing it all out, and yeah, seems to be working for Alpha so far. Yeah, interesting interaction, obviously. Desmo was Itopata's replacement at Leviathan, the current assistant coach on the Fnatic side. And yeah, when we talk about these teams being in very different trajectories right now, Enterprise have not lost a game since bringing in Patatech. And more importantly, they have only lost one event that they've entered all year. And that was in Stage 2, and they'd already qualified for Stage 3, which, you know, not to go on explaining it forever, was the most important stage that they had to play.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, conversations to be had about whether Enterprise were looking for a little bit of a break heading into that Stage 3 and whatever, but I mean, they still played their hearts out. They took their break, and Itopata, he'd even said, look, listen, we are going to have dips in form. It's not always going to be at the tippy top.
And then obviously on the flip side, you've got this Fnatic team in turmoil, which people are saying are at rock bottom right now. Of course, there is still a lower bracket beneath them, but a chance to turn things around in the play-ins, and an opportunity for us in this round to get a listen and hear what exactly is going on inside the server between the players, and we'll be getting that in just a moment.
Toxin screen down.
So Austin, you go take the C.
Wait, I'll talk Rumba.
Okay, Cloud?
Dogging B, can you break? Dogging B?
Yeah, I'll break.
They have to believe. They're playing for a front B then.
Dog B, Jake. That means no one towards B.
I blind if they come in the reclear.
Yeah,
Race C.
I don't.
They one way C. They one way. We cannot
C, boys.
Oh, that's a problem.
We cannot take C right now.
Ah, shite.
I'm coming.
Wait, leave me alone. Leave me alone.
I want to
Go,
pick this
go.
with
Leave me
you.
alone. Leave me alone.
Yeah, walling up.
Vice is on A.
Boys, just
Neon
freeze
rotating.
on A. Let's move the guy away from C, okay?
You have it, yeah? I'm going to walk across. I'm going to walk. There's probably going to be a wall on me, but wait.
Okay, one behind mound and two on C still, boys.
I'm walking out with there's a wall. There's a wall. I'm just going to cross it.
Cloud, just don't race your other one.
Oh, sorry.
Wall down, wall down. Yeah, wall down, yeah. We can double pick stairs.
Hold my stairs,
hold my stairs.
I will in a second. Tag, wait.
Boys, we will end B. Pressure A and B. Pressure A and B.
Nice.
Nice, there's one more.
I'm going with you. Should be Vice, yeah.
I have timing.
Could be tree. I'm nading drop.
I will
one tower.
Heaven.
I have timing on B, boys.
No, we're gonna go.
Okay.
I have full stairs right now.
Did he cross or no?
They can cross their backside now.
Okay, I'm gonna plant safe, okay?
Tiki-taka, boys.
Hold my stairs. I'm planting safe.
I have full stairs.
I'm gonna do falling cliff. Listen, I'm gonna do falling cliff on 3.
1B.
And 1 pig.
I will.
Temper is 1 HP, guys. Guys, wait for my flash. One is main. Flash in 3. I'm only 3. Okay, I'll flash short, guys. Flash in 3, 2, 1. Pop.
I'm halving it, guys.
Yeah, I'll pick on Kosi. Last 1 HP, boys.
TP. Not sure, man. Oh.
And a nice kill by Alluri finish things off with 3 on the board, and Enterprise getting 3 of their own.
Yeah.
So overall, Hazard, what's your thoughts?
Well, it's an instant response from the timeout, which is exactly what Enterprise would have been looking for, and they don't concede the first blood this time around. Lime's operator was exactly what helped set them on the right trajectory, and yeah, from the comms perspective, I think on the Fnatic side, definitely felt very busy, very panicked at times, I think.
Let's go!
Interesting to see how involved Cloud is in some of that mid-rounding as well. I think just a slight error. The wall there or something got called through. But Fnatic set back by a round, and now you're starting to wonder if they can keep building this lead which they have on the attack. It's Alpha's op out early, but not given anything. TP's away.
Yeah, operator. Still hanging around though. And Spike not committed anywhere. Alpha here needs to be careful. He can't lose his position. And if Enterprise start to move forwards, they could have control of Spike. Not the case. Line now on the C line.
It's this operator again, which got Enterprise back on track, and with Lime making his long-awaited debut in the top flight of the VCT. It's looking to have impact here, and Fnatic shepherded into a corner of the map. The Spike still left behind under the watchful eye of Alpha, but no commitment yet made, and Enterprise have full control of the extremities.
I mean, even in control of B
Yeah,
to
with
an
Alluri
extent.
there too,
Yeah.
right? Just ties this all together.
I mean, 2 flashes there and 1 orb off the Seekers. But it looks like they walk back in towards Causey and Patitech.
30 seconds left.
The wall to disguise how many players are there.
So Alluri should be the first responder to this. Patitech committed to the ult to get himself out of dodge from rubble. Causey alerted to the push coming in, but it has to be Patitech here to get past Fnatic. Beat them in his last appearance against them, but couldn't do it this time.
10 seconds
Shot
left.
down on the opening fight, and Enterprise here ready to flood back in, but thinned out is the herd one by one. Boaster trading, but Kayak not too far behind to keep them stable here. Causey just another 1-for-1, and Enterprise consistently trailing after that first engagement. Lime in a 1 versus 3, which he will not opt to entertain. And so Fnatic instantly reply.
Straight back into the mixer, but it's how weak that A side was. I mean, obviously there's a bit of a crunch coming through. Nice shot by Alpha, but with Boaster TPing deep. And Alpha here preferring the other skin, swapping out. So 6-3, Fnatic still in the lead. And at the same time, we've also got to consider that Lotus could find itself attacker-sided, few and far between the rounds on the defence because of that 3-site map. How quickly the attack can move around it.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's definitely a question of when we do get to the side swap, what's that interaction going to look like with the chamber? How aggressive are Fnatic being? How much info are they taking for themselves? Because right now, Enterprise certainly not afraid to show face. This Outlaw in the server again for Crashies, just to try and see if he can catch one of those overextensions as Enterprise make themselves known outside of C.
Yeah, but it's Crash's operator who, I mean, or not even operator, it's Outlaw who's he's been consistently playing. Alluri dipping away, not wanting to give too much away, and Fnatic at every point in time at this point have punished aggression that Enterprise are trying to put on them.
I think honestly, they're just keeping it really simple. Another note from all of the comms surrounding that disappointing result the other week was just that we need to start killing them, need to start shooting back, really. That was the call to action from Boaster, and individually this one already looking a bit better. So Alpha triggering the A wall, but Magnum can't do anything to stop the scale. Fnatic in the perfect position to convert this one now.
I mean, Alluri is the rifle player.
30 seconds left.
If there is to be anybody to do something, I mean, Patitech only with a Sheriff, but does have a blind.
One enemy remaining.
Well, rifle not connecting anything. Patitech was just a Sheriff. And I think at this point in time, it's all but done.
Yeah, smoked out of play. Shouldn't be anything left for him in this one. But again, not against the best of buys. It's an in-zone flawless, which Fnatic will put away. keeping Enterprise honest more than anything else. And I think these last couple of rounds are going to be massively influential as to where Lotus concludes, Cairo, because you've already mentioned attack versus defender side. Looking at Enterprise here, not really seeing the same kind of cohesion from them as we were in the first few rounds.
They don't know. Project Hail Mary is sending them home.
I think they're slowly starting to realise.
Yeah, I was going to say, can we stop showing that song? Oh my god, please.
They don't know, Cairo.
They don't know, and I mean, it feels like Enterprise don't know how to deal with Fnatic at the moment.
It's Alpha years off, we're just letting them know.
Yeah, well, Boaster's managed to get by the wall on B, and Magnum needs to be careful because he's going to walk right in towards Boaster. Did have an idea, but not quick enough to react.
No, he didn't know. Boaster got him. And it is a 5 versus 3 in the gun round. Illuri's trying to make a move of this. It's a mess instead. Crashies catches them flooding back out through the smoke. And the rest of Enterprise are disconnected. They're calling out for a hero, and often that comes in the form of Kozzy. He has the showstopper, but it's still a 2v4.
I've seen him bring it into winnable positions before. Manages to keep himself alive, a little bit awkward on the face, and Alpha here brings him straight out into the observer screen. Patitek with the only rifle left and probably trying to save up here. That is the case. Only able to escape with one. At this point in time, has it. 1 round left at 8-3. It feels unlosable for Fnatic.
It's absolutely crucial that Enterprise can bank on this one as well, because only 3 rounds a return on the defender's side. Their own map pick, important to reiterate. Yes, Fnatic have a history better than most here on Lotus. One which hasn't felt all too reliable in recent times. They're good for it today on an occasion which shouldn't require any additional motivation after being dragged through the dirt by, you know, everyone. Had Max dumpster diving before the game began.
They don't know. They don't know. Project Hail Mary is sending them home.
A little less energy on that one.
Yeah, I think they're starting to get to the point now. I certainly am.
You are livid.
I'm not livid, I'm just like...
It's rent-free. It is rent-free.
How many times are we going to show it?
And so from this position, Fnatic have done very well to space out those ultimates which they had. Alfier on the tour de force and Crashies with a pit if it gets to it. Still rocking the Outlaw, which again has consistently been a thorn in the side of Enterprise, and their active game plan, as you can see, 2 players in B main, 2 already pushed up on A, with Magnum trying to offer some relief on the C site.
Toxin screen down.
Couple of wild shots, and it's a stack of 4, or was a stack of 4, now 3, heading on towards A to take back the space given up by Enterprise at this point as they start to fill the sites at 45 seconds.
Yeah, Enterprise just giving a little bit more respect to Fnatic on the A side of the map, as there is a rotation now called by the defense. Lime gets caught on the jump spot though. It's Cloud to take his head clean off. And Fnatic actually just looking to sell further pressure on this right-hand side, turn it into a fake as the spike is making its way towards C.
Yeah, at the same time though, 2 players, I should say, towards B, so rotations shouldn't be too far away should they need them, but you're really looking at Enterprise to play as a unit because we've not seen that on a retake.
I mean, it's just so far gone now at this point in time, though. Enterprise aren't going to be able to close the gap before the spike goes in. It's getting very close, but with Kozzy offline, there's no chance to nade back through. Kayak at the double. And while Crashies will fall on the opposite side of the map, there's so much real estate for Fnatic to move into.
Yeah, I mean, you've got every corner to clear, loads of question marks to try and play into, and at this point in time, it should all be done. It is a 9-3 half for Fnatic to bounce back after that 13-0.
Yeah, answering a lot of questions in this opening attack half, but again, that's not where the problems tended to stem from in their previous appearance. And as we know, it's been a tough time in the Fnatic camp as of late, so we had an opportunity to hear from Boaster's reflections on what it is exactly that's been going wrong.
expectations are dangerous.
Fnatic, nothing clicked here on Ascent at all.
Honestly, that Heretics Ascent game just felt like I had no options.
13-0.
What happened? But since the Liquid game, we've been really trying to keep up the vibes and keep up the positive coming. I don't know what's going on. Like, we're just not killing them. It's the first real time I've been in this situation where I just feel like this feels tough. I believe in myself, but I think there's been some losses this year that have really hurt my self-belief. And so this year's been a lot about trying to gain it back and try and find ways to get myself into the game and get myself into being an impactful player. And so yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. If there's a place to like try and push it through, like it's the last dance, like it's your last run, then this is it. At the end of the day, we need to shoot.
Con todos vosotros.
Nice push, nice cool, nice push.
Exactly the kind of first half that you want if you're Fnatic. A 6-round lead on Lotus for them here. Enterprise's pick, of course, and for them, a rude awakening as they finally arrive in the Promised Land. It's a project which has been years in the making, but their VCT debut only having 3 rounds in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, the thing for Enterprise is that they have had a pretty easy time with it. And if you want to have an easy time in Barcelona, make sure to get your tickets now.
Oh, nice.
Thank you.
I like that. By the sea, of course, so yeah, plenty of chances to relax and unwind, I imagine. You looked a little confused there, you weren't sure where Barcelona was.
No, I was wondering where you were going with that. I know exactly where
sun,
Barcelona is. I was there a couple of weeks ago.
Sand and Valorant. Scouting it out, were you?
No, I was at a wedding.
Oh.
Not mine, obviously.
Very nice. Had to add the obviously in there. Toxic again, but there we go. Patty, opening kill. So it's off to a better start here, but Kayak instant trade through the smoke. And that is Alpha Year down. Something that we're going to be talking about a lot, I think, on this defender side is how exactly the Chamber factors into their plans.
Typically, we see that Chamber playing towards C. You can TP back. Remember, it was the Petty before me and you first seen it for. There's a callback.
Yeah.
As right now, Fnatic are clearing out A.
Link and his boys, of course. But yeah, a long way away. And looking at it here, I mean, Enterprise have the C site at their complete disposal. And it's situations like this where you want to see them take a little bit of extra ground, use that opportunity to set up a post plant. And with the flash being heard by Boaster in CT, should have a rough idea of how this one looks.
Planted.
Boaster's already seen Patty Tech as that space in CT given up by Enterprise as they start to focus towards Waterfall. But it's Alluri who actually finds all the information through main, that main stack of players as Enterprise wait for any fight to come to that main stack, which still hasn't come. Finally, attention back towards main as Fnatic find themselves space in towards water. Over the top, and Alluri caught out. Magnum trying to come round the other side, but this has been a disaster of a pistol round for Enterprise. Fnatic getting double digits after this pistol.
Yeah, I mean, Enterprise fairly quick to identify the flank was coming in from Alluri there, but the reaction a little all over the place, yeah. And so Fnatic capitalizing on the opportunity. And I think the difference here that you're seeing really is that not only is it coming together strategically, but the individuals are showing up as well. And I guess at this stage in the game, mental is almost out of the question. A pretty stoic look on some of these players as they
don't
know the task at hand.
Sending them home.
I'm hoping that the next time we show that, you will sing along at home, because if you don't know the words by now, well, you've probably got the stream on mute.
Yeah, well, I mean, Fnatic have already dealt with this push. I was really worried you were going to say, I hope you are going to sing along Cairo, but I'm glad that you didn't say that.
Yeah, we can if you want.
No, please don't.
Cairo karaoke?
No.
Sleep.
Cairo K. It's a force buy here from Enterprise, actually. But
I mean,
they've been ground down to dust pretty quickly.
Hardly a force buy. I mean, yeah, they've forced into it, but they've got 2 stingers.
Hardly a force.
Yeah,
they
but like,
force.
Yeah, but the point I was trying to make is that it's no big weapons at the back of this.
Sure.
It's been mostly sheriffs and stingers.
Is that not what a force buy is?
No. Sheriffs and stingers, no.
Anyway, Fnatic into a retake, 4 versus 2, and as you say, there is a weapon advantage here for them. And again, Enterprise don't have too much space for themselves.
Enterprise have tried to fight into it. Crashes is already on this flank, and yeah, Enterprise haven't even considered it. The rest are now coming in to get rid of Causey. And just when you thought this was going to be the rude awakening for VCT, VCT have clapped back on this 4th and final series. And Enterprise, imagine them being one of the teams to actually lose first to a VCT team.
Well, not just lose, but get blown out of the water in this kind of fashion, right? I think the start of the Frankfurt game definitely had shades of a similar result. It took them, you know, a map or so to get climatized to the stage, but you don't expect that from this Enterprise team. Some household names in there for those that have followed the scene long enough. Patatech, Magnum. You're looking at the Stage 2 winner from last year. And, you know, kickoff champ a couple years before. There are titles behind this roster. And so, couple rifles in there, upgraded pistols, whatever they can cobble together. This is to stop Fnatic from getting map point on their opponent's pick.
From trying to end this one in such a quick fashion. This is looking like a very quick C pivot. Alphaear does still have his TP, and I imagine that's going to be used very quickly. It is, and no connection at all. But a response from Fnatic in the fact that Crashes has been brought across.
Yeah, just fortifying the C site. Orb drops and Alfie's playing up close. It's a half check from Lime, but he does eventually cotton onto it. Crashy's playing in behind here, but only good for 1. So Enterprise doubling up. Man advantage available for them, but Boaster interrupting things. Lime caught drifting towards CT, and the spike yet to arrive as the rotation is called.
Yeah, it's a 3-on-3, and whoa, that spike pivoting back to B now.
Magnum the outlet, he was detached playing from A at the start of the round in this 2-2-1. So as it does get planted in, Boaster thinking still about Patatech from the periphery. Half an eye on Waterfall as he walks back in. He's dealt a little bit of damage. Paranoia there. Kayak catching Magnum on the overextension instead. It's 1v1s all across the map, and Enterprise starting to win some of these duels now. Util dropped into the feet of Allura, who's trying to play from spot, but Kayak gets another, and Boaster has a grip on the Waterfall push. The fuse is lit, and Fnatic have a fire underneath them, fighting their way back into this one. And in the opening map, a dominant start.
Very well played. Fnatic have shown exactly what they needed to. They needed a home ground. They needed a Lotus. They needed to show exactly what we expect of them heading into this play-ins and potentially playoffs run.
And I think that's crazy too, where we just assess the veto for a moment as well, that Fnatic have been given these 3 maps. When you look at it, yeah, we're talking about the past and what they've been known for, but it is still ultimately the same identity for Fnatic. It's the same leadership structure with Boaster. So Lotus into Split into Haven does feel a little lopsided in my eyes.
And I think as well, while we've seen Enterprise dominate Tier 2, right, I think at the same time, it's not a different problem that we've seen outside of Tier 1. It's probably pretty much more of the same. And I think that's maybe why Fnatic are looking so comfortable. They know how to respond to the pushes and the push and pull of this map, especially Lotus.
And to be honest, that was probably the main driving force for me, at least, behind slightly leaning towards Fnatic on this one, because I think of the 2 sides, Alluri was an in-game leader who felt fairly unproven even in Tier 2 up until his inclusion on this Enterprise team, in my eyes at least. Yeah, he'd won titles in DAC in the past, but when it came to inter-regional competition, looking towards Ascension, for example, there was always a bit of a drop-off and it did feel readable. The system that he's now built with this team, of course, is showing its strength, or has shown its strength, and you've got the support of Ito and Shadow as well, but most notably, it's just a different caliber when you get to VCT.
Course. I mean, you look at what Fnatic, 4 out of the 5 players that was in that grand final in Champs is still in this roster, and they've actually moved to a system that's trying to accommodate Cloud, that's trying to get Kayak into the best position, and it seems to be working. When Kayak is 19-6, you know that it's a good day. And I mean, that's been one of the biggest issues, is Fnatic not finding these entries. We'll see if that can continue here and now.
And again, statistically, Kayak was one of the lowest performers for someone who hauled home 4 different individual accolades at the end of last year in EMEA. Most notably Player of the Year, of course. And looking at it here, just one more round to close it out. Enterprise already starting to take some space as they envelop B main. Warning shots sent their way. It's Alpha out on an island with the TP here. Breaks the dog and still hangs around. Alluri's got to fight to take this space off him. It's the player moving in through doors, which eventually gets him off the line.
Slime now, though. In towards B main with Spike, and needs to be careful he doesn't give anything away. That's huge from Kayak. Thinks there's going to be more there, but there's not. No one actually near this part of the map, and a huge miss. Magnum now doesn't manage to get caught off guard, but has taken a boatload of damage.
Yeah, standing up and being counted on the Enterprise side for once, and you can see quickly trying to shift this into a C execution with the Seekers heading in that direction, but Fnatic are prepared for this. They've got bodies in the way, and there's only 16 seconds left.
Mafia could do so much. Does give himself away with the fire of his rifle, but Star gets 2 massive kills. Alluri, though, opens up an avenue to get that Spike down. Magnum had to protect and can't. Spike might go in, but Fnatic will take the map. An unbelievable start, considering how that match against Heretics went.
Yeah, not a single round in the previous map, but they only let 3 pass them by here against the best that Tier 2 had to offer on paper. Reminding everyone at home who exactly this team can be on their day. But of course, there is still a long series ahead of us for now. Fnatic showing all the right signs of life. And to hear from someone who has been tackling with those issues head on, it is their in-game leader, Boaster, at the sideline.
You were just grabbing your jacket before you came to speak to me.
It's more like stylish thing. I look good in a bomber.
Yeah, you look good in the server today as well. Was the performance today simply a case of swapping around Cloud and Crashies?
I think it's also a mindset thing. I think obviously it wasn't working before, and so we just made a new project, Project Hail Mary, and we're just kind of running with it. Yes, it involves some role swaps and putting people on agents that they like and stuff, but also I think it's a case of like, it's a fresh start, clean slate. It's like kickoff, and we just got to make the run. So we just wanted to get the first win so we could start the run.
Well, teach the fans at home, how does it go?
Oh, they don't know. They don't know. Project Hail Mary is sending them home.
And we're going to send you guys to the break.
They don't know. 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 They don't know.
Enough, enough.
Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
Wingman World while what?
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-won break. Let's go!
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Madre mía, qué bonita la iglesia esta, que está medio a ser.
Qué ornamentos, qué claraboyas. Irradia más luz que una flash de Sky.
Qué pocas ganas tengo de andar. Con lo bien que estaría yo viendo las finales de la VCT EMEA en Barcelona.
¿Pero os queréis callar? Contemplad.
¡Qué gustico! Estoy aquí en el paso marítimo. Vaya mar, vaya ola más grande. Parece la ulti de Harvard.
Qué rico me está sabiendo este heladito que me estoy comiendo poquito a poquito.
Vaya pirulo, niño. Ya estoy bien la coña. Vamos a ver lo que vamos a hacer. Porque la Rambla está muy vistas. Y un museo como que no, ¿no?
Irnos de fiesta a cabeza, que ya tenemos una edad, y el Tibidabo pasando.
Pero chapulines, si ya está claro lo que vamos a hacer.
Basta ya de tonterías. ¿Vamos a ver la final de EMEA? Venga, vamos para el Olympic.
Pues venga, comprad las entradas porque ya están a la venta.
Y bueno, la fiesta la dejamos para el domingo después de la final, ¿no?
Lots of role swaps and lots of. Can you talk us through them all?
Yeah, so we felt like something just had to change. I think we got a little bit maybe stuck in our ways on a lot of stuff, and I think we just wanted to primarily give Alpha like some more chances to have like impact about like him being able to move around the map and not relying on them coming to his side and being a little bit more floaty. And I think with Cloud, obviously he's tried some different roles on this team, and we just ended up like, all right, since we just want to try stuff, might as well just try like Cloud on the roles he's most comfortable on, and Austin on that Viperate, because honestly, we played it a bit and it looked really good in practice, so we just kind of stuck with it. And Austin has been doing a lot of work or Crashes has been doing a lot of work to really try to improve on this role, and he's looking really good on it. So I mean, I'm excited for this.
Well, we have to say, all of Fnatic were looking fantastic on their roles in that first map. And
Project Hail Mary is coming home. Guess what? You want to know what I found in the bin?
I'm not sure.
In the dumpster?
It sounds like you might have been enjoying what was in the bin a bit.
Not only did I find that champ, which should be in the bin, by the way, but it is their old roles were in the bin. The new role swaps, everything going right. So that is why my prediction was there for Fnatic. So might have had a little bit of inside information.
The two players swapping that was it?
Yeah, that was it.
That
was the secret.
You being in the assistant to the assistant Desmo, if we can even call him an assistant anymore after Eng's interview with Sheep Esports earlier this week. I mean, it was a much better looking Fnatic. This was not a Fnatic that smelled of bin juice, Billy.
I don't even know where to begin with that one, Frankie. Let's move on from that. Yeah, I think that for me, it definitely was a resurgence that we were looking for from Fnatic, and we definitely saw comfortability in the role despite, you know, Crashies and Cloud swapping over as well. I think that they both looked great, and I think as well the two kind of players, I liked hearing Desmo talk about Alpha having more freedom to be able to make those plays, because of course he moved away from the Vise and onto this chamber, so it's nice to see him have that freedom and flexibility that we've been asking for this Fnatic side for a long time.
Yeah, we've been asking for so much from them. I'm so sorry to interrupt you, Mac, but I think we should see an example of the synergy that Fnatic have found again. Let's take a look at this nice little pistol retake from Fnatic in our Aorus team-up moment. Billy, you were particularly impressed by this one.
Yeah, I really like this retake because you see, Boaster has all the information, right? They know that the Enterprise players are towards CT, so he's just playing for his life at this point. But up until that, you see Crashies throws in a Viper Spit to be able to isolate the first fight. Then you see Kayak also throw in a Boombot to be able to take the distraction away from them, so they can just focus on the aim drills. And for me, like you mentioned, it was just so synchronized, so cohesive. It felt like I was watching a very... There's the chant again. It felt like I was watching a very well-drilled retake on C. Like, what do we do in our pistol? This is exactly the type of utility we're going to use. I don't know if it was well-drilled in the sense of this is a run that they've been practicing with the agents that they have, or if it was a case of I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, and like, to me, it was just very cohesive.
Yeah, it's just about the utility you have at the moment, knowing what you can do with it, what you can clear with it, and good to see that there was that chemistry sort of shining through there from Fnatic. So, you know, everyone, I guess, on the Fnatic side of things going to be very happy with that. It was a slaughterhouse. 13-3, that was just utter domination. Now is where things may get a bit more risky for them. Enterprise, they got their little warm-up in. Are we going to see the bounce back?
Well, I'm not so sure, because this is Fnatic's map pick. If they can do that on the Lotus, imagine what they're going to do on the map that they were looking to play today, Billy.
Yeah, 100%. And I had mentioned, you know, Kayak and Alpha being the kind of star players for me throughout that first map. I think it's only going to get better when we look ahead to Split, because we're expecting these two to be on the double duelist if they are going to stick with the composition that they were playing previously. After hearing Desmo and Boaster speak about, you know, changing things around, the things that they were doing in regular season and throughout this year wasn't quite working, I don't know if they're still going to be on the double duelist or not.
Well, if they are, I wouldn't be too unhappy, because we got, you know, Alpha going a little bit crazy there. If he gets to, you know, get off the leash a little bit, maybe do a little bit of what we used to love him for, maybe that is the secret. And you know, it's their map pick. They're probably going to start on the unpreferred side, which may be a slower start to what we saw there on Lotus, but I can't wait to see which agents we're getting as Kayak's firing up.
Yeah, he's literally hitting his desk. You shouldn't hit your desk before the game, Kayak, because you actually do need your hands to click heads. And Kayak and Alpha, they were on the Fnatic podcast earlier this week, and they were saying sometimes they hyperfixate on their own individual score lines, and it can put them off if they feel like they need to hard carry. Well, they did carry on that first map, and hopefully that's going to carry over as we head on to Split, and we are getting to see the double duelist that you tease. Mac, I think we're going to see that momentum carry over.
Yeah, look, you got that extra flash with the Phoenix, who has been, you know, relatively strong in the meta as of late, and Kayak, after what we saw from him in that first map, I don't want to doubt him.
Yeah, for sure. I think just to speak to Enterprise's side as well, this has been a dominant map for them throughout this year. However, they haven't had many reps in playing it recently. I believe it was Challengers Stage 2 that was the last time they managed to play Split. And I was checking on VLR. I don't know if it's because of a case of other Challengers teams banning it against them, so they never actually got to play it since they were so dominant on it. But this is a completely different look. Previously, they were running a Whaley, a Teho, a Yoru, so they're completely steering away from the old composition that they had. So if that's the footage that Fnatic have kind of looked at to prep for this Split coming into today, it's completely different this time around.
I'll tell you what's going to be horrendous to watch, though. There's just going to be walls everywhere. You got the Phoenix wall, you got the fast lane, and you got the toxic screen. So there's just going to be walls all across the map. And then you've also got the orbs from the Omens. There is so much utility just to slice and dice this map into pieces. And I can't wait to see exactly what that mosaic's going to look like.
Well, you don't need to wait, because we're ready to head to Split with Hazard and Cairo.
Thank you, guys. Yes, Enterprise needing to bounce back on Split, but it's a map they're familiar with. But Fnatic has a new look. Do you agree with it?
Yeah, you know what? I'm happy that they've committed to this across the map pool now, or at least from what we can see here. Crashy's a player with, you know, great comms, so having him on the anchor sort of suits his skill set well. You've got Cloud, he can mid-round a little bit more on Initiator, as we, you know, saw from the listening that we had on Lotus. Yeah, I'm most interested, honestly, to seeing Alpha on this Neon again, because it's something we saw in the past. It was a little bit here and there, sometimes very good, sometimes not as good. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes. What about you on the Enterprise side?
I mean, it's just Enterprise doing almost more of the same, right? There was the Euro Neon that they were playing before, but obviously this time a little bit more meta with the Phoenix being brought in. See the impact that that can have is Fnatic once again been really loving these 4-1 splits.
Crashy's the one detached, just soloing outside of Garage right now on B as the rest of Fnatic start to scale behind their A wall. You can see how passive Enterprise are on the map right now. Stark contrast to what we saw on Lotus.
Still silence, and will beat Causey to try and receive this, but unfortunately denied that opportunity in Fnatic. 2 big entry kills.
Yeah, I mean, the information is just so late there. Enterprise don't have any kind of a probe to collect information. Crashies is going to be incredibly late to this lurk, as Fnatic are all on site right now.
I mean, all on site. You see that. Crashies is still to come back in through a late flank, and right now Enterprise very slow on the uptake, and yeah, at this point in time, Crashies the win condition set up through the relay bolt, and well, that's probably the easiest kill you'll get in your entire life. And
oh, the follow-up not so much.
Yeah.
But there you have it. Fnatic with another pistol round in this game. On the attack side as well, perfect start for them. Well set up. Crashies gets good value from the lurk, but yeah, we've got to talk about how this defense is being set up, because it just felt like Enterprise weren't really ready for anything thrown at them, and when they were, again, just look how disconnected all these fights are.
They don't know.
Oh, it's spreading.
They don't know.
Please,
Project Hail Mary is sending them home.
Enterprise, I beg of you, do not rewatch the VOD. The mental boom. It's got to be a tilter. They've got a stack here on B. Ooh, what was it called? Nutmeg? Panenka? Is that the one? No, that's the chip down the middle, isn't it?
Panenka's the chip down the middle. Nutmeg is the ball through the legs. Come on, that's basically
No, but there's like a special word for it though.
Is there?
Yeah.
That just feels like your mate down the pub who's trying to come up with like rotunda and all that nonsense, you know what I mean?
I don't know, man. I know too many of these words.
4-2.
Stick to the plan. Fnatic grouping up for the A play. I think the word I was thinking of was like Travella or something.
Travella's
that's the outside of the boot, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mate, I'm a fake football fan.
I know, mate, you support Norwich.
There.
Realer than most, I would say. Much realer than most.
Maybe.
Anyway, Fnatic still moving on this A fight. It's only Magnum here for now. Bit of a gamble on the approach into what is effectively a full save. So he's dealt with. And Fnatic given a chance to set up. And I mean, look how much space they've already taken. Alpha and Cloud up on the ledge in heaven.
And at this point in time, Enterprise coming in with 4 classics.
Yeah.
I mean, one player was dedicated to every lane in the map to come back in towards A. And I think at this point it's just about denying orbs.
For sure. So we quickly transition to talking a little bit more then about bigger picture here, Cairo. Fnatic, I said this the other day when I was on comms with Mike, and he hated me for it, but they haven't missed champs since it started.
So,
what are you thinking about this time around? At what point do we start to believe that this is a playoffs run or a play-ins run that can be converted all the way?
When they make it to playoffs.
When they make it to playoffs.
There is, like, at this point in time. Play-ins has so many bumps in the road, and sure, they look great against Enterprise, but you've still got foot in this bracket. You still have Team Heretics, you still have Gentlemates. This is like the kind of the Scotland versus Germany of the Euros, right? It was a nice opening game, cool, whatever, but Spain and Germany and all them are still to play, and it's the Titans that I'm more scared of for Fnatic than the Enterprises of the world.
Okay. So a change of tone from the Enterprise, the world beaters that have come out of challenges.
I don't know,
well, not world beaters, but the form that they were on.
Yeah, I mean, I thought there was always a good potential that they could possibly do that. I mean, point to note here is Kayak has been taken offline early, and Enterprise are 5 to the good on the rifle round. Right now, Fnatic are really under the pressure. I mean, this is exactly what we expected of Enterprise. Simple Valorant, and doing it so well. Crashes 1 versus 5. Spike on his back, so, I mean, doesn't need to try and recollect it, but will not be given that opportunity, and in-zone flawless for Enterprise.
Yeah, big confidence booster there. Against Fnatic's bonus, and I think it's interesting that you mentioned that as well, that Enterprise are a team which are simple in their Valorant, yet effective. Parallels, of course, to the next most dominant team I think we saw in the second tier, Apex, in 2023.
Nice!
Same leadership there, of course. Often called a mini Fnatic, so it's very much a similar style of team that they're up against. And after gaining some information and some insight from the previous listening that we had with them, we get to listen in with Fnatic again here in the follow-up gun round.
I'm dead, bro. I'm dead. Fighting. Austin, you wanna double open, eh? It's free B main. I'm gonna press
Take middle, boys. We can win this round. They're not in the middle right now. We just speak it together.
I'm coming to you, middle, boys.
Left side.
Jing.
Probably still left side.
I can do chain.
Make him out.
I'm not chaining
They will go mid fight. I'm ready to party.
Ready. Play anti.
They will fight after orb, for sure. No, they don't.
Come with me, Kai. Let's have a look and peek in the B main.
Spamming.
I
walked in A.
Let me go back to A, boys.
Yep.
I'm gonna grab the orb on B, and then it gives you timing.
Could be ramp.
Yep.
I have wall for you.
Yeah.
You need a smoke.
10 seconds, I have one.
Should you smoke CT or Heaven, boys? What do you think?
I'm gonna smoke probably Heaven.
We kinda need you.
They walled up.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Yeah, wait.
Just peek the ramp together, boys.
Ready? I'm walling up.
No wall up.
I'm gonna put down.
I stepped.
We are clear chicken.
Smoke something, Jake.
I can have it now for you, boys.
City, close. I have to reveal, pick. This reveal.
One more.
You fired me, bro.
I'm planting.
You can get the plant here.
Yeah, I'll get. I have Prowler and the chain.
They have no Viper wall. I have smoke.
Nice.
I'm on the other side. Right, I don't. Go. Could be Heaven. There's a big gap, okay. Under. Nice. I'm on the going fight. I will reach shot.
He's under.
Nice, guys. Come on. Nice, bro.
Plenty more energy on the Enterprise side as they are able to go back-to-back 4 rounds there. And while we didn't hear their comms too much, the listening from Fnatic providing a little bit more there on that mid-duel.
Yeah, I mean, trying their best to anticipate what Enterprise want to do. It seems like they've got some information, but overall, Enterprise managing to shoot better so far. Ultimate starting to come online, 1-0. Obviously, Kayak with his run it back. Don't want to invest that on an eco round.
Yeah.
And Alluri with his Nightfall.
I find it interesting that Enterprise were actually going for the mid play and then they cancelled it as well. So Fnatic with the right ideas there. And in terms of the opening to this round, put down on lesser weaponry, seems to be a pretty straightforward B play, but Enterprise have numbers here.
Anticipating the play once again, and it was a good flash, and I mean it just ends up a bloodbath, a very quick round, and an in-zone flawless once again for Enterprise's defense.
Yeah, 2 of those already, and Fnatic go like lambs to the slaughter. It was a very well set up initial fight, Pathetek TPing into the corner, solid utility, but no real big takeaways from this one. just the defense wants to continue this proactivity. And growing stronger round by round, much like that Frankfurt team that we saw yesterday. It looks to have taken a map for them to start showing the level we expect.
Straight away, it's a timeout from Fnatic because things just aren't going right. And we're going to see Desmo and Eng get back into the comms and talk about the game plan so far for Fnatic.
Yeah, and looking at their results here in contrast to what we showed from Enterprise at the start, it has been a serious drop-off in recent times. In fact, that win on Lotus is the first map that they've won in their last 3 series. The Eternal Fire game was the previous time that we saw them show split. Lost that one 13-4. That was a real backbreaker coming out of Summit, which went the distance in OT. Parallels to the KC game, of course, as well, where they were able to win this one. So just wondering now what kind of fresh ideas they bring to the table after checking back in. Of course, it's the attack sides really where they've shown their strengths so far as a unit. Of very few positives to take from this Fnatic team. This has been where they've looked to put their preferences.
I mean, little to no resistance from Enterprise this time, a lot more spread out. And let Fnatic do their default. Causey being pulled over towards the B side. Though this is a walk from Magnum that will be surely punished by Fnatic. As you can see, Alpha, oh, just jiggle peeking it. The orb goes down though.
So, orbs on both sides in middle right now. So Magnum was just looking for the timing. The Prowler doesn't clear him, but Fnatic should expect to play it close. Alpha goes walking straight in. And the follow-up from Kayak a little laboured here. Magnum just signposting his authority with the molly, able to get one more before eventually finding himself traded. But it's numbers for Enterprise, and they're doubling down on this. Here comes the mid-fight. Kayak stunned in the corner with the ult from Lime. It is a clean sweep in the end. Crashy's the last one left standing. His walkout on A should be tracked here by Alluri in due course.
I mean, right now, Crashes has 30 seconds to get that spike down and try and get round 4 players. At this point in time, it's probably going to be a save. Probably going to give things away, and that's exactly the case. As Enterprise now make it 4 in a row.
Yeah, interesting that Fnatic, try to play into that cloak and dagger with their own Viper Orb. You were really anticipating Alpha to check the corner there, because it felt like the one area that the Prowler wasn't actively searching for. Ult's invested on the re-clear, and I think that's something that Enterprise were always really good at on this map in the past, of course, with the Teho, taking those timings with the salvos to try and actively gain information in the mid-round. Now Fnatic given another opportunity here as they can put guns on the board again and ults of their own to work with.
Cover going out.
Just once again, this extremity control into what I assume will be the B pivot. Or not B pivot, into the mid pivot, apologies. Into trying to clear that space, default that way. Instead, Fnatic await Enterprise to have some aggression. It's going to come through B main.
Yeah, and you could just see Boaster there calling to the rest of his team, Crosshair idle, micromanaging the round perhaps, and caught sleeping in that situation. Fnatic now grouping up for the A hit after Alfia is able to find that jewel in mid.
It's just an acceleration here. Causey, once again, showing what he's good for. Overdrive in, and I mean, the runner back gonna expire.
Oh.
Well, Kayak expiring as well. Alpha catching Patty take offline. And now, in a 3 versus 2, how does Enterprise get back into this?
I mean, Fnatic's so heavy here, or sorry, Enterprise towards main. You can see the post plant looking to get set up into screens, and Alfia has managed to slip the net.
Seems like it. He could go one step further. Cloud under pressure, though. Alpha has to protect with just 56 points of health, and does so. A great kill, but Causey has taken Cloud. And now Alpha has to try and get back in, deny this one. Slide good onto the side, but Causey well aware. 5 is what Enterprise have got from the rifles.
And it's 4 kills from Causey to start announcing himself here, because for as much as we talked the guy up, it felt like he didn't have the most impact, as did anyone really, on Enterprise in that opening map of Lotus.
I mean, he gave his best go. He had a couple of highlight rounds.
Sure.
I mean, this is just something otherworldly.
Come on! Yo, where are you? Yo!
And that's what we're waiting to see. 5 in a row now for Fnatic, and as they start to slip onto the back foot here, I mean, this is where you then start to look towards that mental element a little bit. The invisible wall holding them back, perhaps. As it's a sort of similar approach here again. One player just outside of B, the rest grouped up ready for the A hit, but they'll take it on a much quicker timing this time around.
Oh, Magnum once again not caught. Cloud has used his utility belt, and Magnum can take this one step for Kozi as well. Oh, that's lovely. This kid is unbelievable. And on top of that, Magnum hot on the heels of Cloud coming in through sewers.
Yeah, perfect timing through middle, and Alluri still able to stave them off here. I mean, Crashies is just going to run straight in by himself in the end with the spike, leaving only Clown behind. And Enterprise have got this one all but wrapped up.
They certainly do. Alluri with 3 of his own, and Enterprise starting to smile, starting to relax, and starting to show what we expected of them. I mean, maybe not 6-2, but definitely a lot more convincing.
The tone's so much different here as well, as you can see Kozi really setting the precedent early. It's easier for Fnatic when they were in the driving seat on Lotus, but we're talking about a reset now in the middle of this attack side. So many questions about their defense up until this point. You're hoping that they can turn this one around with 4 left to play. There are some ults available, but it's not the best of purchases, and well, it's a full setup for Alpha driving into ramp.
Trying his best, but Magnum's already stopped the ulti, and I mean, it's a bit of a fake, but hasn't pulled the bodies from the B site. Ready to fight, and if Poster peeks, he'll see the rifles, and lucky to still have his life, but the skill out on Heaven good. And Patitech knows that now, under pressure, the paranoia, once again, putting players into a position they don't want to be, because he's here on time. Of course he is, the raid boss.
Spike down B.
3-on-1, Poster with just a stinger in his hand, and make no mistakes, Enterprise have their advantage.
Yeah, impressed with the Enterprise reaction there to get the bodies on B eventually. Fnatic had done a pretty decent job to manipulate the map. Obviously this distraction from Alpha, unlucky not to get one. And just couldn't quite overwhelm the 2 remaining anchors as the flood comes back in. The sort of gameplay we were saying that Enterprise have been able to promote in the past. This is the full rifle though, and the best opportunity that Fnatic might get before the end of this half to stabilize themselves. Just 2 rounds in the first 2 to show for right now.
I mean, it's incredible. Every player on single digits so far. Alluri knows that the players have gone out. And well, Magnum there as well. Alpha, I mean, wins his duel, but it ends up an even trade all over. Spike on towards that A site.
An opportunity to get this in post-plant. Crashies has the pit, yet to invest, but eventually going for it. And Cloud, of course, with the Nightfall as well. Bit of a gap in screens as it stands. And Lime, the one that you've got to be looking at coming late from main, but Kozi's already found Boaster.
Of course he has. Always looking to push the boundary. He has players to support him here. Lime, for instance, the spam even good. Overdrive as well, that's back online. And that flash even better. Kozi's looking to get the last kill, and does. The confidence beginning to seep out. Up to 8.
Yeah, you could just see in the player cam for a second there, Patitech was already stood up before the spike was diffused, and it'll eventually come in for an 8th, and it feels like we've seen polar opposite performances from either team on their opponent's map picks.
But is it really opponent map picks? I mean, you said it right. To an extent, Enterprise have a similar playstyle to Fnatic. So I think a map of Split isn't too far out of their own reaches.
Yeah, there's plenty of overlap in this map pool for sure. I just find it ridiculous how much sort of day and night there is from one map to the other. And Fnatic now again going for this A play once more. Little on the lighter side, only Alluri here to collect some information.
Collects information, but that fast lane creates a question mark to whether players did get out, and nice proactivity.
I think Magnum might just be reading the position of Crashies here as well. The trail takes him away from main.
Oh, but this Boaster is Just past Garden. Oh, already
Magnum?
out. He needs to check.
What is his timing? Boaster's in his smoke.
Yeah,
No.
well, Boaster caught out off guard. And, I mean, Spike is in control of Enterprise. This has gone awry. This is not what Fnatic wanted. And now, realistically, Enterprise can get working on the Spike. The last two remaining players want to get Heaven control, but they cannot get it. Running for the hills. The last round now. With a little buy, a poor buy. Alpha trying to get it to the next round, but can't. Enterprise, 1 round away from double digits.
Yeah, I mean, this is even more impressive than the first half, which Fnatic posted on Lotus right now. And I think the issues just come in the form of the post plant. It's not the first time that we've seen them struggle to set it up effectively. As soon as Crashies goes from main, any chance of the round is entirely lost.
That's it! That's it!
And you can just see how pumped up Enterprise are for this. Looking to fight Garage again. And Alpha sent packing.
Fnatic are so responsive to Enterprise in the wrong ways. They're giving them too much respect, and maybe this is the play. A re-clear, post-flash and post-push.
Yeah, not seen much extremity control here from Fnatic on the B limit. Alpha walking up, but Patitek's thinking about this timing. Just shoulder spotting it. Face check as he falls back. The sole anchor on sight of B right now as Lime has moved into Heaven, but it's Kayak to draw first blood. Magnum falling on A. The slower kind of rounds which Fnatic built their identity around in the last year or so.
Don't know if Boaster's second guessing himself. He's still in shops. Started to move towards A, but instead being pulled back. I mean, Patitek walking out there is the key.
Yeah.
Left in the door.
But there's a bit of a disconnect here in terms of the scaling towards the site with 30 seconds to go. Lime's managed to interrupt things a little bit. He's blinded up, but Alpha isn't there for the instant gap close. Lime walks away with 1. It's not going to be enough for the time being. 2 versus 4 and Crashies again, the second layer.
Causey still alive and Alluri here early doors, but needs to be careful of new box, and as he swings out, he leaves it all up to the 16-year-old who has 16 kills so far.
He does. Gonna need to make it 20 in the first half if he wants to get Enterprise up to 10, but Fnatic will stop them in their tracks. It's the same scoreline that we saw, except it's the opposite way around this time, as we're speed running our way through this series. But before we come back, let's hear from some of those familiar faces on the Enterprise side.
My journey started with my friends telling me that I should play the game more and I should go pro. I mean, I trust their delusions, and their delusions got me here. I can be an aggressive player and a passive player. It depends on the round, but I'll do whatever it takes to win. My expectation is to win everything and just call to champs. I'm a smart player, I'm very talented, I can learn the things very fast. Greatness will come.
Being back on the stage, honestly, and like in the VCT feels great. Obviously, it's like very short term, but it feels great. It feels super rewarding, especially since I've been like in tier 2 previously with Apex. I think the system is way better. Realistically, I think we are one of the better ones, like with performance, and I think we can make it through, you know? So this is why it feels great, because there is the chance and there is the hunger to prove it. I think Valorant is very momentum-based game, so it's very hard to say if there is a gap, but I don't think there is a team that we cannot beat. But I would say us, as a tier 2 team, I think really like I could see us being top 6 at least. Like if I'm not like lying, top 6, and on a good day and on good start, you know, I think we can make easily top 2. And yeah, I mean, as I say, just all about momentum. The gap is there between like other tier 2 teams, but I think us, like we brought like tier 1 team, hopefully we can go deep.
This is my place, honestly, and I've missed it. I took a break after Liquid, and for me to finally be back here, even though I'm coming from tier 2, it's gonna be nice to play against those teams again. I would say I'm not gonna overestimate ourselves, but I'm also not gonna underestimate ourselves. I think we can show up a pretty good fight against anyone. Basically, my plan is to go home with the trophy again, once more. Coming from tier 1, you just learn a lot. You can build around that, and I think the experience really helps, but it's not all. You cannot just be saying that you have experience, that's all. I think I'm also shooting hard, and I bring a lot to the team. And especially with the energy and vibes, it's good to be back.
Well, on this second map, the Enterprise have said anything you can do, we can do better. And they'll see if they can go and confirm at least what Fnatic did in the second half of Lotus and have a perfect end to the map.
Yeah, Magnum, they're talking about top 6, but they'll have to go even further if they want to get to Barcelona. Of course, the QR there, as always, if you want to get tickets to that one. Heading into the pistol, we got to go one step further, in fact, and have a listen-in with Enterprise and see how the comms are sounding.
Right, City.
Let's keep walking ramp, boys.
They saw 2, Phoenix Neon.
Yeah.
I saw? Okay.
Flash mate.
Playing anti here.
Yeah. Okay, they might fight.
Walking mate.
Let's walk.
Okay.
One more. 1 HP Viper.
Viper
He's 1 HP, boys.
Kurwa, push this guy, I'm sliding.
One vents, one vents.
Nice.
Vents.
Yeah, vents. Let's hold vents.
Minus 40, Neon.
I have it.
Flashing.
There's one guy side.
Vents.
One is side, yeah. Come side, Lime.
Yeah, wait.
No.
Ready now?
I smoke heaven behind you.
Okay.
I smoke city.
Come jump out, 1.
2. Go smoke.
Come elbow, shift elbow.
I'm gonna get your ramp.
I'm gonna wide inside. 3.
Neon is coming back from vents.
He's going city.
Blind.
Nothing side is clear. The play retake.
Yeah,
Neon is super late, guys. I have Choker City late.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just chilling. I'm not planting then. I'm gonna plant now.
Side.
Outside, boys.
One city.
Think of.
CT side.
Spike down A.
One was city.
Yeah.
He's holding you. He's stuck to Sheriff. He's holding you.
Last player standing.
I have the spike.
15.
Time's starting to tick away. This would be a massive clutch from Patitech. He said this is where he belongs. 2 versus 1 against some of the best would certainly prove it. A 1-on-1 against Boaster, but can't quite connect. Gives it a good go. Enterprise, unfortunately, let the pistol round go to Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, Patitech makes it look better than it was because absolute mayhem inside the site there. Bit of a miscall from Kozzy, I think. We've heard a lot from the Enterprise guys about how vocal he is for his age, of course, as well, and the ideas he brings to the table, but seeming to think that site was clear. Cloud getting in behind and making them pay a hefty price for that one. So Fnatic so far unbeaten in pistols. That is 4 from 4 in these first couple maps, but still a lot asked of them to turn around this one on split.
Does feel like a lot.
I mean, you look at the scoreboard here, for example. We just need to see a little bit of a step up beyond Alpha to start believing in this one.
Fnatic and comebacks on split. Overtime's on split, maybe. A little bit easier. Crashes, mate. What? I mean, too busy working on utility and upgrades now for Enterprise. Luckily enough, Alpha here still has his Phantom and managing to escape. Boaster with a Bulldog to support. This should be easy enough.
These are the rifles on the site. I mean, everyone on Fnatic has one at this point. There's a couple already been lost, but into that tight corridor, Alpha locks it down, and the spike is frozen in place. Enterprise stuck in middle. Cairo, the big thing from this point has to be Fnatic keeping it clean. Those 3 rifles into the bonus are an absolute must if they still back their chances of turning this one around.
Well, Cloud has gone walkabouts. And Enterprise are hot on his heels. He needs to be careful and not give much away here.
He's worried about the threat of mid right now, and that's the issue. It's all a game of timing, but tucks in the corner. This is a nice reposition.
Yeah, I mean, Lame's Bulldog still connects, and that's a rifle over to Alluri. So they start to accelerate towards that side. But Alpha here looking to be the, I was going to say the lone bastion. Boaster's come in. 10 bullets, Spike committed, and well, it is open to heaven. But that smoke up's going to be an issue for Lime's spam. Still a molly in hand, making sure that no one else can defuse for the time being, but Lime now in a pretty difficult position. Still wins out against Alpha yet. A flash now online. Boaster blind! A second clutch for the captain, keeping Fnatic in this.
Delivering yet again, and after saying how he had no options coming out of the series against Heretics, seems like he is the one offering the reprieve in these clutch situations. It is far from clean, and that's exactly what we asked of Fnatic into this round. But the fact of the matter is they get it over the line. Knew where Lime was still in main from the wall after seeing Alluri cross.
Oh my god.
And he believed that his duelist had actually pulled it off.
Leading by example. Sometimes it's not about the amount of kills, but the impact of them. And Boaster has given 2 rounds for 2 kills in the past couple. Kayak shouting that there is a fade towards the B side, and we'll know that there's going to be plenty more at the back of this as well. Fnatic at the same time have committed to this, so this becomes a very big swing round between these two teams.
Complete change up in terms of the macro here from Enterprise. Contrast to Fnatic. Looking for that B space early on. They've left Magnum behind on A. Still yet to show anything in middle though, and that's where you expect this round to be defined as Alluri is testing the limits. Players queued up for a fight though. And Fnatic just usher him away. That is the call now to take the B site.
Yeah, a very quick acceleration. Lame the one to meet any push coming through, and I mean Kayak out of heaven, at least traded out, but it is a brawl and one that Enterprise managed to keep even for the time being. Look at Magnum so far away, that spike in the ground. Well, he does have time to work with, but he will be noted by the Haunt. Oh, Magnum can't quite win out, only able to find one. Now Fnatic really starting to close the distance.
Yeah, I mean, look, Alluri just needed to buy a second more time to get Magnum in position there. The illusion completely drops, and looking at it here, absolute brawl on site. Enterprise a lot more direct, though, in their approach. But Fnatic doing enough again, and it brings us into another timeout.
They don't know! Portugal Mary is sending them home.
Can we ban that? Can we ban that scene?
If you type it in Twitch chat, you're getting permed.
Yeah. I'm glad that Crashy's had my back towards the end of the map, but someone who does have Enterprise back we need to speak about him. Causey. I mean, a couple of highlight moments on Lotus, but I mean, different levels on Split.
Absolutely, and leading the way in terms of first kill impact from his time in the previous Challengers stage. Purple all across the board in terms of VLR, but one that stands out to me as well is he was also sitting inside the top 7 for clutches in stage 3. So, you know, wherever you place him in the round, he is delivering consistently, and I think that's the big thing for Enterprise here on their attack side.
I've actually got another one for you.
Okay.
And I know this is like, oh, you duh, but every tournament that Enterprise played in and won, a player for them was in the top 5 of stats for every single stat.
Okay.
For every single tournament they won, which shows you the dominance that they had tournament to tournament.
Yeah. I mean, look, from cover to cover, this has been the team to beat in Tier 2 all year long.
Yeah.
Even Reborn, their closest adversaries. Now Fireflux, of course, that we saw just earlier today. Couldn't hold a candle to them at times, and it's only from the second stage that they popped up. It's just such a consistent streak that we're talking about here.
I mean, at one point, what, it was like 6 rounds or something they'd lost to VCT teams and maps that they've won.
They beat 3 VCT teams and barely lost a round. So there is some awareness to them of the level that they're up against, but again, this is a completely different set of stakes now, and Fnatic going through the gears. That was just the eco, which they dispatch with ease, but you can see that confidence building, and with the gap sitting at just 2 rounds now, those concerns have very much crept in.
Yeah, that they have. Now starting to see the Fnatic of old and the ability to come back into anything. Ultimates to push that gap ever closer. I think that's Crashy's laughing at the fact he got judge kill at range.
Yeah, you don't usually win at that kind of distance, but Enterprise banging their head against the wall. It's another very straightforward approach. The duelists split the pin. One up ramp, the other out main, and it's lined with this run it back that you're looking to instigate. Alfia crossing the site with his movement in behind the wall. Crashy's double through the smoke before Alpha even gets a chance to be played in. Enterprise are down to their final couple members. Spike left out in the open. Causey to respond. Fnatic can't afford to give him too many more opportunities like that. But already a serious dent in this offense.
One more kill. Slide back online. Lime still with 2 flashes.
And the ult as well.
Don't count them out just yet.
Certainly see what we're building towards here. Lime maybe with a chance to use the wall, cut off some of that visual. As you can see, Fnatic playing pretty heavily towards screens. Kayak's got a flash for contact off of Boaster, who's shouldering from the site itself. He is the only man on spot as it stands. Enterprise only just now making their reprisal. It's again the duelists who've swapped positions. Kozzy the one from main this time, and Lime dropped to the ground by Boaster. Just a one-round game, and Fnatic have turned this one on its head.
And Enterprise have doubt creep in. A question of, guys, are we really letting this happen right now? They've never been in a position like this. For those at home who have ever seen Enterprise lose out, I mean, we've spoke about it, EMEA Challengers 2. They got put out in groups.
And if you want to talk about those VCT teams in the Clash results...
Your ulti confused me so much.
Old Foot, Old
know.
KC, and GX experimenting with roles. So it's just a different level right now. And Kozzy put through the meat grinder, immediately deleted from the round. He was your best chance coming into this one, as the rest of Enterprise laden with pistols. Timing is horrible there, and Alpha, maximum punishment on the mid-peak.
Yeah, easy days. I mean, two players trying to force their way out of main, and this just feels like hitting your head against the wall at this point in time. Kayak, 3 of his. That's a third of his kills this map, which shows you just how that's been going. And Fnatic now all even once again. Are they back?
Oh, I mean, Boaster said that 3 rounds into Summit, and I thought they were. But we know how quickly that one changed. It's not over just yet. I think I'll be waiting to see
Baby?
Enterprise have maybe got another timeout for us, something of the sort, before we reel this one in. But Fnatic, I mean, it is a solid start. 6 rounds in a row. Alfia looking to add on a 7th with the op. Because he can't quite find him.
Cannot. Kozzy able to escape. And it feels like with the amount of utility seen, Enterprise have other ideas about this round. Fade confirmation. Same time, Fnatic are going to respond to Enterprise's lack of activity on the A side by rotating to B.
Feels like they have a very clear read about what Enterprise's macro looks like.
I mean, at the same time, Fnatic can flood back into any site with the run it back. This is a nice pit by Crashes to stop any scale through mid, but Magnum cheeky.
Yeah, it's going to get past the pit, but Crashes has created a connection now, a bridge between the sites for Fnatic to try and play off. The concern is really for Cloud. He's tucked away in top ramp, common angle to clear if you're Enterprise, and they've got numbers either side of him, so he has to be on high alert.
Imagine he knows this, but
Boaster arriving.
Taking safety in the fact that that pit is down in mid.
30 seconds left.
I was thinking just for a moment Boaster has his back covered, but no. Cancel. Fnatic now know 20 seconds. This is an A play.
100% Nightfall confirms it, and Cloud still not cleared.
Oh, he's seen him.
Yeah, I mean, somehow Magnum still alive and even gets a kill for it. Cloud maybe just letting this one slip and fall into the hands of Enterprise as Fnatic are not allowed back in. Post plant.
Coming into the retake. Couple flashes available. Molly to clear out this corner where Magnum's playing from.
Still manages to get himself back to safety. And Patitech could catch Crashes here, doesn't. Huge kill from the American. And well, this scale back into sight can maybe start to look a bit better. But Kayak gets caught coming out of the orb, and the last 2 remaining players, I mean, the Cred's looking good, but don't look to attempt it. Look to try and catch X's Boaster next up. I mean, he's shooting well, but not much more. Crashes now. He could catch the opposite Viper. And it is just damage in the end. Enterprise will have double digits, and it is 2 good kills from the last, well, what was the last 2 remaining players.
Well cleaned up by Enterprise there, and it's looking like a much better round from them in general. The awareness to dig out Cloud from the corner is what put them in a strong position. Magnum able to get the timing retroactively off the back of it. And they've ended the streak at the very least, but that one could still have gone horribly wrong with Alpha's op at the start of the round. Keeping Cozy alive, still such a win condition for them, but when they get into post-plant with these smokes that they can cycle, it's looked pretty good so far.
Cozy once again hunting, and once again finding what he needs to. Pause, I'll wait for a reaction. Nice call from Enterprise.
It's actually the first round in a while that Cozy's able to get that entry cleanly, but Fnatic straight back at it, up the guts of mid. A walk down to try and challenge Market.
Oh, this flash could be huge, but both players not looking directly at it. I mean, it comes in, but I mean, it's just a mess of utility, but nobody really taking the round by the neck. Kayak finally gets his entry, but Enterprise straight back in. Magnum from Sewers. And that Spike managing to get away.
Patstek already out on the B site. He can move into CT here. All over Alpha, who has the ult and wants to close the distance, but the op in his hand, still precious cargo. Looks to be aware of Patstek's reposition.
Yeah, he does. Oh, I mean, there's awareness, and then there's that horrible stuff, but Enterprise, I mean, that gap starting to grow.
Yeah, and it's such an awkward timing of that mid-fight. Alpha bails everyone out with his stun that drops into Market, but for me, the hero has to be Magnum. He comes back through sewers and creates a crossfire in the end. Looking at the kills that he gets here, so impactful, and as awkward as this one is for Alpha, the round already felt out of his hands long before the 1 versus 2.
I think Patstek got taken off guard, you can see by his reaction.
Enterprise dealing with this stressful situation well, though. They've waited until Fnatic were on equal terms to find their first couple rounds of the half. But they only need 2 more to close this one out and push us onto a decider.
Haven of all maps.
Again, it's anyone's best guess where this one goes right now. Crashies has an idea of the push on this round. Kayak solo flashing out in mid. Alpha so far behind. That partnership not proving its worth in some of these situations, as it is a 4-on-4 for now. And Magnum is entirely isolated on A for the time being. Still wants to hang around behind his wall, but eventually thinks better of it, and Fnatic reclear.
Yeah, I mean, scaling up towards B main.
And, yeah, as I was going to say, B main and A main at the same time. Fighting both extremities quite heavy-handedly. They've got an idea of where Enterprise are now, though, as A was empty, and so Cloud does get in behind here.
Yeah, I mean, it's just anybody's guess. Magnum needs to be careful about his flank.
30 Cloud's actually hearing all of the steps, so this should be the rotation for Alpha yet. Not full safety in spawn, though, so it's a longer one for him to try and complete. Layers to this round as Cloud is looking for his own timing. Magnum already up in heaven, and Crashy's the sole defender of sight. Spike's starting to make its way through. Patstek just dodging that one with the ult. It comes down to Crashies. Not enough time here. Has to commit to the plant. Crashies catches him, and that's it. It's done. Not past the double. And Fnatic back to winning ways.
Yeah, it was anybody's guess where Enterprise were going, but just completely slip up and mess up what was 2 consecutive rounds and a momentum that could have really sent them on homeward with how Fnatic's buy was looking. Economy starting to look a little bit worse for wear. That's it. Yeah, that string of rounds, Fnatic can easily bring this back, and coaches frustrated.
Let's go, boys. Let's go.
Yet to hear back from Shadow and Ito, of course, as Enterprise still have a timeout to play with, but set in their ways, trusting that the game plan can be completed here. Boaster once more the sole defender of B, but not shown anything. Oh my god, Cloud on these spams. He's nearly found Magnum as well, down to just 26 HP when the decay wears off. We'll walk away with Alpha at the very least, but that Spike has no safety about it right now.
Fnatic looking to consolidate their numbers. Patstek over on the other side of the map. And, I mean, we're even going to get a Viper's Pit to try and consolidate things. A good kill by Alluri.
Yeah, and Kayak in body shot range here as well. No chance for him to heal, just goes straight for that second engagement. Alluri putting Enterprise in the best possible position to win this round and send themselves to map point just when it looked like Fnatic were getting back into things. Crashies does find Illuri. It's only Magnum with his back to the pit right now. The Prowler wraps around elbow, so they have no idea where he plays from. Cloud looking to clear it, but straight into the crosshair of Magnum, and with that, it's all on Crashies. Time ever elusive. As it fades away, this will be 12 for Enterprise. And it's been so impressive to see how they've managed to stabilize in this second half.
Very quickly can stabilize, very quickly can punish you for your mistakes, and we saw that in that round there. Nicely played, and you can see the players still fired up as we head to replays. And Enterprise just timing out to try and make sure that the boys don't stray away from have these mistakes trying to scale out to site.
It feels like maybe this one was called during the 3 versus 5, because I don't think Enterprise almost had any right to win from this position. But again, you see that disconnect on the Fnatic side as they're looking for solo peaks. Alpha and Kayak, the guilty parties. And so, I mean, looking back at this one for Enterprise, we know the quality that they have. And it's taken a little while to now see it against one of EMEA's best, but a player who, of course, has a shared history on both sides is Magnum, and it would be rude not to talk about his involvement in this tie.
Yeah, a massive player. I mean, we've already seen his impact in the server and connections with Fnatic, and not just Fnatic, but some of the players and some of the coaches out of the server.
Yeah, of course, you can see his career history there from top to bottom. He played under Eng and Boaster, as we're into a double timeout. In fact, it's Fnatic who have pushed the panic button here as well. I think to carry on that Magnum conversation, 2025 was his best year that we've really seen, and doing it at a VCT level as well, standing in on the Sentinel for BBL. I think it was surprising to not see him join a VCT team.
I mean, I think it was very surprising that he never got to join a VCT team this year, but also the fact that he never got to go to an international last year, considering how BBL played.
That's true. I think Stage 2 was obviously their best chance, and that's when he came into the roster towards the back end. Had a little stint between the stages, of course, but looking at it here, 2 opportunities for Enterprise to close out, and keeping tabs in terms of the ultimate economy. They've got to run it back on Lime, because he won away from the overdrive. On the Fnatic side, you're really thinking about Cloud getting that Nightfall, because there have been a few times where we've seen them start to get overwhelmed in these positions.
Yeah, I think Cloud as well is just a player that I find interesting that they've decided to, like, I guess he's not the only player that they're trying to shoot when it comes into this, but he is a player that they're trying to get into, I guess, a comfortable position. And I mean, I was actually having a look through the stats as well, and he is actually, when it comes to compared to other initiators, first on assists per round actually on that role. Obviously that will probably drop away, and there is an asterisk to this. This is only his KO that he played, but obviously having impact on that role and finding himself on that scan. I'd be interested to know what the difference is now stats-wise once we get by this game.
And I think that really justifies the decision that we've seen Fnatic make coming into play-ins to put him almost exclusively on those roles, which was the big talking point. Billy mentioned it on the desk about him coming in and having a lot of overlap with Crashies, because you know, his agent pool has not been streamlined this stage at all. We had him playing Phoenix on Ascent the other day as well. So I think just ironing a lot of that stuff out, figuring what's going to work for this Fnatic group, who have had a lot of shakeups throughout this year, you know, inside and outside of the server, still very much recovering from the hangover of the highs of last year. So we are just in a slight pause here as well. We've gone back to back to back before the restart.
Yeah, the commands will be fresh in the minds of the players from the coaches. But as I've got to ask you, what have you thought of Tier 2 versus Tier 1 in the initial matches of this play-ins?
It's been such a hard one to put a barometer on, right? Just simply based on the fact that obviously Fireflux coming in against Pacific was maybe the one which you were expecting to be a little more lopsided, perhaps. We've seen that for Frankfurt and for Enterprise, it was slow starts on opening maps for them as well. So that was always going to be a question, because not all of these leagues that are played around the regions are on LAN. You don't have those kinds of reps necessarily. How are they going to respond to that adversity? I'm happy to see Enterprise come back into the second map, though, for sure.
I mean, I agree with you to an extent, but the only player that really on this roster that hasn't had reps on a LAN stage would be Causey, because Lime and Alluri played on Mouse when they were in Dark, and Patitek and Magnum have been in VCT. And I mean, to that extent, Alluri and Lime have played in much more, I guess you would say, bigger atmospheres because of how intense that Dark crowd could be.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, even just the watch party that we had from Frankfurt the other day was really nice to see. So hopefully a little more of that in 2027.
Insane that they have found the only pub in the world that has a cinema connected to it.
I didn't realize that was a pub. I did see the video of them going up like 3 flights of stairs. So yeah, that's anyone with a brain double parking themselves before walking up to the cinema.
It was also free drinks for the fans.
Oh yeah, right. Well,
so they went all out,
absolutely rinsing.
Deserved
the
the win, but unfortunately could not convert.
No, they couldn't. And well, look, we'll have to see if Enterprise can go one step better here and join Job Life with a win in the VCT.
I mean, imagine. For the most part, Dak will be supporting Alluri because of how long he was in the Dark League, was on Mouse into Focus. Lime as well.
I mean, it's been such a long road for these players, and now a real chance to prove themselves in the sort of series we haven't seen for many a year. A teaser of what's to come. But for this round, it's Alpha with a judge up close. And while both of the duelists have pathed their way up a ramp, nowhere near him, there is still a massive threat looming here if they fail to clear the corner.
Yeah, I mean, run it back through heaven. Alpha here playing round the wall so he doesn't get cleared. And I mean, unfortunately, it peaks out at the wrong time. Barrow's seen it. Good entries from Patitek. Oh, skill out, a slide out. And Enterprise come out the better. Somehow Lime's flashed himself, but at the same time still gets the Fnatic players. And Enterprise finally get 3 towards the A site, as Patitek has been awaiting this spike to go down.
Yeah, Lime the spike carrier the whole time, so they've actually lost some precious real estate here. It's Kayak getting in behind, and Cloud a little disconnected, but a util combo to clear Alluri's corner.
No. On notice is Kayak, just worried about a player being deep in main. Molly good, at the same time, another player lost, Cloud, so is Kayak all in himself, and I mean, he's known for his clutches, even as a duelist player. We've seen it time and time again. Think to Stage 2 last year and what he was able to do. As you said, a player who's got multiple awards and he needs to show it now. 7 bullets left and 2 players to find. Oh, Lime just so evasive. And Enterprise finally grabs Split and send us to a 3rd map.
Made to work for the result, but an extension of play required. The decider of Haven queued up. Familiar territory for both of these teams, but a series that has certainly delivered so far. The question now is, can Fnatic reset themselves and make sure that this isn't yet another one which slips themselves away? We're heading down to the sideline though, where Patitek is standing by.
Voice after that one.
Normal. Nothing crazy happened.
Because it seems like you need it. It sounded like you were calling the shots. Are you the IGL now?
Nah, not IGL. I'm just hyping up the boys and just giving them my experience, you know, with the Buddha and breathing, all of that.
All right then, but there were some rounds. It definitely sounded like round 10, for example, on Split, that you literally did call the round end to end.
I mean, we have sometimes the system when someone has a read or when someone wants to call, they just call, so we just go for it, you know?
All right then, one more map and then maybe you can close us out on Haven. You guys want to stick around to see if they can do it. Thank you so much!
Yo! They don't know! Know what?
Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
Women will want.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-worn break. ¡Vamos!
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Je perds mon souffle, les ombres dansent. Autour de moi, les champs s'agitent, on me bouscule, je marche vite, je perds mes sens. Je rêve de partir. Et dans la lumière, les rêves d'hier nous emmènent au bout du
Okay, did Fnatic surprise you with the role changes, and what are you telling the lads to help them close out this on Heaven? Honestly, they didn't play Heaven at all so far this split, so I think we just need to play our game. I think we're the better team, and we just got activated on this map, so I think we can just play our game. Yeah. As if they did surprise us, I would say no, because they had to change something. Like the way that they played before in the group stage, I don't think it will have worked at all for them. So we were expecting some changes, we just didn't know what they would be. Yep.
An interesting coach confession there. They didn't seem to expect much from Fnatic, but actually on Split it was very close to the wire, Mac, and I imagine it could be close again on Haven.
Yeah, well, look, Split, if we want to touch on that quickly, that was phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal for EP. Managing to close it out eventually. It got really, really close. There were definitely moments where I thought this is a 2-0, Fnatic should win, but they just had the tenacity. They went the whole way, and they managed to get that 13th round finally. But where that conversation was at least leading with the coaches, Billy, that was, yeah, I think it's telling that Fnatic haven't played it this season, and also this year, I think they've only won it one time.
Yeah, they've played it a few times this year, but yeah, this stage, they've not been playing it at all. In fact, it was their insta-ban against a couple of teams when we think back to the regular season. But I'm getting ahead of myself thinking of Haven. Let's go back to... it's all good. Let's go back to Split and talk about that. I think for me, it was very much a story of the defense, right, from both sides. I think Fnatic were able to claw it back because they were having a great defense. And when I think about Enterprise's defense, one of the reasons why it was so good was Magnum being such a great site anchor towards that A site. I'm so glad that we're getting to see him perform because, as I mentioned at the top of the show, to me, he's such an underrated player at the moment. It almost feels like, I think Cairo and Haza had mentioned it on the cast as well, that it's almost strange that he didn't start out in Tier 1 this year after having such a great time on BBL last year. So yeah, he was definitely a key component for me on the defense.
Maybe sometimes there's just not space in teams when they're looking for players and stuff. Like it could
Didn't think about that, Mac. Yeah, I didn't think about that one.
It could just come around to those tiny little things as well. But look, at the same time, he did make it here, so he's still on a nice little journey, hopefully to success. Maybe not, you know, they still have that lifeline of the lower bracket, even if things don't go right here today. But yeah, from what we are seeing, nice bounce back from him and Kozzy from map 1 to map 2. Great to see that we are able to see a little bit more of EP because we didn't get to see a lot in map 1.
Well, we got to see a lot of defense from both of these teams, and if Fnatic had started on the defense side, maybe it would have been a different result because they were clawing back rounds in that second half. But first half, we have to say, from Enterprise, after a couple of shaky rounds at the start, they did really grab the attention away from Fnatic, and Patitech was very vocal about the fact that they were doing so well, Billy.
Yeah, I think it was nice to hear from him on the sideline as well, that if a player has an idea, they're able to just pitch in. But yeah, the energy on the stage, I don't know how I forgot, but I did forget the amount of shouting that Patitech does when he's in this environment. And the lower third, Yapitech, you guys have absolutely nailed it with that one on the graphics team. Good job, love it.
No, there was some bangers. He was screaming some really nice little lines up there. But alas, we may get more in map 3. I hope we do get more because I absolutely love the sounds of land. That being said, though, there were a few different pieces there. You know, Kozzy in particular, great performance. I think it was like 23 and 16 or something like that. So kudos to him. 16 going absolutely.
I told you, you were going to remember him after today. Yep. I told you.
And that's the plan. That is the plan. But can he do it again on Haven? That's what I really want to know.
Well, it's been interesting because we've spoken about some role swaps for the side of Fnatic, but actually Lime is normally the player we expect to see on the Neon. In their most recent performances, at least in challenges, he's been the one who's been relied on to make space. To be honest, he's not expected to put up numbers. It feels like, looking at this team, he's expected to die, and then Kozzy is going to come in and click those heads.
Yeah.
But the switcheroo, to see him on the Neon on Split, was really pleasing. I wonder if we're going to see a similar approach as we head on to Haven.
Look, for me, on Haven, at least for Fnatic, Alpha is having a day. He is having a very good day at the office, and I want to see him back on that chamber. You know, he's not really in that Haven meta right now, but I think he could be. I think he could be. He used to be able to be in there, and we're not going to see it. We're not going to see it. Not yet.
Ooh, is this a lock from Crashies? Are we going to see Crashies on the Cypher? Hello?
Cypher?
Is this... Okay, so when we saw him on the Viper, I was like, are they trying some things? Is this going to be something that Fnatic does now? I feel like this is going to be a lock, no? Crashies on Cypher is like the big thing that I'm zoning in on here.
Yeah, well, let's see. It's another bit of a role swap, you know, Project Hail Mary running it back. And I think it is also a role swap from what they had been playing previously too.
So Alpha, again, like I refer back to Desmo in the coach confession, allowing Alpha more freedom to have that agency to be able to go in and make these plays. And I wonder if that is what is making now Crashies have to move over onto this Cypher. On the Enterprise side, I know that we'd mentioned Kozzy and Lime just there. We are going to see Kozzy on the Neon and Lime on the Phoenix. I just have to get in this in there. We have to, you know, see Lime perform a bit better. I think that he is having a quieter series And he has been a great player in the past, so up the line.
Well, maybe this is going to be a more comfortable position for him to be in because Kozzy was incredible on the Neon on Split. So now that he is warmed up, he's ready to frag, he's shown what he can do. We should be expecting to see Crashies has locked in the Cypher. I don't feel like he had a choice not to.
No, so it is, yeah, another role swap in different ways. Last time they played this comp, you had Alpha on the Cypher, you had Crashies on the Sova, and then everything else was pretty A-OK. Kayak as well. There on the Neon, so yeah, a few different players playing a few different agents, but I can't wait to see how it changes with Project Hail Mary.
So Cloud is basically the hard initiator for Fnatic now. That seems to be what it is, but we will have to see if they can win so we can ask them on the sofa. So let's get back into the series and head to Haven with Hazard and Cairo.
The conclusion of this one awaiting and wondering whether that gambit which Fnatic have gone for is going to pay off or not, because it's a much bigger shake-up this time around to see Crashies on a Sentinel.
Yeah, I mean, it's not something that I particularly thought I would see, to be honest, considering he's played until his full career, basically. But it's one that he has not missed really that much on. I've been liking the Viper. It's basically a pseudo-Sentinel. So let's see as we head into the next.
And again, if you're going to make that change up, you fully commit to it across the map pool. And I think that's what Fnatic maybe just needed. Some fresh blood, as they have won every single pistol so far, as have they started on the attack every half. Much better start here for Enterprise so far, but Boaster answering back in kind, and Alpha not too far behind him either. A, open for the taking.
Enterprise have ran their way down C just to get information, but it's going to leave them extremely late towards A. A site notoriously hard to come back into. And Lime with that flash in pocket could be the one thing that dissects the angles and allows Enterprise back in.
Boaster does still have the paranoia though, and with Crashies gone, that second layer removed from mid, there is some safety to this from the Enterprise perspective. They know the backline isn't under threat, and you can see Boaster just remanaging what exactly this site defense looks like in the post plant. Moved up to the default box, playing around this smoke as Enterprise start to make their way out of CT. Alpha's already found another on the Sheriff. It has to be Lime this time around, and Alpha sliding in for a third keeps the streak as Fnatic have not failed to win a pistol.
Yeah, screams across this stage and victory. Alpha here looking to scream Fnatic to a victory. And right now, overall, I think pistol rounds are misnomers, but the last time we really seen Fnatic win pistols, it was combined into at least, like, what, 6 rounds?
Fnatic in the past.
You're gonna taste his dick!
What the?
I don't know about that one, Chief.
Yeah, okay.
Someone's flicked around the mute button.
Person on POV replays had enough of the sing-songs. No nursery rhymes from most this time.
Not on my bingo card. Okay.
Yeah.
Not on my bingo card.
It's like you know, when kids TV presenter goes and does stand-up, and you hear it and you're like, oh my god, what is that?
Yeah.
Foul mouth.
We're just normal people.
Yeah. Just ordinary men.
Oh dear.
Fnatic have a free C site. There is really little to be said of this round from Enterprise. They've loved to gamble on their anti-ecos, but yet to really find a payoff past round 2 on Split, I think it would have been. That one went down to a 1v1.
Planted.
Plenty of comfortability about this for Fnatic, and in terms of the orb prioritization, Kayak just a few away now from that first run it back.
And that's the problem that Enterprise need to keep a hold of. Manage these ultimates and make sure that they're not giving too much away. I mean, they tried to stop this on Split and ended up getting caught in a brawl. And it seems like Ping's going out. With pistols to play with, Kayak is going to go hunting.
Yeah. I look for both of these teams, both of these orgs, as Kayak is hunting down some of these last few kills. Looks like it's going to be Alpha to get all 4 in the end. as I was saying, have been on long journeys, right? Enterprise competing in East since its inception. 6 years there and only their first title last year. And well, for Fnatic, as I teed it up at the start of the day, they haven't lost 4 in a row since Reykjavik 4 years ago. Of course, it would be 4 in a row for them in the VCT should they find defeat at the end of today. But I mean, positive start, Alpha online, 7-0, and the op comes out.
The way that they're starting, there's absolutely no way that that's going to happen. But with that being said, let's see how Fnatic do try and stop that as we take a stop in their comms.
We're going to go garage. You're going long, Jake, or no?
No, we're all going garage except Phoenix.
I'm just gonna wall and grab the
You can drone the garage now.
He's one here. Phoenix. Go, Phoenix. Right here. Wait, I'm droning now. You're molly probably. Oh, he gave it up.
Ready, boys?
There is trip.
Yeah, I can break
we
it.
can swap.
Ready, boys? I'm gonna grab Orbson.
Yeah, they could be pushing you on C-longs, okay?
Pick it.
I don't think that.
Flash him.
Blinding him, but he's gonna blind back.
Blind long now, they blind long.
We're gonna cancel to B, Austin.
No, I broke trip. They have to be worried about it. I think we can slow work this. Or insert me window. Or insert me window.
Pick it.
Peeking, they're peeking.
Free on C. One per day, maybe.
Yeah, they can push it now. My trip's down.
Don't give them the op, so you have to go save it, Club, maybe.
They're clear garage.
I can flash into garage back. Is smoke window for me? I'm gonna flash garage back.
Yeah.
Smoke window now.
I broke the trip B, so someone's gonna be watching you, Jake, the whole time.
30 seconds.
I wanna get gun if I can.
There's a gun on
There's a gun on garage, yeah, double.
We wanna probably save.
Cryptics.
Did he wall us off?
Holding a push. Can you search? Push middle. Behind you, close.
Spike down mid.
Ready to
nice. You can go B. Together. Smoke something.
I can
get a push after.
Still half a chance left in this round for Fnatic, but going straight under the nose of Valuri. He snuffs that one out, no problem. First on the board for Enterprise, and while you can see the plan creation of Crashies on this Cypher and how much of a part he has to play in the macro, not working out for them this time.
Yeah, you can see the plan creation, sure, you can see how vocal players are being, but at the same time, I think you can see what Enterprise are trying to do to disrupt that, right? You can see Crashies tries to cross, so there's a player holding that, and he gets taken out without any trades. And I think it's the tradability that's where Fnatic is lying.
Some of those micro moments, of course, being the bigger issue as you diagnose it. For Fnatic, it's always been, Boaster the one leading those calls, but you can see how involved everyone is. And into this gun round, Kayak, the driving force with that run it back, up short. Shut down by Alluri. Kozzy still left behind with the up. The flick is perfect. Full connection. Boaster trading it out eventually, though. 4-on-4, and Enterprise flooding back in to defend this site with their lives. The wall reinforces it. Lime gets a kill for his troubles. And Fnatic down to the final 2 members. Nowhere to go here.
Closing Kayak. And still a flash. But Kayak's still interested here. And 4 bodies strong.
Black shirts everywhere. Nowhere for Fnatic to find a way in. Last couple of rounds have felt like that. Enterprise so quick in their reactions. Bringing those numbers over. Something to note about this double duelist as well with the Neon, right, is that matchup into Magnum Cypher. Not that we saw it in this round at least, but just the diving capability that they have on some of these sites and how quick to respond Enterprise have been in light of that.
It's the difference between someone who's played Cypher his whole career and someone who has just started out realistically. Magnum so known to being that traditional Sentinel, and I mean it comes back to the whole conversation about the chamber meta, that 2022 period where we saw Sentinels start to traditional Sentinels fall away, and then how quickly they came back into that with the likes of Magnum, etc.
Yeah, I mean, Magnum has always been, we speak of how vocal Crashies is here, how vocal Magnum always was.
Yeah.
So much so that he was in-game leader on that KC team, which make up all of his losses against Fnatic. The other couple of times, Won on KC kickoff start of 2024, and of course BBL last year, so he knows what it takes to beat them. And as of right now, Enterprise back on level terms.
Yeah. Alpha set up to challenge 8. The drone starting to clear lobby, and well, it's just Alpha seen. Of course, Magnum will know exactly what Eng's systems look like as well, should he have implemented any of that being on that KC team.
I think we'll probably see a little bit more of that when we flip to the second half, as Eng was always preferred for his defensive setups, at least, as people trying to pin down what it is that he's bringing to this Fnatic side. You can see the change up for the defense here is actually the op layered in behind these Cypher setups, something which Alluri is known for on previous teams. Causey, one of those duelists that you're expecting to make that rotation towards C, as Fnatic are continuing to pile on the pressure there, but it's an A walk-up which is immediately shut down.
A Magnum, though, gives Kayak the kill that he was looking for. Alluri now feeling the pressure a little bit, as Pathetic is there to support, but whether Fnatic want to hit in here is another thing.
They're going to go back to Garage, and I think this is the call coming through from Crashies as well, both to the Spike Carrier, and Lime could find a timing here, but he's making the rotation to A, cancels it.
Oh, just catches it. Here's the steps. Has an idea about this, and even catches Cloud at the same time. Lime has one more flash to play with here, but Crashy's off angle, going to be huge. Kayak at the same time, still reintroducing himself.
Oh, but do Enterprise know about this vulnerability spawn? Crashies is so deep.
Yeah, and that Bandit going to find value, so it upgraded to a rifle, and this is a topsy-turvy round. One that Enterprise are going to struggle to get back in with, as Causey's basically caged in, but a fast lane, it puts him in a perfect position onto Spike, and Fnatic need to fight back. They don't know about the last player, and Pathetic pounces. So 2 versus 1. Fnatic not realising the position they were really in, who they're playing against. Causey winning the round for Enterprise.
And throwing things into trepidation there for Fnatic. Really nicely isolated fights, and just a simple tap of the spike baits out all of the presence on the Fnatic side. They come flying out the woodwork, panicked with the plant position. And it's not the first time we've seen a full contact from them get caught by some re-aggression on Enterprise. Walk up in sewers, finding absolutely nothing.
What the f with you? Come on!
And we found the mute button.
Yeah, we did find the mute button very quickly.
I think that's the difference. With Pathetic, you know it's coming. With Boaster, you just don't expect it.
Yeah, that's it. Mid pop. B site vacant. In terms of retakes, you've got the Overdrive and the Hunter's Fury for Enterprise.
Ooh. Magnum trying to defend this B site, and Enterprise can with bodies. 3 already hit. Magnum knocks a couple down. It's the duelists again to die an early death. And Fnatic behind this just have nothing to offer, it feels. The full purchase from them here grounds down to a brittle end. Cloud and Crashy sent back to spawn from the courtyard. They walk empty-handed. And once more, in terms of what Fnatic are offering from a macro perspective, it's just very one-dimensional. Feels like Enterprise are instantly responding and being rewarded for that.
So Magnum deposited in mid. Information finding, and Causey, hearing the players out and gets his kill for it. Just so good, no matter if it's the rifle, if it's the operator. And look at this, walking straight into Magnum.
Gonna take that one with no trouble whatsoever. Magnum extending the advantage here for Enterprise, as Haven is beginning out in a similar fashion to what we saw on Split. That 9-3 scoreline feeling somewhat irretrievable before Fnatic got themselves in gear, and it's going to be a timeout here to try and rectify things, Cairo. But as I was saying, they only found one more round outside of those opening 2, and here, still yet to see that come through.
Yeah, I mean, this is a much more favourable side, actually, for Enterprise, believe it or not, on Haven, 60% win rate on that. Obviously shows you that is against Tier 2 opposition. That was from EMEA Challengers 3.
We're very much functioning as a pseudo tier 1 team with the scrims that they'll have been having throughout the year as well. And I think when you then look at this one, obviously Fnatic haven't shown Haven so far in this stage. And that's where I start to wonder, with this being such a new switch up in terms of the roles as well, at what position is this at in fleshing out their map pool? Because the importance of this series is if you lose, the best position you can qualify in is the lower bracket of playoffs. It's an absolute gauntlet to turn it around if this doesn't start with success.
Yeah, you're only allowed 1 loss between now and basically qualifying for champs.
7 wins, right, to get that auto spot.
That's the position you find yourself in. I mean, I found it interesting, though, just watching the cameras, that the Enterprise coaches said nothing. Just let the players talk it out, just let them talk amongst themselves. To a point, it felt as if Desmo was dictating to Itapata and Shadow. As it's a very quick opening and one that Enterprise are so aware of, and there goes Cloud as well. Spike seen, and these issues get worse and worse for Fnatic.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he'd spotted the up or not, but overstaying is welcome indeed, and Fnatic shepherded into a corner. Kayak, try as he might to fight from the corner. It is a thankless task. Crashy's debut on Cypher so far has been one to forget. The Bandit does what the Bandit does. Sneaky little steal there, but still 3 more to find.
I mean, he's not going to get a chance, surely, right? I mean, double stack of Lime and Patitek.
Should be wrapped up here.
Step held.
5th queued up for Enterprise. Crashy's spammed into the corner. And the biggest takeaway from this round should be the change-up from Enterprise. The willingness to go on the offensive in middle. And on the flip side, the fact that Fnatic were simply waiting to receive.
I mean,
very passive.
Yeah, that's the problem. I feel as if like the Fnatic of old would have been so aware of something like that. And I mean, you set up Causey on the line as well. I don't really feel as if Enterprise's defense has really been tested. We've seen a couple rounds where things get close, but Fnatic losing out on key clutches, and that's where that doubt creeps back in.
Yeah, it's a perfect storm really for Enterprise, because you want to see that push and pull on the map from Fnatic, but this defense is hardly static. They're constantly instigating, and now with that op of Causey in as well, the threat of spam from Alluri, who's currently peering over 2 traps on A long, it's a lot to try and get past. And for just a default, a fact-finding mission to start things off, you can see they've managed to take some A long space. Actually waiting for Enterprise to give them a way in.
Looks like it's coming.
It's from the wrong end though, it's Sewers.
Yeah, Fnatic just not considering it's Cloud who takes first point. And Patitek's even able to get more. Fnatic just not considering their options. The team known for being diligent, it's not being diligent enough.
No, I feel as if that's Cloud's mistake in that situation there. He was the one watching Sewers at least at the start, and as he goes to reinvestigate mid, just a gap they weren't aware of. Patitek still hunkering down in Sewers, and with Lime finding the next, it's a complete shutout.
Yeah, I mean, now Crash is probably looking to save up his rifle.
30 seconds left.
He knows that this isn't an easy task.
Yeah.
All of the steps in behind.
I'm trying to find a gap in which either to work something or at least save this rifle. So it becomes a French timeout. One for Fnatic to talk things over as Enterprise will hit 6. And normally you would say this is a very good half by normal standards, but Enterprise could go one further.
Oh, absolutely. Plenty of opportunities to continue putting daylight between themselves and Fnatic. Money looking solid and not shy for rounds here either. 6 in a row is what they will post. And while Fnatic are now coming up on some ults, just feels like there's so much missing from this right now. What was an experiment, a last chance here in play-ins to try and get things right as we meet them at their lowest point in the partnered era. It's a non-partner team.
What's happening, guys, with you? Yo,
giving them a run for their money.
Yo, hey.
Couldn't put it better myself.
Yeah, what is happening with you guys? That's a question on not just our heads, but also on a lot of fans. Double stack towards B. Should they reinvestigate here? And that looks to be the option.
Just a simple flash out from mid by Lime as Patitek is boosted up on B. He's played this a couple of times now. And Alpha, it doesn't go for the wide peek there, the wide slide off of the flash from Kayak, but just to trade information on both sides as Enterprise can see that Fnatic are trying to play through middle here.
Starting to give their best go of it. But options now starting to be denied, especially with Patitek through Garage. And Lime has a good flash, but can't quite get the best of it. I mean, sure, you stop the Hunter's Fury. Oh, I was going to say the Hunter's Fury coming through. Stop the run it back, but not a kill off the back of it. Enterprise at disadvantage, and Patitek's going to go hunting.
Steps up and batted away by Alpha yet. A convincing response, which brings the hat off the head of Crashies. They know it's only Kozi on C, but he's got an op.
That's all he's got. And now Fnatic find a way out. Lurie spam going elsewhere. A 1 versus 5 for an operator player. This is not something that you would see very often.
And not something that you often entertain.
But it is Kozi.
And he has his first, but it gets no better. Crashies in position, and with that, Fnatic have their first gun round of the opening half of our decider.
I did say after Fnatic's pistol round win, it usually means a consecutive round of 6, but I did not mean for Enterprise. That seems to be the case for the time being.
I like the way that Fnatic interpreted this round, creating some pressure on B, removing the safety of rotation, which Enterprise have been banking on so heavily for their floods especially. It was an idea which Crashies planted the seeds of at the start of this map, but never really built upon. They take it one step further with the ults. And looking at it here, Crashies has to be careful because Enterprise are really putting their best foot forwards for some lobby control.
Alpha operator has been good in times previous, but not now. And that fast lane now creates a question mark of lobby space, so now starting to accelerate towards C.
Wall doesn't fully extend onto site here either, so a chance for a player to get in behind on the Enterprise perspective. Paranoia also catching Magnum, but still able to backfill some control. Breaks the dart, playing off the cam, but caught in logs, and with that, Fnatic should be able to bring this to post, and not only that, with some serious numbers. Now, a 3v5, 2v5.
Yeah, the recovery looking great for Fnatic now as they start to understand the inner workings of this defense. And while money is good, Patitek does not want to tempt fate here and will save up his rifle.
He's just taken 8 or 9 rounds for Fnatic to realise that Enterprise are playing a fairly standard game of Valorant, especially with these rotations. But now, after finding success on a C site with only Magnum in its stead, going to bring us within 2. And Enterprise, not really a cushion to fall back on. They would love a couple more rounds here to really reinforce that advantage, but Fnatic growing stronger round by round. And in terms of the ults and the value that they've found, I've been pretty impressed so far.
I mean, that's just Fnatic, right? Managing to pull every ounce of value out of what they can get. I mean, how many times have we seen them run the clock as dry as possible? And that is why we are going to see Enterprise go for a timeout after the past couple rounds going Fnatic's way.
I mean, a 5th place finish in the group, almost right down at the bottom of it. Not even allowing them a bye through this first round of Challengers teams is the reason they're in this position, though. And as you say, as much Fnatic magic as we've had over the years, it had very well dried up this stage. Looking at it here, it's a response which has drawn out the timeout from Enterprise. And the question is, are they able to recover the rest of this half, or does it continue to get out of hand?
I mean, 8-4, scoreline difficult enough, 6-6. On the attack of Haven, Enterprise can still start to really show what they're made of. It really rests, I think, and I hate to say it, on the shoulders of Boaster right now, and what his calling will be for the next couple. So far, Enterprise have been throwing haymakers and managing to make them land.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you want to talk about individuals here, I think focus for me probably has to be on Cloud in terms of that information game.
Yeah.
He has struggled in terms of numbers on the surface, but I think there's also been a few situations where maybe in the mid-round it would have been alleviated by, you know, a drone, a dart, just a little bit more control here for them. But 2 rounds left to play. Fnatic switched back on after starting this one slowly. Pushed back a map in the middle of the series after a blistering start, and well, this round is no different. Kayak and Cloud out the gates quickest, and Boaster in behind on A. Alluri fighting a war on both fronts, burning the wick at both ends, and both IGLs are back-to-back, and it should be Boasters.
No way.
And it is. There you go.
For God's sake, man. How many times are we going to see something like that happen? Spike down, 2 versus 4, and Lime has to run it back. And you've got Alpha here low himself.
The difference is this time, because Enterprise are out on a limb in short, there's no way to defend the site itself, so it all comes crashing down. Paranoia timing perfect, and Crashies opens the cage to stop the flood out. A reposition close, Graffiti threatened. And Enterprise want nothing more to do with this. Magnum has been able to retrieve the operator, so at the very least some residual here for them.
I think that's the first time we've really seen Fnatic scale towards that, like that Source position.
Yeah. I think also probably Enterprise just offering the most fights so quickly, because actually I think the last round we saw them push short, it was through Patatech, and that was a shift walk, just a little step down into sewers. This time it is a piece off rip, which Fnatic look a lot more prepared for than what we've seen.
Yeah. Issues there, Cloud having the impact that you wanted, and finally Boaster reacting to the...
I was like, what's Cloud doing here? Is what I thought.
wrong Sova player, mate.
Yeah. Someone who's been having a bit of a meal so far, Alpha here, 0-6 when it comes to first kills to first deaths.
That's one of the situations as well where it's just a little bait and switch from him to get that one going.
Sometimes you need that.
Exactly, and just when I highlighted Cloud, he was the one on the op in the previous round, and that was a little better. Kayak going to be able to get the run it back online. C-Long, easy pickings for Fnatic to start off this round. But you can see the Enterprise perimeter playing deep from Link, ready to receive this one. Support arriving for Patatech.
Kayak, so Magnum missing out, and that should be such a banker, right? And it just doesn't come through in that sense. And Boaster starting to move on towards A, but Enterprise into position as well. It's Causey looking to re-clear towards Heaven as Patatech cancelled his ultimate. A 1 versus 1 that Lime wins out, and it's a crucial one. Causey now on site, or in towards Heaven, at least with the operator, and just firing off shot after shot, bolt after bolt, but nothing connecting.
Post plant now set up from Fnatic as well. Aggressive crossfire here in CT.
Yeah, the Paranoia already used. We've seen that before in the post-plant setup, and with great effect. It's really starting to hamper the retake from Enterprise, and well, they were up 6 to what, 2? They've not been able to win a single round after that. Fnatic's recovery, one to behold. And can they make the best of that in the second half?
I mean, Fnatic just looking so good in terms of these mid-rounds as well. All of that C pressure created after Lime was re-clearing. Players not showing up, problems for Enterprise now. We'll have to see where Magnum's head was at against a familiar opponent as we checked in with him before the match.
Magnum, welcome back to VCT EMEA. We've missed you. What was it like coming back to this stage via the play-ins? Or at least via challenges, I should say.
I mean, it was quite a stressful journey, not gonna lie, because we lost Prox, and then we were like, oh, it's one of our best players, what we gonna do? We took break, we brought Pate in, and we started playing insane. the matches were very close, but I'm happy we made it through. And yeah, now we had a bit fall off in performance, but last 3 days we bounced back. So let's see what happens.
What do you mean a fall off in performance? Everyone's saying you basically are a tier 1 team already.
I mean, every team has ups and downs, and I think we hit the basement of bottom in Prague on our bootcamp. But as I said, like, we bounced back, and I think we are ready for today's match.
Is that anything to do with having to integrate a new player in Patitek? He's got so much experience, but he's now onto the smokes role.
I think we had honeymoon in the challengers. It kind of ended, and in Prague we had to deal with like the dip, but yeah, we bounced back, and I think yeah, as you said, it's like just like getting new player inside, and we managed to put him now in the system, and we are doing great.
Is some of that stress and pressure also because you could potentially make it all the way to Barcelona and then to Shanghai? Knowing the highs you've had in your career, Magnum, is that something on yours and the team's mind today?
100%. Like we go match by match, you know, since it's full momentum. Depends how we start. But everyone believes in ourselves that we can make it. In scrims, we were doing very close or very good. Anyway, it's the ultimate goal, so it will be great to make it, especially from tier 2. It will be story.
And especially against your old team Fnatic, against your ex-KC coach, Eng?
Yeah, I mean, I already got my revenges last year, but it will be great to beat them again.
What do you think of Fnatic right now?
I mean, they're still a great team. I think they have 5 individuals who can make a run, but obviously they are probably at the bottom as well. And yeah, let's see what they did in the last 3 days, where they had time to prepare. And I think it will be a banger match no matter what.
Oh, it's going to be a banger, all right. Thank you so much, Magnum.
Thank you.
Certainly seemed to be a banger so far. The series has delivered in terms of length, and Barcelona still feeling a long way away, but of course, tickets there for you on screen if you want to come and join us for Stage 2 finals. Cairo, this result feels mandatory for both teams. The draw is so heartbreaking in that sense, but heading into the second half now, an opportunity for Enterprise to really pile it on.
Yeah, the gauntlet really feels tough here, and already Enterprise have found the duels, and Patitek so under pressure, had a TP out, decides to jump into the fire, and well, that spike having to be recollected by Alluri, and he'll be next hot under the collar, as it looks like Fnatic are going to be hot on his heels. Needs to make sure that he can convert at least one here, and does. And Enterprise start to collapse on the remaining players. This is a 2-on-2, one which the last remaining player, or one player in towards spawn. Cloud low. A reload, maybe just giving himself away. So it's up to Crashes now.
Debut on the Cypher, chance to have big impact. Fnatic have won every pistol so far. And Alluri, a deep drone from spawn just to clear out some space, but doesn't get the info.
Yeah, but maybe considering his position, now seen the Cypher. 40 seconds, and Crashes has them caged in. Finally, Line takes the duel, and it will be a second pistol round win for Enterprise, and perhaps that's the perfect way to get your attack started.
Oh yeah, Enterprise desperately needed this one. What a round to win to start off the attack side. Now there's a real chance to shift that momentum into the latter stages of this game. And you're hearing it there from Magnum in the interview at halftime as well. Plenty of respect. Shadow's up on his feet already, praying for this one to come home, and finally, they do get a good start to the half.
He knows what it's like to be in VCT and not have the value found.
He played for Koi. I don't think we need to stress that one any further.
And I mean, Itapata as well, to that extent.
Take flight.
He's been in a tier 2 team with not the greatest success. We saw how focus played out towards Ascension.
Just last year. Shadow even playing under Ito, of course, on that Apex run, which went all the way up until the promotion game against Mates, and then there it was, failed at the final hurdle. They're hoping that it isn't the same here. Already having a map at least, and as you can see, Fnatic with pistols running amok all across the map, but still fairly well dealt with on the Enterprise side. Ooh. That's until the lobby crunch comes through. Looking to do as much damage as possible here, and into the Marshall close range. There's a real opportunity to do so. Patitek sprays away a couple targets. One more from Alpha is a damn good job, all things considered. Enterprise get their 8th, but it's costly.
I mean, Enterprise, though, happy to just get that run converted. That's it at the end of the day. Sometimes when you get to anti-ecos and you start to get yourself into a tumultuous position, it's just best you do everything to get that round over the board. And yeah, I think overall, nicely done. Just some difficult positions to be in.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's nice to see here as well that Fnatic still want to show their best side, that they're not going to just wait for Enterprise to have their way with the map as it really felt like at the start of the first half. I think a lot of this is just Boaster getting that read on what the approach looks like. Once he does, feels like he can call around Alluri, no questions asked. And that's kind of the gap of experience that you're waiting to see.
Yeah, I mean, one's called from a Champions Grand Final, one's called from a DAC Grand Final. Not to be rude in that sense,
Of
but
course.
there's levels to this game.
Absolutely.
And I feel as if the, just to give you an update, it is an audio issue that we're having. We're going to get that fixed just shortly. But I think there's a calling issue, I agree. But I think there's also a firepower issue. And I can't believe I'm saying that about Fnatic, considering the shooters that they've got on the server.
Yeah, what firepower issue on the Fnatic side?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so across the board. You could sort of make that statement, but right now, at least Kayak and Alpha delivering towards the top end. For me, you want to talk firepower, Cozzy's currently 8 and 10, and I feel like for Enterprise, building a lot of their systems around him,
of course, but
they might struggle to circumvent that if he's, not getting a couple more in the second half.
I agree, but that's always been Itopa's system. Get a star duelist and build around that. You think towards when we had
Kiko.
Kiko, yeah, exactly. Oh my god, I can't believe I forgot Kiko's name. I'm sorry, Kiko, mate, if you're watching. You had Kiko, you had Aspas, Leviathan. You know what I mean? And I mean, there was the double duelist towards Focus. I think that one I'm putting an asterisk on. And now, of course, we've got Cozzy here now. So I think overall, you can see that there is an identity with how they want to play.
You're saying that your boy Lewis couldn't diff Aspas on his day? Prime
Give
your
him
boy
a sheriff.
Lewis.
Give him a sheriff.
Yeah.
I mean,
from the DAC League, das ist our boy Lewis.
Ja, boy Lewis, ja.
Nicht ja boy Lewis.
Ja.
Das ist our boy Lewis. And here, yeah, I mean that is awful from both of us, but
apologies to the DAC community.
Yeah.
I've got to go home tonight. And,
good luck with that one, mate. Anyway, on to the following round. The tech has concluded, and Boaster at the races so far today. Gotta say, it's been a standout from him, all things considered. Magnum does answer back. Alpha on a face check. He's just trying to walk all the way through into the B site here, and Kayak has him dead to rights from that cage push.
Maybe a bit too cheeky.
So at the very least, Fnatic, player in front against the Pistols. And it's at the cost of an A site, one which they might think about going back to investigate before this plant comes in, but just don't have players in position yet.
Spike planted.
So an extra 300 creds for everyone on Enterprise.
I mean, for post-plant, they think it's all CT, but 3 bodies strong on flank, and in terms of stopping this, I mean, there is a stun on Cozzy, but these two are like lambs to the slaughter.
Yeah, I mean, look, Alluri's the first one to hear this, so he's called to Cozzy. It's time to push up and take this fight if you can. Onto Cloud's position, and he does well to dissuade him in the end. It's positive Valorant from Fnatic all across the board. And the defuse coming in, just one between the teams. Of course, that wasn't going to be the most competitive from Enterprise. They had almost every weapon snatched from their hands in the previous. We'll just have to see what kind of rounds they want to keep playing after the fact.
I think so far this attack has...
They don't know.
Oh, he's starting to
sending them home.
You know what? I can take that. The last one, sure, we're past the watershed, but
yeah,
no potty mouth this time.
Yeah, thank you, Boaster.
Good guy, Boaster.
We've seen Enterprise's attack have varying success so far, so let's have a check-in, Hazza, and see exactly how successful they're going to be on this round with a full buy.
I tip it down there.
Guys, they'll play retake, okay?
I smoke CT.
Walking garage. Trap close.
Wait, going to fight CT. I'm gonna push garage. He saw me, right?
Yeah, he saw us. He's back now. Buy down for Magnum, buy down for Magnum. I'm gonna paranoia.
I'm
Shoot, stopping them down.
One ailing. I'm playing plate. One is mid.
Finish up that.
I will now.
I'll drone garage.
Yeah.
Someone graffiti.
Hold garage. Dead. One more side. Phoenix.
Side, G. Then, and little
Nice.
Come on. They don't know. Come on. They don't know. Nice follow. Project EMEA is sending them home.
And Fnatic getting closer and closer to sending Enterprise into that lower bracket. Great start to the second half. And the retake played for and executed there. All teed up by Crashy's opening kill.
I feel as if, though, at the same time, Enterprise were pretty static when it came to that post plant.
Okay, we heard it the first time on comms. Carry on, Carry. What is it?
No, I was just going to say, like, I feel as if the Fnatic did well for the retake, but Enterprise not really doing much to disrupt that, and that's where I'm really starting to worry about how Enterprise are going to play this attack.
No, for sure. We spoke about this a couple of times already, but Enterprise just not showing it to us right now when it matters most, and Fnatic given the opportunity to find some form for themselves. Kayak's molly drops at the feet of the pistol players. There is no scaling to speak of here in this round.
Problem is, though, is I was going to say Alpha here has his outlaw, and that is the spike announced on position. There's a decent gap here to work with though on B.
Nope. And it's gone.
It's gone.
Boaster says no. And Alpha echoes those thoughts. In-zone flawless for Fnatic. They've taken the lead. You don't need to lip read to know what the IGL is saying, but the vibes have been kept up on their side of the server. And now we start to reach the point in the game that we saw on Split. Fnatic had tied up the score, and then Enterprise got those critical rounds when it was asked of them most. The issue for me right now, though, is I just think even on the ecos, we're not seeing a change-up. Nothing to get excited about.
EMEA is sending them.
Oh.
Is this kind of like the remember the bandana? Is this the
oh yeah.
Is this the new bandana? It's a chant. Oh, that's a bit messy. And unfortunately, Cloud has also claimed one through the Hunter's Fury Magnum as well, but it's all falling apart for Enterprise. Yeah, Fnatic have done so well. And I think at this point in time, you're thinking about timeout. Patitek still has his ulti to work with, so can grab Spike, but needs to be careful about the players creeping onto site. Cancels in the right time. Players out, and Fnatic will deal with that. Double digits found, and well, about to get the first win in what has been so many weeks.
Yeah, well, look, it's seeming like that right now, but still, this one isn't over until Boaster sings for the 13th time. A really nice set piece from Fnatic, and nice to see that change up from them here again in this round. Full confidence on the mid peaks. Crashy's continuing to show it.
What's happening? They don't know.
And now everybody's starting to buy into it.
Still a buy beneath Enterprise in this round, and scaling up behind the smoke. Alpha doesn't opt for the wallbang. In fact, I don't think the angle had opened up for him. Needed to go a little wider to take Lime out of play.
I like this from Fnatic. Proactive after the players have left and clearing that space, allowing Enterprise not to have any of the information economy in their favour.
And with Boaster holding on to this deep insert in C long as well, he has great extremity information. Crashies is the one under the microscope as he's playing off both traps through B and Garage. Standard Cypher setup, but it's the captain to get involved in just a moment. He's taking that deep dive, Lime with the ult, digs out Crashies, but there are still problems on the site.
Looks to be the case, is now we're going to get Boaster faking out his ultimate. And unfortunately, Patitek's there in time. Denial 5 versus 3, advantage 2 players.
Yeah, looking for the outplay, but it's a misplay instead. And Fnatic with their backs to the wall in this situation. 3 versus 5. Alfia has an ult to go in on. But this is the op, and while there is still money behind Fnatic to continue with a repurchase, looks like they are going to try this one as best they can. Kayak already spammed out as he enters the smoke, though, and that's the whites out.
And what's different about this one, Hazard, that it's actually worked for Enterprise compared to the last C push.
There was a follow-up from Lime, really.
Yeah.
I think that's the biggest thing for me there. He goes hunting in Garage. There are numbers behind it. Couple of 1v1s at the end of the day. You look at Boaster and Long. Yeah, again, you look at that fight from Garage, but Enterprise win them this time, and that's the difference.
Yeah.
Been struggling so far in the second half, but
yeah,
a round added now past those pistol.
Yeah, really. I mean, first kills have really been going in favour of Fnatic since then. I mean, what? Patitech's 0-1, Magnum's 0-2, Causey's 0-2 in terms of first deaths. So things not looking that great. I mean, Magnum overall is 1-5 this map.
Yet still, they're in a position to turn this around.
Yes, of course.
Just one round in it for the time being. And Enterprise going back to their A default again, forcing Fnatic to interact as it's only Cloud playing from Long this time, the sole defender of the site. And the difference is Enterprise are showing some intent to accelerate this push.
Magnum being forced away from B as Fnatic have taken that B space away, and Cloud trying to play with a slither of an angle. Unfortunately, that has been dealt with. So, post-plant now for Enterprise. A meant to be difficult to retake from, and that's why Fnatic tried to play on the front foot and go for a flank.
Full util belt on both duelists, though, and Alpha still has the overdrive, so that has to be the difference maker here.
No time takes away.
Never smoked off.
Yeah, just given a freebie here. This is 3 strong from that flank, and Magnum's the one who's been notified. Not sure how many players is there, but he's hearing the steps now and calling that back. That's why Enterprise start to look towards CT and what space they can get from there. But Magnum holding strong towards short, wins that duel huge now as the chaos ensues on site, and Enterprise are the ones who are actually winning out. Good flash, Alluri. Oh, it's 10-10. Magnum to put the cherry on top, all even once again.
Yeah, Boaster escorting those players on the flank, eventually detached, and it coming down to solo engagements yet again. This is a fantastic entry from Lime, as we've known him to flex across multiple roles, but a duelist at heart and with that instinctive nature. And he puts them one up, and Enterprise can convert this time.
Nice! And you can see the relief on Patitech's face. Into the next. Cypher set up towards C for Fnatic, and once again, it's this mid-walk.
Yeah, it is. Just to remind you all, full purchase for both teams. As it is the Neon of Alpha inserted bottom mid nice and early here in the round. You can see Boaster preparing that paranoia, ready to try and play back out from Garage.
And Kayak has his flash as well.
They want to engage off of Alpha's contact, but in the meantime, he's calming the footsteps that have been heard on A, the drone as well. And so Boaster is forced to move out into the open. He gets caught in transition. Alpha still set up here, but the awareness on the Enterprise side is outstanding. Forced to give it all up. And the defense is back to square one.
It's like a swarm of flies starting to fly about this defense as they look to entrench themselves on A. Obviously very difficult to retake, and just a reminder of what's still available on either side in terms of ultimates. And Enterprise, they have their sights set on B, even though Lime is pulling the attention.
Yeah, both of the cages open up on C4. Fnatic just threatening the possibility of a flood back in, but it's the B site you've got to be worried about. And look at the time, there's barely any left. Cloud still fighting through here. Kozzy's up, walking away with 2. If Alpha can find a way to deny the plant, that might have been it, and it is! Kayak still needs to hang on by a thread, as you can see Crashy's running for the hills. The scoreboard won't say it, but Fnatic have won the round.
11-10, a massive round to win. And it's a Phoenix Wall as well that gets the kill. I don't know what it is recently, but for some reason, we keep seeing kills through a Phoenix Wall. This is a good entry from Kozzy, but it's this B site finish that I always feel so uneasy with. And you can see that, right? I mean, Kozzy's doing well with his operator, but no safety in this plant spot.
It was the Phoenix Wall which gets the kill in the end from Kayak.
You're not listening?
I mean, yeah, just ridiculous. Not something you see every day, that's for sure.
Certainly not.
And with a spike left behind in spawn, looks like Enterprise vicariously playing through Kozzy's op, who is towards the front end of B.
Oh, no.
Absolutely no issues. Kayak just glides straight into the crosshair and finds himself eliminated. Another situation where Enterprise find that opening pick through middle.
And Alpha here now put into awkward position. I thought for a minute that Alpha was in the perfect spot, but Magnum's spam must have caught something at the edge of the smoke.
Yeah, just playing from the elevation there. You'd have to see the POV replay, but
I'd love to.
3 versus 5 now. Fnatic backs to the wall. And Enterprise looking for a finish here.
Ooh. Problem is, though, is they're executing into a Cypher setup.
This was the one strong suit, I think, for Fnatic into the latter stages of the round. Crashy still alive here with the Phantom. 2 is almost an over-deliver from that position, and if Boaster could just get one more back on side, there was half a chance, but it looks like Enterprise will be good for an 11th.
Post-plant from long. Dart probably about to come up, but most importantly, it's the Hunter's Fury that Alluri still has that he can play with. This should be near unimpenetrable.
Impossible. Absolutely no way that this is one, especially with the camera to take first contact. Magnum getting some early info. Cloud should be calling it quits. And there you go. The 11th queued up and soon to be confirmed. Enterprise have found a way to restore order again. And as I was saying earlier, it's never over until it's over. This Fnatic team have left a lot to be desired. And even when it feels like they're so close to winning, there are no guarantees this stage.
Absolutely not. Not with the way. I don't think he's seen anything there. It's just
one enemy remaining.
Intuitive.
Yeah,
more than anything else.
Shadow just getting a bit excited there.
It's all of this online Valorant. He's got a standing desk at home, I'm sure.
Yeah, and let's check back in as the coaches are checking in with their players. So there's a one man that we want to speak about on the Fnatic side has it, and that's the duelist Kayak.
Yeah, I think all things considered, this year, or at least this stage, has been one to forget for Kayak when he was leading the line so effectively in the previous. From Toronto into Champs, the real driving force behind the team in his rookie year. And he has shown improvements today, I think. I've been much more impressed with his showing, but it's not done just yet. And it's some of these opening duels which he's trying to set up with Alpha, where you're seeing that disconnect between the two.
100%. I think it's a difficult meta to try and work, right? We saw that, I hate to bring it up, Sunset when there was the double duelist brought out by Fnatic in that Champions Grand Final.
And I think the difference there is as well, Kayak was playing so much Yoru last year. He can't be as omnipresent as he was. You have to be really smart about your timings and where you want to take these fights, especially on the defender's side. So looking at it here, Fnatic going back to a similar setup. 3 players in the crux of Haven.
Yeah.
And Enterprise, with that early utility, Recon Dart and a smoke put up, not allowed to take their favored lobby space this time.
Fnatic fans, pray to your gods, if you've got one. Pray to anything at this point in time, because we're starting to reach the end of this best of 3 with regulation required. Full regulation to close this series out.
Nice start to the round from Fnatic, at least, in terms of feigning that A control. It's going to take quite a while for Enterprise to re-clear, and they haven't managed to take any of the Cypher utility offline for Crashies on C.
But they took away the camera, so now Crashies needs to be aware, and it's pulled at least 1 or 2 players across. And the A finish would have been the right call, but instead, Fnatic completely jump on this time blow, and they might have gambled incorrectly.
Oh, Crashies actually swaps up the position of one of his traps, though, towards the front of B to try and support Alpha. It is the C take that we were expecting, though, as those question marks raised, now starting to fully bloom in this last 20-second stretch. Crashies has been good for finding one and falling away before. Is he able to do it here? No, forced to concede.
Yeah, just going for a full retake setup, respect shown to their opponents, as you can imagine. And Boaster on a stinger, look at Line playing up close and personal. We saw Yampi the other day, they're really failing from this position before.
And the difference is this time Enterprise, all hands on deck, trying to bolster up close and personal. Fnatic with some util to play from, but they have to clear the smoke. It's Slime, the one that shrouds their vision, though, as it's starting to look clearer the road ahead for Enterprise. Magnum the next, Patatek also involved. A cacophony of kills, which are choking out Fnatic from this map. Just when it looked like there were signs of life, it's trouble on the horizon yet again. And the team to take series point first are the ones from the second tier.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like always with Fnatic, when it got to crunch time, they would show up. But now when it feels like we get to crunch time, they fall away. How many opportunities have we seen of them at a qualification match? 4? Every single one of them lost to an international event. At this point in time.
Yo! O kurwa! Będzie interrupt me!
Enterprise, advantage, 1 round shootout, overtime on map win for Enterprise.
And as you put it, Fnatic without the points haul. They need this one to stick, or it's the lower bracket in the long run. Kozi already with the opening kill. Alfia has struggled to start these rounds with value. Molly in the corner's got rid of Kayak. 1 by 1, they fall like flies. And Enterprise, after losing by a margin of 10 rounds in the first map, are on the warpath to take down the kings of EMEA in the past and eclipse them into history.
Planted.
It's the kings of challengers EMEA that look to strike first. And look at this, straight up Patatek will take Fnatic down. An unbelievable upset considering the bounce back that Fnatic had at the start of this series.
And so 1,577 days on from that defeat to Zeta, Fnatic have finally lost 4 games in a row yet again. The magic seems to have run out as Enterprise have done the almost unthinkable from that first map. A brilliant reset into a bounce back, which puts them forward in this play-ins bracket.
Yeah, you've got to be thinking of Ito, Pata and Shadow getting to live their dreams through their players. The fact that they've beaten Fnatic. The fact that Kozi has got his first VCT win at 16. I mean, the return of Patatek and Magnum, and of course, Alluri as well. What a way to show up for Enterprise. A fantastic win, and Fnatic will be absolutely reeling.
Yeah, no, they will. The Hail Mary is called that for a reason. The change-up not fully gelling, given the opportunities that they had throughout this series. Some improvements there for sure, but such a long run has to be completed now to take them to champs. It's looking like 7 wins from 7 to try and save their season.
Yeah.
And for Enterprise, with the youngest player to ever step on an EMEA stage, walking away with such a valuable win.
Yeah, I mean, well, he did say it right. The Hail Mary could send you home, and we'll see if Fnatic will go home in series later. But with that being said, we have a post-pant ready with Magnum in line.
Thank you very much, guys. And as Cairo just pointed out, you haven't been sent home, guys. I mean, you couldn't be anyway because this is a double elimination bracket. But it must feel good, Magnum, to claim your first victory back on this stage.
Yeah, it feels amazing, you know. I'm super happy that we got in the strongest opponent, even though we were first seed, because this will give us so much momentum, you know, because no, like, disrespect to Pacific Giants, or the 4-1, I forgot even who it is, sorry. It would not feel as great. And for me, it feels amazing that we managed to bounce back and managed to beat them, because they are, like, even having rough time. They're still an amazing team.
Yeah, your ex-team, your ex-coach. Lime, what an impressive debut for you. What's it like to finally get to be here playing, winning against Fnatic?
I mean, all I can say is it's about time. It's been a few years grinding. But no, it feels amazing, especially against a team like Fnatic. It's, yeah, I mean, incredible.
Lime, you've been around for a while. Billy's actually one of your biggest fans,
Up
just
the
so
Lime.
you're aware. Up the
Up the
Lime.
Lime, yeah.
Nice.
She's been saying that about you for years, apparently, covering your journey in Tier 2. This started quite a long time ago for you.
Yeah, like around 5 years ago. I think my first team was in the Angry Titans. I think I got lucky that was such a good like starting team for me in my career, and it kind of helped me develop the first year. And of course, the other teams also helped a lot. Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while.
Did it feel like a risk, like moving from the DAC League that you've been on for years to moving to kind of Challengers Northeast this year and joining this Enterprise roster?
Nah, I don't think so. I think also from just past, like with Apex, I think you kind of get free Ascension pass in some ways if you have like a super team. No, I don't think it was a risk. I think it was good. Obviously, and to be honest, the first split was somewhat easy for us, but I think the teams like Liquid Academy, Na'Vi Junior, they actually became really strong teams, and they kind of proved it in Challengers 3.
I want to ask both of your perspective, actually. Do you feel like you've been challenged at all throughout Tier 2 this year? Because it does feel like you guys do just win everything in Challengers. So do you feel like you've been challenged throughout Challengers so far? And do you think that there's any Tier 1 teams here that will be a bigger challenge for you? And who would that be?
You can go, Martin.
I mean, yeah, we've been challenged, but I think it's always, you know, like when they're facing opponents that are weaker on paper, it might become hard. And it happened in Apex here. You lose kind of motivation because it gets like, you don't feel the adrenaline. But as Lime said, like Reborn especially, but Na'Vi Junior, what was that, Focus, Liquid Academy, like they're all like incredible teams, and I think they could be sitting here. They could beat Fnatic, I'm confident in this as well. So yeah, it gets tough, but I think because of the experience in the team, that's why we always bounce back. This is where experience matters, you know, like during the rough times, you need to always bounce back, and yeah.
And how has that experience been from you, Magnum? Because of course we saw you on BBL last year, almost making it to a global event whilst you were on that roster as well. What have you learned being back in Tier 2 this year?
I mean, I think I became a lot more individualistic. That's first thing, that like I need to like step up individually. But yeah, I think patience is the word, because like in Tier 2 you need to have a lot of patience, because yeah, it's just rough, the system. And it's not as easy in Tier 1, you know. Like in Tier 1 you are constantly next to each other. It's very easy to fix like a lot of stuff. And yeah, I think patience and me like focusing more individual on myself, on my health, because I had a lot of health issues last year. So I fixed all of that. I just need to lose some weight, and yeah, I'm ready.
Is it a relief also knowing that you don't have the responsibilities of calling anymore?
I mean, I still think I'm calling quite a lot, but it feels great to have like second year on my side, like IGL who understands my vision, I understand his, and we are like in cohesion, you know. In case it was very hard, because we had 2 rookies. I mean, I don't want to like put blame on anyone, but I was like new IGL and I didn't understand what's good, what's bad as well. I think like with hindsight, I think the way I was trying to IGL is just not correct. And yeah, it's way easier, as Cloud said. Like he said this himself, when you're a player and used to be agile, it's 10 times easier. I can't describe it.
So you got Alluri yourself. You've also got Patty Tech, who clearly is very comfortable at delivering his ideas to you guys, vocalizing them all the way through the round, not just the end of it. How do you select the voice to listen to in those heated moments?
Well, I think I'm more like in the game, macro and stuff, but what's Patty's strength is like outside of the game. He understands he's like performance coach in a way, you know, like he understands how, like when we shut down, he inside brings it back. He's giving like feedback that is much needed, and because of him, I think we are here, like sitting now. Because if we didn't have this person who cannot speak up and say the mistakes out aloud, it would be hard to fix them, you know.
Did he give you any feedback on Split when the game started to run away from you? What did he say?
Breaths, guys, breaths. We have keyboard Buddha. That means like chill out. I just remember. Guys, take breath, don't panic, we are still in the game. Don't shut down on me, guys. Cause dare you shut down on me.
It's like resuscitation. It's like an episode of Casualty Lives. It's like, don't die.
Billy, yeah.
Yeah, but sorry, Billy. Even at the end, we heard him say, like, now bow to, like, the rest of you guys. I was like, are we okay? But, Lime, I also want to ask you about playing this Phoenix, because I believe you were on the Neon before, right, when we think back to Challengers, but this has been something new where you and Causey have been switching that up, at least on the maps that we've seen today. So how has that been?
Yeah, really good. I mean, I joined this team kind of as the flex role. Like, I just play whatever's needed, whatever comp we want to run to do with the meta. But yeah, we did some switching. I think after Challengers 2, we kind of just swapped me to Neon a bit, and I just one-tricked for a while. I can't really remember the decision why. It was just coach was like, go grind Neon. But yeah, I think right now we're kind of mixed between both, and it's more of just a comfort thing. Like some maps, we sometimes need Causey just to be that extra bit aggressive, and I'm more of like a more passive, like duelist. So it kind of depends.
And how has it been having Causey on this team? Because, of course, you guys are more experienced and you would have had to have kind of prepared him to come and play on a stage in this kind of environment. So how has it been getting him ready to come to Berlin and play in the studio?
Yeah, I mean, I think like everyone on our team, despite me and Illury being rookies, but I think mainly Patty and Magnum, like they just, every day they'll have some conversations if needed. Sorry. But yeah, he really surprised me as a 16-year-old coming in. It was also like weird for us at the start of the year to figure out like how do we kind of communicate and work with someone so young. And I think we found like a good way to just talk to him, you know.
You're smiling, Magnum. Why are you smiling?
He's just super funny, you know. Like on the start, he was super shy. And I remember like then he got kind of like big words, you know, and then we met the first bootcamp, he was again super shy. And now like when we got used to each other, like it helped us so much bootcamp, like we are like, I think it's like all little brother, you know. It's so fun to be around him. And yeah, it feels great to be honest, like to have someone like him. He's super talented, obviously. He needs someone like experience in a team to kind of give him the direction, but for being 16-year-old and being this good, like I think this guy is like another Aspas or like another Gote.
Easily, yeah. I can, in the next 2 years, like he's going to be one of the best in the world, like I guarantee.
Do you worry about him leaving you guys behind? Or are you going to be like, fly, Causey, fly. We'll have you for 2 years until you're 18 and then you may go.
I told him, you can leave, but you need Sentinel. Don't forget that. And this is what I'm telling him every day.
just take us with him.
Take me with you, Causey. He's not going to forget his time with you, that's for sure. I want to ask you guys about the bracket, the journey that you've got coming up, because you have got an extra lifeline. Hopefully you won't have to use it. But being in the top bracket, the upper bracket now, this is going to be super exciting for you guys because you're going up against Gentlemates. So you're going up against Proxer. And he abandoned you. He flew away to Gentlemates.
Snake.
Rude. Yep. So how are you going to put the snake down?
No, he's not Snake. He's still like a good friend.
You said it, not me.
Sure. Okay. And he's good friends of ours, but obviously we want to beat them, you know, like as well, like looking at the bracket in our eyes, mates. I mean, to be honest, Heretics, they're all primed up right now, like especially at Eternal Fire. So it will be a hard match no matter what, but it's another match, you know, that means something to us. There is like background behind it, like Fnatic here. And yeah, it feels great to play matches like this. And I think we can beat them. Like, I think on paper now they made a change. It's Hybra. I love that guy, but it's still a new player, and they had like a week to prepare. So I think that's gonna be a big weakness. But let's see like what happens. But I think we can beat them for sure.
It's funny because I feel like there's a couple of storylines intertwined in here. I think you played with Hybra at one point on Casa.
Yep.
And then you obviously played with Martin and KC. So now you're going up against people that you've played with in the past. So I think it's going to be an exciting match.
Can I also just say that Magnum was just like smoothly talking through the bracket, talking about the Team Heretics game we've got coming up against Fireflux, talking about the storylines. I'm loving this. I think you should just join us on the desk whenever you're not playing, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I'm ready.
He's ready. Well, there we go, production. Lock him in and lock yourselves in for tomorrow, because we've got Foot versus Giant X and we've got Eternal Fire versus Job Life. Are we going to see any more upsets? To be honest, I wouldn't say any of those matches could be an upset, because all 4 of those teams clearly deserve to be here. So who is going to continue in the upper bracket? Thank you guys for joining us today. Thank you guys for watching. And for now, let's enjoy the Razor end of day highlights.
They know exactly what Pacific want to do.
There might lie in round number 2. Pacific can start the comeback here.
Let's go, baby. Let's go, boys. Big up energy.
Hovering from the corner to the side, they did not understand the strength they were running into. And now just 2 players trapped in the back of the site. A tough hold to have, maybe not. The 0-11 streak for Batu comes to an end. A big moment for him back on the VCT EMEA stage indeed.
As Boaster gets another 2K. Now Alpier again handling that flank with ease, and he'll make it 3 before the round concludes.
Nice, boys. They don't know. They don't know.
And Magnum needs to be careful because he's going to walk right in towards Boaster.
Ball drops and Alfier's playing up close. Man advantage available for them, but Boaster interrupting things. The Kayak gets another, and Boaster has a grip on the water.
Once again, showing what he's good for. I mean, the running back didn't expire, but Kayak expiring as well. As well. Oh, that's lovely. This kid is unbelievable.
Yeah, perfect timing through middle, and Alluri still able to stave them off here.
Boaster blind! A second clutch for the captain. Keeping Fnatic in this.
I love you, Jake. I love you.
Looks like it's going to be Alpha to get all 4 in the end.
So 2 versus 1. Fnatic not realising the position they were really in. Who they're playing against.
Hey, hey! What the f is happening with you? Come on!
Missed again to die an early death.
He's on the right. Let's get his ass.
Hot on his heels. Needs to make sure that he can convert at least 1 here and does.
One enemy remains.
Let's fucking go!
2's on site, and Enterprise are the ones who are actually winning out. Nice! And look at this, straight up party tech will take Fnatic down.
Nice! Come on! Come on! Let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Ooh, let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past.